Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was summoned to Gringotts at age 2 and became the demon lord of 2 ancient houses? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, Blood Calls to Blood. The wards screamed. Deep beneath London, in caverns carved before Rome fell, Ragnar the Younger felt the sound before he heard it, a vibration in his bones that made his teeth ache and his war scars burn. He was out of his chair before the actual alarm reached his ears, decades of battle instinct overriding the careful political composure he'd cultivated since taking over the inheritance division. The sound was wrong. Not the sharp pulse of a security breach or the grinding thunder of a vault collapse. This was older. Deeper. A keening wail that seemed to come from the stone itself, from the magic threaded through every inch of Gringotts' ancient foundations. Ragnar ran. Goblins didn't run. Not in the halls of their own domain, not where humans might see and mistake urgency for fear. But Ragnar had spent 40 years on battlefields before his posting to London, and he knew the difference between dignity and stupidity. Whatever was happening in the deep vaults, it demanded speed. He passed other goblins in the corridors, clerks frozen at their stations, warriors drawing weapons against an enemy they couldn't see, elders pressing gnarled hands to the walls with expressions of confused recognition. One of them, ancient Griphook's grandmother, caught his arm as he passed. "The stones," she whispered. Her eyes were wide, filmed with cataracts but somehow seeing further than his. The inheritance stones. They haven't sung like this since when? But she just shook her head, releasing him, and Ragnar didn't have time to press. He shouldered through a security checkpoint, barked authorization codes that made the guards leap aside, and descended. The deep vaults existed in a space that wasn't entirely physical. Goblin magic had carved them from the gap between what was and what could be, a pocket dimension anchored to the bedrock beneath the bank. Only the director and the senior vault keepers knew the way, and even they needed blood and blade to open the path. Ragnar slashed his palm without slowing, pressed bloody fingers to a wall that shouldn't have had a door, and stepped through into chaos. The inheritance chamber was vast, a cathedral of black stone lit by floating globes of witch fire that had burned for 3,000 years. At its center sat the stones, 7 crystalline monoliths arranged in a perfect circle, each one attuned to one of the great bloodlines that had signed the original treaties with the Goblin nation. 2 of them were on fire. No, not fire. Ragnar skidded to a halt, his warrior's mind cataloging and discarding possibilities. The peveril stone blazed with shadow-given form, darkness that somehow produced light, tendrils of not quite black writhing up from its base to lick at the chamber's ceiling. The Lulfey stone burned gold, but it was the gold of lightning, of raw magic, of power so fundamental it predated the concept of spells. And where the 2 emanations met, where shadow and chaos touched, the air tore. Director. Ragnar turned to find Silverclaw, his best vault keeper, pressed against the far wall. The old goblin was bleeding from a dozen small cuts, his ceremonial armor scorched and cracked. Around him, 3 other keepers lay unconscious or worse. "Report," Ragnar commanded, even as he drew his own blade, not for combat, but for the focus it provided. "It started an hour ago." A pulse from both stones simultaneously. "That's never happened, Director, not in recorded history. We tried containment protocols, but the magic is." Silverclaw's composure cracked slightly. "It's not attacking us. It's calling. Both bloodlines are claiming an heir. The same heir. And if we don't complete the transfer soon, the magic will consume them." Ragnar finished the thought grimly. He knew the theory, had studied it during his training. Bloodline magic was patient, content to wait centuries for a worthy successor. But when it finally found one, it would have its due. Accept the inheritance or be destroyed by it. Those were the only options. "Who?" he demanded. "What heir could possibly carry both lines?" The answer came not from Silver Claw but from the stones themselves. The shadow and light swirled together, forming an image that burned itself into Ragnar's mind, a small cottage, quaint and British and utterly insignificant except for the magic that surrounded it. And inside, a presence. Young. Impossibly young. An infant soul, somehow vast enough to anchor two of the most powerful bloodlines in magical history. Godric's Hollow, Silverclaw breathed. But that's where the Dark Lord fell. Tonight. The Potter boy. Get me a retrieval team, Ragnar ordered. Full combat deployment. We leave in 5 minutes. Director, the treaties, we can't simply take a human child from, the treaties, Ragnar cut him off, are exactly why we can. Blood claims supersede all other authority. That's not politics, Silverclaw. That's law. Law that humans themselves signed, back when they still remembered what goblin oaths mean. He sheathed his blade and began walking toward the exit, his mind already racing through protocols and contingencies. If we don't retrieve that child in the next hour, the bloodline magic will tear him apart trying to reach him. And I don't intend to explain to the Peveril and Lefay ancestors why we let their last heir die of bureaucratic hesitation. Silverclaw fell into step behind him. The Ministry will object. Dumbledore will object. Let them. Ragnar's smile was sharp and ancient, the expression of a species that had been making war before humans discovered bronze. I've been waiting for an excuse to remind the wizards what the old treaties actually say. Tonight seems as good a night as any. Godric's Hollow was burning. Not the whole village, just one cottage, its upper floor collapsed inward, its walls scarred with magic that left afterimages in the air. Ragnar and his team apparated into the narrow lane outside the property line and immediately had to dodge a stunning spell. Stand down. A massive figure lumbered toward them through the smoke, beetle-black eyes wide with confusion and grief. "Yeah, can't be here. Dumbledore's orders, no one's to touch, Hagrid." Ragnar held up a hand to stop his warriors from responding with lethal force. He knew this one, the half-giant groundskeeper, simple but fiercely loyal. Not worth killing if it could be avoided. We're not here on ministry business. We invoke blood right under the Treaty of 1289, the Compact of Legitimate Succession. Do you understand what that means? Hagrid's confusion deepened. No. I'm just as supposed to take Harry to his aunt and uncle. Dumbledore said, Dumbledore has no authority here. Neither does the Ministry. Neither does anyone. Ragnar stepped closer, his voice softening slightly. This creature wasn't an enemy, just an obstacle. The boy is dying, Hagrid. Right now, as we speak, magic older than Hogwarts is trying to claim him. If we don't perform the inheritance ritual within the hour, it will kill him. Do you understand that? The half-giant's face crumpled. He'd clearly already had a terrible night, tears streaked through the soot on his cheeks, and his hands trembled as he wrung them together. He's just a baby. Lily and James, they're all ready, can't let him die too. That's what I'm trying to prevent. Will you let us pass? For a long moment, Hagrid said nothing. Then he stepped aside, shoulders slumping. Dumbledore won, be happy. Dumbledore's happiness is not among my concerns. Ragnar gestured, and his team moved past, flowing toward the ruined cottage in perfect tactical formation. Go back to your headmaster. Tell him what happened here. Tell him that the goblin nation claims Harry Potter by right of blood, and if he wants to dispute that claim, he can take it up with our legal division. During business hours. He didn't wait for a response. The cottage was calling to him now too, a pull he felt in his war scars and his bones, as if the bloodline magic had marked him simply by proximity. His warriors had already cleared the ground floor, 2 bodies, a man and a woman, beyond any help. Ragnar noted them only long enough to recognize their faces from intelligence briefings. James Potter. Lily Potter. They had been young, powerful, well-connected. None of it had saved them. The nursery was upstairs, in the portion of the house that hadn't collapsed. Ragnar climbed carefully, testing each step, until he reached the doorway and stopped breathing. The child sat in his crib, awake and silent, watching the goblins enter with eyes that no infant should possess. He wasn't crying, hadn't cried, Ragnar suspected, since the moment his parents died. Around him, shadows moved in ways that had nothing to do with the firelight from below. They coiled and danced, reaching toward the boy and retreating, as if the darkness itself couldn't decide whether to embrace or fear him. And the air tasted like lightning. Like possibility. Like magic in its rawest, most untamed form. "Ancestors preserve us," one of his warriors whispered. "Steady." Ragnar stepped forward, and the shadows parted for him, recognized him, somehow, as non-threatening. Or perhaps they simply recognized that he was there to help. "Hello, young one. My name is Ragnar. I'm here to take you somewhere safe." The child, Harry, he reminded himself, Harry Potter, tilted his head. The lightning bolt wound on his forehead still oozed blood, fresh enough that it should have been causing agony. But the boy just watched, those two old eyes tracking Ragnar's movements with preternatural focus. When the goblin reached into the crib, Harry raised his arms. Not in fear. In acceptance. The journey back to Gringotts took 7 minutes and cost them 2 warriors. Not to enemies, there were no enemies, not yet. Dumbledore's people hadn't mobilized, the ministry was in chaos, and the remaining Death Eaters were fleeing or celebrating or doing whatever human dark wizards did when their master fell. No, Ragnar lost his warriors to the magic itself. Thornback was the first. He'd been carrying the rear guard, watching for pursuit, when a tendril of shadow whipped out from the child in Ragnar's arms and touched him. Just touched him. Thornback screamed once and dropped, his heart stopped by contact with power that shouldn't have been possible for any mortal to wield. Ironjaw died reaching for Harry when a pulse of golden light exploded outward during apparition. The light didn't burn, it simply unmade a portion of his shoulder, erasing it from existence as cleanly as if it had never been. By the time they reached the inheritance chamber, Ragnar's surviving warriors wouldn't come within 10 feet of the boy. He couldn't blame them. He could feel the magic now, pressing against his mind, vast and hungry and completely indifferent to the lives it consumed. This wasn't malevolent power, it was simply power, elemental and absolute, and it would take what it needed without asking permission. "The circle," he ordered, setting Harry down on a platform at the chamber's exact center. "Activate the full containment array. And someone get me the binding crown and the chaos ring, we need to channel this before it tears the child apart." His remaining keepers scrambled to obey. The inheritance stones had calmed somewhat since their arrival, the shadow and lightning still burned, but they'd stopped their keening wail, as if the magic knew its heir was finally present. Ragnar watched as ancient artifacts were brought forth from vaults that hadn't been opened in centuries. The Peveril shadow crown was a circlet of black iron, so dark it seemed to drink the light around it. Legend said Cadmus Peveril had forged it from metal found in the land of the dead, a gift from the entity he'd bargained with for the resurrection stone. Whether that was true or myth, the crown radiated cold, a chill that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the absence of life. The Lu-Fei Chaos Ring was simpler in appearance, just a band of gold marked with symbols that shifted when you weren't looking directly at them. But holding it felt like gripping a thunderbolt, like trying to contain an explosion with your bare hands. Morgan Le Fay had worn this ring when she challenged Merlin himself, had used its power to break enchantments that should have been unbreakable. Both artifacts were meant for adults. For trained wizards and witches who had spent years preparing for their inheritance. Harry Potter was 2 years old. Director. Silverclaw's voice was carefully neutral. The ritual texts are clear. Both items must be applied simultaneously for a dual inheritance. But the stress on the recipient. I know. If his magical core can't handle the influx, I know. Ragnar stared at the child, who stared back with those impossible eyes. The shadows around Harry had settled into something almost protective, a cocoon of darkness that moved with his breathing. The air still crackled with golden potential. But we don't have a choice. The magic has already chosen him. If we don't complete the bonding, it will complete itself, and that will kill him. There may be another option. An ancient voice, dry as tomb dust, echoed through the chamber. Ragnarok turned to find Elder Bloodfist hobbling through the door, supported by two younger goblins. She was the oldest living member of the nation, keeper of histories that predated writing, and she looked at Harry with an expression Ragnarok had never seen on her face before. Wonder. In my grandmother's time, Bloodfist said, there was a child of the Ravenclaw line who faced a similar crisis. Too young to accept the inheritance, too claimed to refuse it. The ritual masters of that age developed a modification, a way to slow the bonding, to let it complete over years instead of moments. Hope sparked in Ragnarok's chest. And the child survived. The child thrived. Became one of the great powers of her generation. Bloodfist's eyes never left Harry. But there was a cost. The slow bonding changed her. She was never quite human afterward. The magic became part of her too completely, too fundamentally. She could wield it as easily as breathing, but she could never put it down. Never be ordinary. Harry Potter was never going to be ordinary. Ragnarok looked at the lightning bolt scar, at the swirling shadows and crackling light. He killed the Dark Lord tonight. At 2 years old. With accidental magic triggered by his mother's sacrifice. Whatever he was going to become, ordinary was never an option. Then we are in agreement. Bloodfist gestured, and one of her attendants produced a scroll so old it crumbled at the edges. Bring me the ritual components. And pray to whatever gods you favor, Director. What we do tonight will shape the fate of the magical world for generations. The ritual took 6 hours. Harry Potter didn't cry once. The goblins worked through the night, carving new circles into the chamber floor, mixing potions that hadn't been brewed in 5 centuries, chanting in a language that predated the goblin nation itself. Ragnarok stood guard at the chamber's entrance, turning away no fewer than 7 ministry officials, 3 Dumbledore representatives, and 1 very persistent house elf who insisted that Great Dumbledore simply had to see the Potter child. He turned them all away with the same message: blood claim superseded all other authority. Harry Potter belonged to the Goblin Nation now, at least until his inheritance was complete. Anyone who wanted to challenge that could submit their objections in writing, in triplicate, during regular business hours. The ministry officials blustered. The Dumbledore representatives made veiled threats. The house elf burst into tears and vanished with a pop. None of them pushed hard enough to require violence. When dawn broke over London, the ritual reached its climax. Ragnarok felt it from his post at the door, a pulse of magic so profound it made his teeth sing and his vision blur. The inheritance stones flared once, brilliant and terrible, and then went dark. Both of them. For the first time in 3,000 years, the Peveril and Lefay monoliths were quiescent, their power transferred elsewhere. He ran to the central platform and found Harry sitting up, the shadow crown melded into his forehead like a birthmark, the chaos ring shrunk to fit his tiny finger. The boy looked at Ragnarok and smiled. It was not an innocent smile. It was not a child's smile. It was the smile of something ancient wearing a young face, something that had just been given the keys to powers humanity had forgotten. "Thank you," Harry said. His voice was clear, impossibly articulate for his age. "You saved my life." Ragnarok dropped to one knee. He hadn't planned to, hadn't even considered it. But something in him recognized what he was looking at, responded to it on an instinctual level. This was a lord. This was his lord's heir, awakened and claimed and utterly beyond anything the world was prepared for. "You are Lord Peveril of Fey now," Ragnarok said. "The last scion of 2 ancient houses. What would you have of us?" Harry tilted his head again, that curious gesture he'd made in the nursery. The shadows around him rippled, and Ragnar caught glimpses of things in them, faces, forms, fragments of a world that existed alongside the one they could see. The Lu Fei magic crackled through the air, rewriting probability, making the impossible merely unlikely. "Teach me," the child who was no longer quite a child said. "Teach me everything." 9 years passed. In the magical world, they called that period the Quiet Years, a decade of relative peace between the fall of Voldemort and the rise of whatever would come next. The ministry rebuilt. The old families reconsolidated power. Hogwarts continued churning out young witches and wizards, blissfully unaware that the most dangerous student in the school's history was about to walk through their doors. In Gringotts, they called it the preparation. Harry Potter grew up in the depths of the Goblin Nation, raised not as a human child but as a lord in training. Ragnar, promoted to director within 3 years of that fateful night, personally oversaw his education. Combat training from warriors who had fought in goblin rebellions. Magic theory from scholars who had studied the lost arts for centuries. Politics from the same creatures who had negotiated treaties with Rome. And through it all, the bloodline magic grew with him. The Peveril shadow gift manifested first. By age 4. Harry could see in perfect darkness, could wrap himself in shadows that deflected attention and memory. By age 6, he could speak to the spirits of the dead, not summon them, not yet, but hear them when they chose to speak. By age 8, he could step sideways into the space between worlds, existing in both places at once, invisible and untouchable. The Lu Fei Chaos gift came slower but stronger. He didn't learn spells in the traditional sense, he simply understood magic, could see its threads and pull them into new configurations. Curses that should have been unbreakable shattered at his touch. Wards that had stood for centuries parted for him like curtains. By age 10, he could look at a wizard and know exactly how powerful they were, exactly what they could do, exactly how to destroy them if necessary. The combination was something the world hadn't seen since Morgan Le Fay herself challenged the established order. And Harry wasn't done growing. Diagon Alley on July 31st was always crowded, but this year the crowd seemed to part like water around a particular figure walking down the main thoroughfare. He wasn't tall, 11 years old, still boyish in frame, but he moved like someone who owned the space he occupied. His clothes were goblin-made, subtle armor woven into what looked like simple black robes, and rings glinted on 3 of his fingers. The Chaos ring on his right hand. The Potter Air ring on his left. And on his thumb, a band of black iron that matched the circlet barely visible beneath his unruly dark hair. Harry Potter had come to do his school shopping. The whispers started before he'd made it past the leaky cauldron. "Is that, can't be, he'd be, the scar, look at the scar, boy who lived, heard he was raised by goblins, dangerous, I heard, killed you-know-who," Harry ignored them. He'd learned to ignore a great deal over the past 9 years, the stares, the whispers, the people who wanted to touch him or thank him or ask him questions about a night he barely remembered. The scar on his forehead drew attention, yes, but the attention slid away when people tried to focus on him. His shadows saw to that. Ollivander's first. He wanted to get the tedious parts out of the way. The shop was exactly as the intelligence reports described, dusty, cramped, filled with boxes stacked to the ceiling in apparent chaos. Harry could see the order in it, the Lu Fei sight showed him the threads of magic connecting each wand to its place, a web of power and purpose that the old wand-maker had spent his entire life weaving. "Mr. Potter." Ollivander appeared from between the stacks, pale eyes gleaming in the dim light. He didn't look surprised. He looked hungry. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you. Your mother favored willow, 10¼ inches, excellent for charm work. Your father, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration." The wand-maker drifted closer, studying Harry with an intensity that most people would have found unsettling. "But you are something different, aren't you?" "That depends on your definition of different. I've sold wands to every great witch and wizard of the past century. I've seen power and potential in all its forms. But I've never seen anything quite like what's looking back at me through your eyes. Ollivander's smile was thin and knowing. The shadow of Cadmus Peveril. The chaos of Morgan Le Fay. And something else. Something, hungry. Harry didn't flinch. The wand maker was referring to the Horcrux, the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had been with him since infancy. He'd known about it since age 5, when the goblin healers had discovered it during a routine examination. They'd wanted to remove it immediately. Harry had refused. The soul fragment was part of him now, integrated so thoroughly that removing it would mean removing pieces of himself. And more importantly, it was useful. He could feel Voldemort through it sometimes, vague impressions, distant emotions. When the Dark Lord returned, and Harry had no doubt he would return, that connection would become invaluable. "I'd like to purchase a wand," Harry said, steering the conversation back to practical matters. "I understand you have a particular talent for matching wand to wizard." "Oh, that I do. That I do." Ollivander began pulling boxes from the shelves, his movements quick and bird-like. "But I suspect, Mr. Potter, that finding your match will be challenging. The wand chooses the wizard, after all, and you are rather difficult to choose." The first wand, Beech and Dragon Heartstring, exploded when Harry touched it. The second, Vine and Unicorn Hair, simply refused to work at all. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth produced reactions ranging from mild electrical discharge to what appeared to be a small localized earthquake. By the 10th wand, Ollivander was practically vibrating with excitement. "Remarkable. Simply remarkable. Nothing in my standard inventory will work, the magic in you is too strong, too other. But perhaps." He disappeared into the back of the shop, returning with a box that looked older than the building. "I made this 50 years ago. Phoenix feather core, holly wood, 11 inches, nice and supple. It's the brother to another wand I sold, a wand that did terrible things in the hands of a wizard who did terrible things." Harry took the wand. The reaction was immediate and intense, warmth flooding up his arm, shadows dancing at the edge of his vision, golden light crackling between his fingers. The wand sang in his grip, harmonizing with the bloodline magic already flowing through him, becoming an extension of his will rather than just a tool. But it wasn't quite right. Not perfectly. "This wand was destined for me," Harry said slowly, examining it with his Le Fay sight. "I can see the threads of fate connecting us. But there's something wrong. Something incomplete." "The brother cores," Ollivander whispered. "Your wand and Voldemort's wand share a feather from the same phoenix. They cannot be used against each other effectively." "Yes, I know." Harry set the wand down on the counter. "I want you to modify it." "Modify?" "Mr. Potter, wand making doesn't work that way. You can't simply add a second core." Harry reached into his pocket and produced a small vial containing a single strand of something that looked like crystallized shadow. Thestral hair. From the oldest Thestral in the Forbidden Forest, the one who's been alive since the Founder's time. Ragnarok acquired it for me. Ollivander's eyes went wide. "You want me to create a dual-core wand using materials that should be completely incompatible. Phoenix feather and Thestral hair. Life and death. Light and shadow. Yes. It could destroy the wand entirely. It won't. It could destroy my shop. I'll compensate you for any damages." Ollivander stared at Harry for a long moment. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his ancient face. "You know, Mr. Potter, in all my years I've never had a customer tell me how to do my job. I find I rather enjoy being surprised." He took the wand and the vial, handling both with exquisite care. "Come back in an hour. If we're both still alive by then, I'll have your wand ready." Harry spent the hour buying the rest of his supplies. Books from Flourish and Blots, the standard curriculum plus a dozen advanced texts that the clerk tried to tell him were inappropriate for a first year. Harry bought them anyway. Potion supplies from Slug and Jiggers, the highest quality ingredients, plus several items that weren't technically legal for students to possess. The shop owner didn't argue when Harry produced his lordship rings. Robes from Madame Malkin's, and that was where he met the first person who would actually matter to him at Hogwarts. He was standing on a stool being measured when the shop door opened and a pale blonde boy walked in, followed by a woman whose aristocratic bearing screamed old money and older blood. The boy took one look at Harry and sneered. "You must be someone important, taking up Madame Malkin's time. I'm Draco Malfoy. My father is, Lucius Malfoy, former Death Eater, bought his freedom by claiming Imperius, currently head of the Hogwarts Board of Governors and unofficial leader of the Pure-Blood faction in the Wizengamot." Harry didn't look up from the measuring tape doing its work. "I'm aware." Draco's sneer faltered. "How do you? I also know that your family's wealth comes primarily from investments in potion ingredients, that your grandfather killed himself rather than face trial after Grindelwald's fall, and that your father has been making inquiries about my location for the past 6 years. Now Harry did look up, meeting Draco's eyes with a flat, cold stare. "What I don't know, Draco Malfoy, is why you thought it was a good idea to announce yourself to me." The shop had gone very quiet. Narcissa Malfoy had stopped in her tracks, one hand tightening on her wand, her face a careful mask of neutrality. Draco himself had gone pale, his confidence crumbling under the weight of Harry's attention. I was just, you were trying to establish social dominance. It's a common tactic among children raised in political households. Approach quickly, assert status, put the other party on defensive footing before they can evaluate the situation." Harry smiled, and there was nothing warm in it. "It doesn't work on me. Nothing you've been trained for will work on me. So let me save us both some time." He stepped down from the stool, ignoring Madame Malkin's protests about incomplete measurements. Even at 11, Harry was only slightly shorter than Draco, and the difference in presence made up for any difference in height. "I am Harry Potter, Lord Peveril Lefay. In approximately 2 months, I will be sitting in the Wizengamot with 2 votes to your family's 1. In approximately 10 years, assuming the current political trajectory continues, I will be the most powerful wizard in Britain. You can be my ally or you can be my enemy, but you cannot be my equal, and you absolutely cannot intimidate me." He leaned closer, dropping his voice to a whisper. "Tell your father I'm looking forward to meeting him. I have questions about his activities on October 31st, 1981. Questions with legal implications." Draco stumbled backward, his face white. Narcissa moved forward, putting herself between her son and Harry, but her wand stayed in her robes. "Smart. Very smart. Lord Potter." Her voice was steady, controlled, revealing nothing. "My son meant no offense." "Your son meant exactly the offense he communicated. But he's young, so I'll extend grace this once." Harry turned back to the measuring tape, which had paused uncertainly during the confrontation. "I hope we won't have to have this conversation again." The Malfoys left without buying anything. When Harry returned to Ollivander's, the shop was filled with smoke and the wandmaker was laughing. It worked. Ollivander grabbed Harry's arm and dragged him through the haze to his workbench. "Against all logic, against everything I know about wand lore, it worked. The cores didn't just coexist, they merged. Phoenix and Thestral, life and death, bonded together in a way that shouldn't be possible. It's beautiful. It's terrifying. It's the greatest work I've ever created." The wand lay on the bench, looking almost identical to before but somehow more. The holly seemed darker, shot through with veins of something that looked like solidified shadow. When Harry reached for it, he could see the magic before he even touched it, 2 cores spiraling around each other like a double helix, their opposing natures somehow strengthening rather than canceling each other. He picked it up. The feeling was indescribable. Not just warmth and power, but completeness. As if a part of him that had been missing was finally in place. The shadows at his feet darkened and spread. The air around him crackled with golden light. And somewhere deep in his soul, the fragment of Voldemort screamed. Yes, Harry breathed. This is mine. The brother bond is still there, Ollivander noted, watching him with scientific fascination. Your wand and Voldemort's will still recognize each other. But now you have options he doesn't. The Phoenix Core for direct confrontation. The Thestral Core for other approaches. How much? 7 galleons for the original wand. For the modification. Ollivander paused, considering. Consider it my investment in the future. I want to see what you become, Harry Potter. I want to see what the world looks like after you're done with it. Harry inclined his head, the closest thing to gratitude he could comfortably express. You might regret that curiosity, Mr. Ollivander. Possibly. But I suspect I'll enjoy the regret immensely. The weeks between his Diagon Alley visit and September 1st passed in a blur of final preparations. Ragnarok briefed him extensively on Hogwarts, its layout, its secrets, its current political dynamics. The headmaster was Albus Dumbledore, widely considered the most powerful wizard of the age, architect of Voldemort's first defeat, and the man who had tried repeatedly over the past decade to gain custody of Harry Potter. He would be a problem. Possibly the largest problem Harry would face in the coming years. The staff included several former Order of the Phoenix members, at least one Death Eater, Severus Snape, whose loyalties remained genuinely unclear even to Goblin intelligence, and a rotating cast of Defense Against the Dark Arts professors who never lasted more than a year. The curse on that position was real and apparently unbreakable, another mystery Harry intended to investigate. The student body was divided roughly into quarters by house, with complex social hierarchies within each. Slytherin was dominated by old pureblood families, Gryffindor by the nouveau riche and politically connected, Ravenclaw by academics, and Hufflepuff by everyone else. Harry would be expected in Gryffindor, his parents had both been sorted there, and the boy who lived mythos practically demanded it. Harry had other plans. The night before his departure, Ragnarok came to his quarters in the deep vaults. The Goblin director looked older than he had 9 years ago, the responsibility of leadership weighing on him, but his eyes were still sharp. You understand what you're walking into, Ragnarok said. It wasn't a question. Dumbledore's domain. A school designed to sort children into categories and shape them according to institutional needs. A powder keg of political tension waiting for a spark. Harry was packing his trunk, not because he needed to, but because it gave him something to do with his hands. Yes, I understand. You also understand that we can't protect you there. Not directly. Our treaty rights extend to inheritance and banking, not education. I know. And yet you want to go. Harry stopped packing and turned to face his mentor. 9 years of training, of growing up under Goblin tutelage, had given him a deep respect for Ragnarok. The director was one of the few beings who had never tried to use him, never tried to control him, never treated him as anything other than what he was. I need to go, Harry said. The war isn't over, Ragnarok. Voldemort will return, the Horcrux guarantees it. When he does, I need allies. I need intelligence. I need to understand the magical world from the inside, not just through briefings and reports. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. And I need to find out what Dumbledore knows. About the prophecy. About my parents. About why Voldemort came for me that night. You could simply ask him. And he could simply lie. Everyone lies to me, Ragnarok. Everyone wants something from me. At least in Hogwarts, I'll be able to watch them all at once. See who's working together, who's working against whom. The school is the center of magical Britain's future, every child who matters passes through those halls. I need to be there. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You've grown beyond what I expected, the director said. Beyond what anyone expected. But don't let your power make you careless. Dumbledore has been playing this game for over a century. He survived Dark Lords and Goblin rebellions and political upheavals that would have destroyed lesser beings. He's not an enemy you can simply overwhelm. I don't intend to overwhelm him. Harry's smile was sharp, the expression he'd learned from watching Goblin negotiators at work. I intend to make him irrelevant. September 1st dawned grey and drizzly, typical London weather that did nothing to dampen Harry's anticipation. He said his farewells to Ragnarok at the bank's entrance. Goblins didn't do prolonged emotional goodbyes, and neither did Harry. A firm handshake, a few words about maintaining contact through secure channels, and then he was stepping out into Diagon Alley for the last time before Hogwarts. He didn't use the night bus or flew to reach King's Cross. Instead, he walked through the shadows, stepping from one pool of darkness to another, crossing miles in moments. It was showing off, in a way. Anyone watching would see him vanish in Diagon Alley and reappear at the station as if by magic. But showing off was sometimes the point. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Families everywhere, students hauling trunks and cages, and in one memorable case an enormous terrarium containing something that hissed. Older siblings showing off, younger siblings demanding attention, parents giving tearful goodbyes or stern last-minute instructions. It was loud and colorful and utterly human in a way that the Goblin Vaults had never been. Harry watched from the shadows for a moment, cataloging faces and connections. The Weasleys were easy to spot, a sea of red hair surrounding a plump woman who was loudly counting heads. The Malfoys arrived in a cloud of aristocratic disdain, Draco pointedly not looking in Harry's direction. Other families he recognized from intelligence briefings, the Greengrasses, the Knots, the Abbotts, the Bones. And there, stepping through the barrier with a distinct air of confusion, a girl with bushy brown hair and a much too large trunk. Muggleborn, obviously. First generation. No family to guide her, no connections to fall back on, just raw intelligence and determination. Hermione Granger. He'd read her file. Top marks in every subject at her Muggle school. Discovered magic by accident at age 7 when she made a teacher's wig turn blue. Had been reading magical texts since her Hogwarts letter arrived, probably knew more theory than most third years already. Potentially useful. Harry stepped out of the shadows directly in front of her, and to her credit, she only flinched slightly. Hermione Granger, he said. You're looking for the train. How do you know my name? Her voice was sharp, suspicious, but also curious. That curiosity would be her defining trait, Harry suspected. The need to know, to understand, to master every subject she encountered. I make it my business to know things. The train is that way, the Scarlet one, you can't miss it. Get a compartment early if you want a good seat. And if anyone gives you trouble about your blood status, tell them you're under the protection of House Peveril Le Fay. Her eyes widened. You're Harry Potter. I am. I've read about you. In modern magical history, and the rise and fall of the dark arts, and, most of it is wrong. The books don't know anything important about me, just the myth. Harry started walking toward the train, and Hermione fell into step beside him, her trunk trailing behind her through some levitation charm she must have taught herself. If you want to know the truth, you'll have to earn it. How? Be useful. Be intelligent. Don't bore me. He glanced at her, assessing. You've already read the course books, haven't you? 3 times each. And supplementary texts on each subject, and a basic history of the magical world, and, good. That's not enough, but it's a start. They reached the train, and Harry handed his trunk to a waiting porter without breaking stride. Find me at the school if you want to learn things that aren't in any book. I'll decide then whether you're worth teaching. He walked away before she could respond, but he could feel her gaze on his back, confused, intrigued, already working to figure him out. She would be thinking about that conversation for days. Exactly as intended. The train ride was predictable. Harry claimed a compartment near the back, discouraged visitors with a carefully modulated aura of unwelcome, and spent the first hour reviewing his plans for the coming year. The political situation was complex. Dumbledore's faction controlled the school, the Ministry was still recovering from the post-war chaos, and the pure-blood supremacists were regrouping under Malfoy's banner. Harry needed to position himself carefully, building alliances without committing to any existing power structure. The compartment door opened despite his wards. A round-faced boy stood in the doorway, looking nervous but determined. He wore slightly shabby robes and clutched a toad in both hands as if afraid it might escape. "Sorry," the boy said. "I'm looking for Trevor, that's my toad, he keeps getting away, and I thought maybe," he paused, squinting at Harry. "Wait. Are you Harry Potter?" "I am." "And you're Neville Longbottom?" The boy's face did something complicated. "You know who I am. Son of Frank and Alice Longbottom, both Aurors, both tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange and her associates 3 days after Voldemort's fall." Harry kept his voice neutral, factual. "You were raised by your grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, who has been trying for a decade to prove you inherited your parents' power. You're here to find out if she's right." Neville's eyes had gone glassy. Yes. I suppose that's all true. Sit down." The boy sat, still clutching Trevor, his expression shell-shocked. Harry studied him with his Lefay sight, looking past the surface to the magic beneath. What he found was interesting. "Your grandmother is wrong," Harry said. "You didn't inherit your parents' power. You have your own power, different in kind, and she's been trying to force you into a mold that doesn't fit. That's why you struggle with magic. You're not weak, Neville. You're just being taught wrong." "What do you mean?" "I mean your magic is tied to your emotions, to your connections, to the things you care about. It doesn't respond well to cold technique or rote memorization. But if you find something worth fighting for, or someone worth protecting, I suspect you'll be more dangerous than anyone expects." Neville stared at him. "Why are you telling me this? You don't even know me. I know your parents were heroes. I know they fought Voldemort's followers until the very end, even after most people had given up. I know their sacrifice matters." Harry leaned forward, holding Neville's gaze. "And I know that I'm going to need allies in the coming years. Real allies, who are willing to stand beside me not because of what I can offer them, but because they believe in what I'm doing. Your parents would have been those allies. The question is whether their son will be." A long silence. Then, slowly, Neville straightened in his seat. The toad in his hands croaked contentedly, settling down as if it sensed the change in its owner's mood. "What are you doing?" Neville asked. "What do you need allies for?" "Winning a war that most people don't know is coming." Harry sat back, allowing himself a small smile. "Stay close to me at Hogwarts, Neville. Watch, listen, learn. And when the time comes to choose sides, remember this conversation." The sorting was a spectacle designed to impress children. Harry stood in line with the other first years, watching as the hat made its selections. It was a reasonably intelligent artifact, he determined, capable of reading minds, of recognizing potential, of making judgments about character and future. But it was also constrained by its original enchantments, forced to sort students into categories that were over 1,000 years old. He wondered if anyone had ever tried to argue with it. "Potter, Harry." The great hall fell silent. Not the expectant hush that had preceded other sortings, this was deeper, heavier, charged with a decade of myth and speculation. Harry walked to the stool without hurrying, sat down, and felt the hat settle onto his head. "Well. The hat's voice in his mind was dry, amused, ancient. "This is unexpected. I've sorted Peveril's before, and Lefay's, but never both at once. And certainly never one carrying a piece of another wizard's soul. You know about the Horcrux. I know everything that crosses my brim. Though I admit, you're more aware of it than most would be. Most hosts don't realize they're hosting until it's far too late." A pause. "Where shall I put you, Lord Peveril Lefay?" You have courage enough for Gryffindor, cunning enough for Slytherin, intellect enough for Ravenclaw, and loyalty enough for Hufflepuff, though I suspect that loyalty has a very short list. Slytherin. Interesting choice. Your parents were both Gryffindors. Dumbledore will be displeased. Dumbledore's displeasure is not among my concerns. Harry allowed the Hat to see a fraction of his intentions, the political maneuvering, the long-term planning, the need to be where the pure-blood supremacists gathered so he could dismantle them from within. Slytherin is where I need to be. Perhaps. But consider this, young lord, Slytherin will teach you to be cunning, to be ambitious, to pursue your goals without mercy. You already know these things. What Slytherin cannot teach you is how to inspire loyalty, how to win hearts as well as minds, how to be a leader rather than merely a ruler. The Hat's presence shifted, becoming somehow more serious. You will face the Dark Lord again. I've seen it in 100 minds, felt it in 1,000 fears. When that day comes, will you fight alone, or will you fight with an army at your back? I don't need an army. I have power. So did Voldemort. So did Grindelwald. So did every Dark Lord who ever fell, brought down not by superior force but by coalitions of the willing, by ordinary people who decided they'd had enough. A beat. You are not a Dark Lord, Harry Potter. Not yet. But you could be. The question is whether you want to be. Harry considered this. The Hat was right, in its way. Power alone wasn't enough, he'd known that intellectually, had planned for it, but hearing it from an artifact that had sorted every dark wizard of the past millennium drove the point home. I want to win, he finally said. I want to defeat Voldemort, dismantle the pure-blood supremacist power structure, and reshape magical Britain into something that doesn't sacrifice children to prophecy and politics. I'll do whatever it takes to achieve those goals. Even change. If necessary. The Hat was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice was different, softer, almost gentle. You remind me of someone. A young man who sat under me many years ago, brilliant and ambitious and convinced he could fix everything if only he had enough power. He chose Slytherin too. He became one of the greatest monsters the magical world has ever known. A pause. But you also remind me of another. A young woman who sat under me even longer ago, fierce and determined and utterly committed to protecting the people she loved. She chose Gryffindor. She changed the world in ways that are still echoing today. Who were they? The first was Tom Riddle. The second was Lily Evans. Harry's breath caught. His mother. The Hat had sorted his mother. You have both of them in you, Harry Potter. The darkness and the light, the ambition and the love. I cannot tell you which will win. But I can give you the best chance to find out. The Hat seemed to take a breath, impossible for a magical artifact, but the impression was clear. Slytherin. The hall erupted. Not in applause, in chaos. The Gryffindor table looked betrayed. The boy who lived, hero of their cause, sorted into the house of his parents' killer. The Ravenclaws were murmuring analytically, already speculating about what it meant. The Hufflepuffs seemed confused, unsure how to react. And the Slytherins. The Slytherins were watching Harry with expressions that ranged from calculating interest to outright hostility. He walked to their table without hurrying, found a seat that gave him sightlines to all the exits, and sat down. A moment later, someone sat down across from him. She was beautiful in a cold, precise way, pale skin, dark hair, blue eyes that assessed him like a balance sheet. Her robes were expensive, her posture perfect, her expression carefully neutral. Daphne Greengrass, she said. I believe you made quite an impression on the Malfoy heir in Diagon Alley. I believe I did. Most people spend their first weeks at Hogwarts trying to make friends. You've already made enemies. Her lips curved slightly, not quite a smile, but close. I can't decide if that's incredibly stupid or incredibly smart. It's neither. It's simply efficient. Harry met her gaze, letting her see that he was assessing her right back. Draco Malfoy was going to be my enemy regardless. His father's ambitions require the boy who lived to be either controlled or destroyed, and I have no intention of being either. By making the conflict explicit early, I've eliminated any possibility of manipulation through false friendship. And if there were Malfoy allies you've now alienated, then they were never going to be my allies anyway. He tilted his head, considering her. You, on the other hand, are a more interesting case. The Greengrass family is neutral, has been for generations. You're here to evaluate me, determine my potential value as an ally or spouse, and report back to your parents. Am I wrong? A long pause. Then, slowly, Daphne's mask cracked just slightly, letting something like genuine interest show through. You're not wrong. But you're also not entirely right. She leaned forward, dropping her voice. I'm here because I want to be. My parents expect a report, yes. But what I do with the information is my choice. Her eyes held his. I've watched pureblood politics destroy families, Harry Potter. I've watched ambition eat people alive. And I've watched my sister suffer under a curse that no healer in Europe can break, because our family isn't powerful enough to demand the attention of those who might cure her. Astoria. The blood curse. Her mask cracked further. You know about that? I know about everything that affects the great families. It's how I stay alive. Harry lowered his voice to match hers. The curse on your sister is a modified form of an ancient Lefay working. The original caster intended it to be unbreakable, but nothing is truly unbreakable, not to someone who understands the underlying magic. Hope flared in Daphne's eyes before she could suppress it. Are you saying you could cure her? I'm saying the possibility exists. Whether I choose to pursue it depends on many factors. He watched her struggle with his answer, the hope warring with the trained political caution, the desperation to save her sister fighting against the awareness that she was being maneuvered. But let me be clear about something, Daphne Greengrass. I don't make allies through obligation or debt. If I help your sister, it won't be because you've done something to earn it. It will be because I've decided she's worth helping. And how do you make that decision? By watching. By waiting. By seeing who people really are when they don't think anyone important is looking. He smiled, and for once it was almost genuine. You came to evaluate me. That's fair. But understand that I'm evaluating you too. And if you want to know my conclusion, you'll have to earn it. She stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. I think, she said, that Hogwarts is about to become very interesting. After the feast, after the prefects led them to the dungeons, after the head of house gave his traditional speech about Slytherin values, Harry found himself alone in the common room. Not entirely alone, other students lingered in corners, watching him with varying degrees of subtlety. But none approached. The confrontation with Draco in Diagon Alley had spread through pure-blood gossip networks, and no one wanted to be the next target of Harry Potter's attention. He found the best chair, a high-backed leather seat near the fire with clear sightlines to all entrances, and sat down. Within moments, the remaining students had vacated the area, leaving him an island of space in a room full of people. Good. He needed time to think. The sorting had gone as planned, but the hat's words lingered. Tom Riddle. Lily Evans. Light and darkness, ambition and love. He'd known about the comparison to Voldemort, it was inevitable, given the Horcrux, but his mother. He'd never known her. Not really. His earliest memories were of the Goblin Vaults, of Ragnarok's stern guidance, of magic that came as naturally as breathing. The woman who died to save him was a name, a face in photographs, a collection of facts from intelligence briefings. Brave. Brilliant. Beloved. And apparently, sorted into Gryffindor by the same hat that had just put her son in Slytherin. He wondered what she would think. Whether she would understand. Whether she would be proud or horrified by what he'd become. The shadows at his feet stirred, responding to his emotional turbulence. He stilled them with an effort of will, smoothing his mind back to the careful blankness he'd cultivated over years of training. Emotion was useful, but only when controlled. Uncontrolled emotion was vulnerability. "You're not what I expected." Harry looked up. A seventh year had approached while he was distracted, tall, dark-skinned, with the confident bearing of someone used to being the most powerful person in the room. Marcus Flint, according to the intelligence briefings. Quidditch captain, enforcer for the senior students, one of Malfoy's primary pawns in the Slytherin hierarchy. And what did you expect? The boy who lived. Flint sat down in a chair across from Harry, uninvited but not unwelcome. "You know, chosen one, golden child, Dumbledore's pet. Someone we could push around until they learned their place. And instead we got you." Flint's lips curved in something that wasn't quite a smile. "I heard about what happened in Madame Malkin's. What you said to Draco. What you knew about his family. Is that a problem?" "Depends." Flint leaned forward, his expression shifting from casual assessment to something more serious. "The Malfoys have been running Slytherin for 3 generations. Not officially, but everyone knows who to listen to. If you're planning to change that." "I'm not planning anything." Harry kept his voice level, his posture relaxed. "I'm here to learn magic and build connections. The same as everyone else." "Right." Flint didn't sound convinced. "Well, here's some free advice, Potter. Whatever you're really here for, be careful. The people who run things don't like being challenged. And accidents happen to students who make too many waves." "Is that a threat?" "It's a warning." Flint stood, looking down at Harry with an expression that had become almost respectful. "You've got power, I can feel it from here. But power isn't everything. Not in Slytherin. Here, it's about alliances, loyalties, knowing who you can trust and who's waiting to stab you in the back." "And which category are you?" A pause. Then Flint's almost smile became an actual smile. "I guess you'll have to find out." He walked away, leaving Harry alone again with his thoughts and his shadows. The first day wasn't over yet. There would be more challenges, more tests, more people trying to figure out where Harry Potter fit in their carefully arranged hierarchies. And beyond that, the real work, building his power base, investigating the threats he knew were coming, preparing for a war that most people didn't believe would happen. But for now, sitting in the heart of enemy territory, Harry allowed himself a moment of something like satisfaction. He was exactly where he needed to be. Later that night, after the common room had emptied and the other first-years were asleep in their beds, Harry stood at the window of his dormitory and looked out into the lake. The giant squid drifted past, its tentacles leaving trails of bioluminescence in the dark water. Beyond it, Harry could see deeper things, shapes that his Peveril sight recognized as spirits, ghosts of creatures that had died in the lake centuries ago. They watched him watching them, aware of his presence in a way that living beings rarely were. "You've done well," a voice whispered in his mind. Not the hat this time, something older, something that had been with him since the ritual in the inheritance chamber. The Peveril bloodline itself, or whatever fragment of Cadmus's consciousness had been preserved in the magic. "This school has secrets worth knowing. Places worth finding." "What places?" "The castle remembers the founders. It remembers the old ways. Find the room that comes and goes, the chamber that sleeps, the path that wins between." A pause. "Find them, and claim what's yours by right of blood." The presence faded, leaving Harry alone with more questions than answers. But that was fine. He had 7 years to find the answers. 7 years to build his army, to dismantle his enemies, to prepare for the inevitable return of Voldemort. He touched the scar on his forehead, the connection to the Dark Lord, the burden he'd carried since infancy. The soul fragment stirred sluggishly, dreaming its dark dreams, unaware that its host had long since turned its presence into a tool rather than a curse. "Sleep well, Tom," Harry thought. "When you wake, I'll be ready." Outside, the moon rose over the forbidden forest, silvering the tops of trees that held their own secrets. In the dungeons of Hogwarts, surrounded by the children of his enemies, Harry Potter smiled. The game had begun. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Serpent's welcome morning in the Slytherin dungeons came without sunlight. Harry woke before the others, an old habit from years of Goblin standard schedules. The dormitory was still dark, the only illumination coming from the faint green glow of the lake water filtering through enchanted windows. His roommates, Draco Malfoy, Theodore Nott, Blaise Zabini, and Vincent Crabbe, were shapeless lumps beneath expensive sheets, their breathing slow and untroubled. He dressed in silence, pulling on robes that looked standard but weren't. Goblin-woven fabric, resistant to most cutting curses and minor hexes. Reinforced seams that could hold against physical attacks. Subtle enchantments that would alert him to poisons in his food or compulsion magic directed at his mind. Paranoid, perhaps. But paranoia was just pattern recognition applied to survival. The common room was empty at this hour. Harry settled into his claimed chair, already his, after a single night, because Slytherins understood territorial markers, and pulled out a small journal bound in black leather. The pages were blank to anyone else who might look. To him, they showed a web of connections, names and dates and relationships that he'd been mapping for years. Today's edition, Daphne Greengrass. Potential ally. Sister's condition creates leverage, do not exploit directly. Watch for genuine connection versus calculated approach. He was still writing when the first other student emerged from the dormitories. Theodore Nott was thin and pale, with the look of someone who spent more time with books than people. His father was a convicted Death Eater, currently rotting in Azkaban, which made Theodore one of the few Slytherins whose family couldn't immediately threaten Harry's interests. It also made him desperate for any ally who might restore his family's standing. Potter. Nott's voice was carefully neutral. "You're up early." "I'm up at my usual time." "You're up early." "Couldn't sleep." Nott settled into a chair at a careful distance, close enough for conversation, far enough to retreat if necessary. "Lot to think about." Such as why the boy who lived chose the house of his parents' killer. Nott's eyes were sharp, assessing. "Such as what you said to Draco in Diagon Alley." "Such as what it means for the rest of us." "What do you think it means?" "I think it means things are about to change." Nott leaned forward slightly. "My father talked about the old days, before he went to Azkaban. The way Slytherin used to be, not just about blood purity, but about ambition. Achievement. The hunger to be more than what you were born as." His lips twisted. Malfoy's father turned it into a club for his cronies. Anyone who didn't toe his line got pushed out or pushed down. "And you'd like that to change?" "I'd like the opportunity to prove myself on my own merits. Not be judged by my father's choices." Nott held Harry's gaze steadily. "I suspect you understand something about that." Harry considered him. The intelligence briefings had painted Theodore Nott as a non-entity, quiet, studious, overshadowed by his father's disgrace. But there was steel beneath that mild exterior. The kind of steel that formed under pressure. "I don't make alliances based on potential," Harry said finally. "I make them based on demonstrated value. Prove you're worth my attention, and you'll have it. Until then, you're just another Slytherin watching from the sidelines." "Fair enough." Nott stood, his expression unchanged. "But consider this, Potter, you can't fight everyone at once. Even you. And some of us have been waiting a long time for someone worth following." He walked away toward the boys' bathrooms, leaving Harry with one more name to add to his journal. Theodore Nott. Observation ongoing. Potential greater than initial assessment suggested. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a performance. Every house had its rituals, its hierarchies, its unspoken rules about who sat where and who spoke to whom. Slytherins were simply more elaborate than most. The table was divided into invisible territories, 7th years at one end, 1st years at the other, with the middle ground occupied by those jockeying for position in between. Harry ignored all of it. He walked to the center of the table and sat down in an empty space that wasn't meant to be empty. The students on either side, a 3rd-year girl and a 5th-year boy, stared at him in shock. "You can't sit here," the 5th-year said. "This is unclaimed territory. Technically neutral ground between the Malfoy faction and the fence-sitters." Harry poured himself tea with steady hands. "I'm making a claim. You're a 1st-year. I'm the lord of 2 ancient and noble houses. My votes in the Wisengamot outweigh your entire family's political influence." Harry met the boy's eyes calmly. The 5th-year's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Then he picked up his plate and moved. "Smart boy." The 3rd-year girl, Tracy Davis, according to Harry's mental files, stayed where she was. Her eyes were wide, but she wasn't running. "You've got nerve," she said quietly. "I'll give you that. Nerve is just calculated risk-taking. I knew he wouldn't challenge me directly, his family's in debt to Gringotts, and I could call those debts in with a word." Harry buttered a piece of toast. "You, on the other hand, stayed. That's interesting. My family's neutral. Has been for generations." Tracy's voice steadied as she spoke. "We don't owe anyone anything, and we don't take sides in other people's fights." "Then why stay?" "Because you're the most interesting thing to happen in Slytherin in years." She smiled, quick and slightly mischievous. "And because Daphne asked me to keep an eye on you." Harry filed that information away. Daphne had allies of her own, connections she could leverage. Good. It made her more valuable as a potential partner. "Tell Daphne that if she wants to know something about me, she can ask directly. I'll pass that along." Tracy returned to her breakfast, apparently content to share the space in silence. Across the hall, Harry could feel eyes on him. The Gryffindor table was staring openly, their golden boy's betrayal still fresh. The Ravenclaws watched with academic interest. The Hufflepuffs seemed confused, as if Harry's sorting had violated some natural law they'd always believed in. And at the head table, Albus Dumbledore watched with an expression that could have been anything at all. The first class of the day was Transfiguration, shared with the Gryffindors. Professor McGonagall was exactly as the intelligence briefings described, stern, fair, fiercely protective of her students. She was also one of Dumbledore's most trusted lieutenants, which made her both a potential source of information and a potential obstacle. Harry arrived early, claimed a seat in the middle of the classroom, good sight lines, easy access to both doors, and watched as other students filtered in. Neville sat down beside him without asking. "Figured you'd want company," the Longbottom heir said quietly. "The other Gryffindors are pretty upset about your sorting. And you're not." "I'm not sure what I am." Neville's round face was troubled. "You said things on the train. About my parents, about my magic. No one's ever talked to me like that before." "Like what?" "Like I might actually matter." Harry felt something shift in his chest, not quite emotion, but close to it. Neville's file had described a boy crushed by expectations, convinced of his own inadequacy by years of comparison to parents he couldn't remember. The reality was somehow worse. He wasn't defeated. He was hopeful, and that hope had nowhere to go. "You do matter," Harry said. "Your parents were heroes. Whatever you become, that's your foundation. The question is what you'll build on it. And you think I can build something? I think you're the only one who can answer that question." Harry turned as the door opened again, admitting a bushy-haired girl who immediately scanned the room and made a beeline for the front. "But I think you're stronger than anyone's given you credit for. Including yourself." Neville nodded slowly, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. Thanks, Harry. Don't thank me yet. I'm not doing this out of kindness. I know. A small smile crossed Neville's face. But I'll take what I can get. McGonagall entered precisely at the start of class, transforming from a cat on her desk in a display that was probably meant to impress the first years. It was competent magic, Harry acknowledged. Advanced. The kind of thing that took decades to master. He could do better. The lesson itself was basic theory, the nature of transfiguration, the importance of visualization, the difference between alteration and conjuration. Harry took notes not because he needed them but because it was expected behavior. Drawing attention by knowing too much was almost as dangerous as drawing attention by knowing too little. When McGonagall distributed matches and instructed them to turn the matches into needles, Harry waited. Around him, students struggled. Hermione Granger's match turned slightly silver. Draco Malfoy's grew a sharp point but remained wood. Most others couldn't produce any change at all. Harry picked up his match, felt the Lo-Fey magic stir in response, and understood its nature. Not just its physical properties, those were trivial, but its essence. What it was, what it could become, the threads of reality that defined its existence. He pulled those threads into a new configuration. The match became a needle. Perfect, gleaming, with an eye so precisely formed it could have been machine-made. But Harry didn't stop there. He reached for the needle, felt its new essence, and pulled again. The needle became a butterfly. Silver wings caught the light as it lifted from his desk, fluttering in a circle around his head before landing on his finger. It was alive, or close enough to alive that the distinction barely mattered. Transfigured matter given motion and purpose and something that looked very much like awareness. The classroom had gone silent. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice was carefully controlled. That is, not the assigned exercise. The assigned exercise was too simple. Harry met her gaze calmly. I assumed you prefer I demonstrate actual competence rather than pretend to struggle with basic transmutation. Transfiguration is not about demonstrating competence. It is about learning discipline, control, the proper methodology for, with respect, Professor, I've been studying magical theory since I was 3 years old. I don't need to learn the basics. I need to learn the advanced applications that your standard curriculum doesn't cover until 6th year. Harry allowed the butterfly to dissolve back into raw magic, the silver essence dispersing into the air. I can attend these classes and pretend to be a normal student, or I can work with you on material that actually challenges me. The choice is yours. A long pause. McGonagall's expression flickered through several emotions, shock, irritation, consideration, before settling into something like respect. See me after class, Mr. Potter. We'll discuss alternative arrangements. Of course, Professor. Harry returned to his notes, ignoring the stares from every other student in the room. He'd shown his hand earlier than planned, but the opportunity had been too good to pass up. McGonagall was a potential ally, someone close to Dumbledore who might provide insight into the old wizard's plans. Impressing her was worth the attention it drew. Beside him, Neville was looking at the empty space where the butterfly had been, his expression thoughtful. You could really teach me, the boy asked quietly. Like you said on the train. I could teach you things no one else in this school will. Harry smiled, just slightly. The question is whether you're ready to learn. Potions was a different kind of test. The dungeons were Severus Snape's domain, and the man who taught there was nothing like McGonagall. Where she was stern but fair, Snape was cruel with a precision that spoke of deep practice. His black robes billowed as he stalked between cauldrons, his hooked nose and lank hair giving him the look of a predatory bird. He was also, according to Goblin intelligence, a former Death Eater who had turned spy for Dumbledore. His loyalties remained genuinely unclear, which made him the most dangerous member of the Hogwarts staff. Potter. Snape's voice was soft, dangerous, as he loomed over Harry's cauldron. Our new celebrity. Tell me, What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Snape's eyes narrowed. And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that can counteract most poisons. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There is no difference. They're the same plant, also known as aconite. The questions had been designed to humiliate him, advanced material that no first year should know. Snape's disappointment at Harry's correct answers was almost palpable. It seems, Snape said silkily, that fame is not entirely wasted on you. Though I wonder if you can brew as well as you can recite. I suppose we'll find out, sir. The potion they brewed was a simple cure for boils, first-year material, nothing that would challenge Harry's skills. But Snape watched his every move, searching for mistakes, for arrogance, for any excuse to take points. Harry gave him nothing. His potion was perfect. Not just acceptable, flawless. He'd been brewing potions since age 6, under the tutelage of goblin masters who considered anything less than excellence to be shameful. A cure for boils was child's play. When Snape swept past at the end of class, his expression was unreadable. Acceptable, the professor said. Just that one word, laden with implications Harry couldn't quite parse. Then he was gone, black robes vanishing through a door at the back of the classroom. He hates you, Hermione said, appearing at Harry's elbow. She'd been watching the exchange with obvious fascination. I could tell. But he couldn't find anything to criticize. Professor Snape has complicated feelings about my family. Harry began packing away his supplies. My father bullied him when they were students. My mother was close to him, once, before she married my father. How do you know that? I make it my business to know things. He glanced at her. You did well today. Your potion was nearly as good as mine. Hermione flushed slightly. I've been reading ahead. The theory is fascinating, the way different ingredients interact based on their magical properties. Theory is useful, but practice is what matters. Come to the library tonight, 8th floor, after dinner. I'll show you some techniques that aren't in the standard curriculum. Her eyes widened. Really? But why would you? Because knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied. And because I need allies who understand that magic is more than waving wands and reciting incantations. Harry shouldered his bag. Don't be late. He left her standing there, her expression cycling through confusion, excitement, and calculation. Another piece on the board, another potential asset being cultivated. The game continued. That evening, after dinner, Harry made his first serious move. The Slytherin common room was crowded with students doing homework, playing chess, or simply gossiping about the day's events. Harry's performance in Transfiguration had spread through the school's rumor mill with predictable speed. The boy who lived, sorted into Slytherin, demonstrating magic that 7th years couldn't match. He ignored the whispers and walked directly to where Draco Malfoy sat surrounded by his usual coterie. Malfoy. A word. The blond boy looked up, his expression flickering between anger and wariness. Potter. Here to make more threats. Here to make an offer. Harry sat down uninvited, displacing Pansy Parkinson without a glance. You're angry about what happened in Diagon Alley. That's understandable. I embarrassed you in front of your mother. You threatened my family. I stated facts about your family's political situation. If you found those facts threatening, that's a reflection of your circumstances, not my intentions. Harry kept his voice level, reasonable. But I'm not here to rehash old grievances. I'm here because you have something I want, and I have something you need. Draco's eyes narrowed. What could you possibly offer me? Freedom. Harry let the word hang in the air. Your father runs Slytherin House through proxies and manipulation. You're his primary tool here, the face of Malfoy interests among the students. Everything you do, everything you say, reflects back on his political position. He paused. But what do you want, Draco? Not your father. You. I want. Draco stopped, his brow furrowing. It was possibly the first time anyone had asked him that question. I want respect. Real respect, not just people bowing to my father's name. Then earn it. Harry leaned forward. Stop being your father's puppet. Make your own alliances, your own decisions. I'm not asking you to betray your family, I'm asking you to become more than just an extension of them. And what do you get out of this? I get a Slytherin house that isn't controlled by people who tried to kill me when I was a baby. Harry's voice hardened slightly. Your father was there that night, Draco. At Godric's Hollow. Maybe not in the house, but in the outer circle, waiting to celebrate Voldemort's victory. I know this because I have access to information your family would rather stay buried. Draco's face went pale. You're lying. I'm not. And I have proof, testimony from house elves, financial records, communication logs that the ministry never saw. Harry held the boy's gaze. I could destroy your father with what I know. Instead, I'm offering you a chance to build something that isn't dependent on his protection. A long silence. Around them, the other Slytherins pretended not to listen while hanging on every word. What would I have to do? Draco asked finally. Nothing yet. Just think about what I've said. Watch how things develop over the next few weeks. When you're ready to make a choice, a real choice, not just following orders, come find me. Harry stood, nodding once to the stunned group around Malfoy's chair. Enjoy your evening. He walked away without looking back, but he could feel the ripples spreading through the room. The first real challenge to Malfoy's authority in years, delivered calmly and publicly by a first year who should have been beneath notice. The game had shifted. The library at night was a different place than during the day. The endless stacks seemed to breathe in the darkness, ancient books settling on their shelves with whispers that weren't quite sounds. Harry walked through the restricted section without hesitation. The wards recognized his bloodline, ancient magic calling to ancient magic, and found a quiet alcove near the back. Hermione arrived precisely on time, her expression equal parts nervous and eager. You came, Harry said. Good. You said you'd teach me things that aren't in the standard curriculum. She settled into a chair across from him, pulling out parchment and quill with the efficiency of long practice. I've been wondering all day what you meant. Put that away. What I'm going to teach you doesn't come from books. She hesitated, then complied. What is it, then? Magic. Harry held up his hand, and shadows gathered in his palm, not conjured, not summoned, but called. Real magic. The kind that comes from understanding, not from incantations and wand movements. Hermione's eyes went wide. That's not possible. Wandless magic requires decades of practice, and what you're doing isn't any spell I've ever read about, because it's not a spell. It's bloodline magic, part of my inheritance from the Peverell family. Harry let the shadows dissipate. I can't teach you to do exactly what I do. But I can teach you to understand magic the way I do. To see it as a living force rather than a tool to be manipulated. How? Close your eyes. She obeyed, though her expression suggested she was fighting the urge to take notes anyway. Magic is everywhere, Harry said. In the air, in the stone, in the books surrounding us. Most wizards and witches never learn to sense it directly, they interact with it only through the medium of wands and words. But the truly powerful casters, they feel it. They know when magic is being worked nearby, can sense the shape and intention of spells before they're cast. And you can teach me to do that? I can teach you to begin. The rest is practice and dedication. Harry reached out and placed 2 fingers on her forehead. Be still. Let your mind quiet. Don't try to sense anything, just be open. For a long moment, nothing happened. Hermione's breathing remained steady, her face a mask of concentration. Then her eyes snapped open. I felt it, she breathed. Just for a moment, like a humming, all around me. Like the building was alive. It is alive, in a sense. Hogwarts is one of the most magically saturated locations in Britain. Built on ley lines, enchanted by the founders, soaked in 1,000 years of magical practice. Harry withdrew his hand. That humming is the castle's ambient magic. Most people never notice it. Now you will. This is incredible. Her voice had taken on that intense quality he'd seen in Transfiguration, the hunger for knowledge that drove her. Why doesn't anyone teach this? Why isn't it in any of the books? Because knowledge is power, and those who have power rarely share it freely. Harry stood, moving to a shelf nearby. The old families passed this kind of understanding down through generations. That's why pure-blood wizards often seem more capable than Muggleborns, not because of blood, but because of teaching. The magical world is structured to keep certain advantages in certain hands. That's not fair. No. It isn't. He pulled a book from the shelf, old, leather-bound, covered in dust. But fairness is a concept, not a force. If you want things to be different, you have to make them different. He handed her the book. She looked at the cover, frowning at the archaic script. Fundamentum Magicae. I've never seen this title in the catalogue. It's not in the catalogue. This is one of the books the library doesn't admit to having, too dangerous for general circulation, according to the staff. Harry smiled slightly. Consider it your first lesson in practical knowledge acquisition. The best information is rarely easy to find. Hermione clutched the book like a lifeline, her eyes bright with the particular fire of someone who just discovered a new obsession. What do you want in return for this? She asked. You said on the train I'd have to earn the truth about you. Is this part of that? In a way. Harry met her gaze directly. I want someone brilliant who isn't bound by the political allegiances that trap most of magical Britain. You're Muggleborn, you have no old family ties, no inherited debts, no traditional alliances. You see the wizarding world from the outside, which means you can see its flaws clearly. And you want me to, what? Be your spy. I want you to be my analyst. My researcher. Someone who can dig through information and find patterns that others miss. He paused. I also want you to be my friend. Not because of what you can do for me, but because I think you're worth knowing. It was manipulative, of course. Everything Harry did was calculated to some degree. But it was also true, which was what made the manipulation effective. Hermione Granger was brilliant, driven, and starving for recognition that went beyond test scores. He could give her that recognition. In return, he'd gain an ally whose capabilities he was only beginning to appreciate. All right, she said finally. I'm in. Whatever you're planning, whatever you're building. I want to be part of it. Good. Harry nodded toward the book. Start with that. We'll meet again in 3 days, and you can tell me what you've learned. He left her there, already absorbed in the ancient text, and made his way back through the darkened stacks. 2 allies in 2 days. Neville for loyalty and courage. Hermione for knowledge and analysis. The foundation of something larger was beginning to take shape. The weekend brought new challenges. Saturday morning, Harry received a summons to the headmaster's office. The note was polite, even friendly. I wonder if you might join me for tea this afternoon, but the underlying message was clear. Dumbledore wanted to take his measure. Harry spent the morning preparing. The headmaster's office was located behind a gargoyle on the 7th floor, accessible only by password. Harry could have slipped through the wards easily. Hogwarts recognized his bloodline, after all, but that would have revealed capabilities he preferred to keep hidden. Instead, he spoke the password the note had provided, Sherbet Lemon, and rode the spiraling staircase to the top. Dumbledore's office was exactly as described in the intelligence briefings, cluttered with mysterious instruments, lined with portraits of previous headmasters, dominated by a massive desk behind which sat the man himself. Albus Dumbledore looked old. Not just elderly, ancient, wizened, his long white beard and half-moon spectacles creating an impression of benevolent wisdom that Harry knew to be carefully cultivated. The twinkle in his blue eyes was famous, but Harry could see past it to something sharper, more calculating. "Harry, my boy. Please, have a seat." Dumbledore gestured to a comfortable chair across from his desk. "Tea." "Thank you, sir." Harry sat, accepting the offered cup and checking it automatically for potions or compulsions. Clean, or at least, nothing his senses could detect. "I must admit, your sorting came as quite a surprise." Dumbledore's voice was mild, conversational. "Both of your parents were Gryffindors, as you likely know. I had expected you to follow in their footsteps." The hat had other ideas. "Did it? Or did you?" Harry met the old wizard's gaze directly. "Does it matter? I'm in Slytherin now. That's unlikely to change." "No, I suppose not." Dumbledore stirred his tea slowly, the picture of casual contemplation. "I was hoping we might discuss your situation. Your upbringing with the goblins was most unconventional, and I confess some concern about how it may have shaped your perspective." "My perspective is fine, sir. I've received an excellent education and extensive training in both magical and political matters. The Goblin Nation has been thorough." "I don't doubt it." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened slightly. "But there are aspects of your history that may require careful handling. The events of that night at Godric's Hollow, for instance. The nature of your connection to Voldemort." Harry kept his expression neutral. "What connection would that be?" "Come now, Harry. I think we both know that the scar on your forehead is more than just a mark." Dumbledore leaned forward. "When Voldemort's curse rebounded, something happened. Something that left you with abilities, with knowledge, that no child should possess." "Are you referring to the Horcrux?" The word dropped into the conversation like a stone into still water. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, then something that might have been respect, then careful neutrality. "You know. I've known since I was 5 years old. Goblin healers are quite thorough." Harry sipped his tea calmly. "They wanted to remove it. I refused." "You refused?" Now Dumbledore's surprise was genuine. "Harry, you must understand, a Horcrux is an abomination. A piece of Voldemort's soul, embedded in your very being. The danger is understood and managed." Harry set down his cup. "The soul fragment is contained, isolated from my own consciousness. It provides me with certain insights into Voldemort's nature and intentions, without the contamination that an uncontrolled Horcrux would cause." "And you're certain of this containment?" "I've been working with goblin cursebreakers for 6 years, headmaster. The containment isn't perfect, but it's stable. More importantly, it's mine. I control the connection. Voldemort doesn't." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Harry could feel the subtle probe of legitimacy brushing against his mental shields, not an attack, just a test. He let the old wizard see exactly what he wanted him to see: confidence, capability, and an unwillingness to be manipulated. "You are not what I expected," Dumbledore said finally. "People rarely are. The question is what you intend to do about it." "Do about it?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "I'm not sure I follow." "You had plans for me, sir. Plans involving the Dursleys, blood wards, a carefully controlled environment designed to shape me into, what? A weapon? A sacrifice? I've read the prophecy, or at least, the parts of it that the goblins could access. I know what you believe my role in the coming conflict will be." Dumbledore was silent. "Here's what's going to happen," Harry continued. "I'm going to attend Hogwarts, learn What I need to learn, and build the alliances necessary to defeat Voldemort when he returns. I'm going to do this on my own terms, using my own methods. You can help me, or you can stay out of my way, but you cannot control me. And if I believe your methods will lead to greater harm than good, then we'll have a conflict. Harry stood, setting his empty teacup aside. But I think you're smarter than that, Headmaster. You've been fighting this war for decades, and you've lost. The Death Eaters are still powerful. The pure-blood supremacists still control the Wizengamot. Voldemort will return, and when he does, the forces you've assembled won't be enough to stop him. He paused at the door. Maybe it's time to try a different approach. And what approach would that be? Harry smiled, not the cold, political smile he'd cultivated, but something sharper. More dangerous. Mine. He left the headmaster sitting in his office, surrounded by his mysterious instruments and sleeping portraits, with more questions than answers. It was a good start. The following week established patterns. Classes in the morning, study in the afternoon, political maneuvering in the evening. Harry attended every lecture, answered every question, completed every assignment with perfect precision. He was testing the system, learning its limits, identifying which professors could be trusted and which were Dumbledore's agents. McGonagall proved to be an unexpected ally. Their alternative arrangement involved private lessons twice a week, during which she taught him advanced transfiguration techniques while he demonstrated magical capabilities that made her eyes widen. She didn't trust him, not yet, but she respected him, which was almost as valuable. Snape remained an enigma. The potions master watched Harry with an intensity that bordered on obsession, his black eyes tracking every movement, every gesture. But he never attacked, never sabotaged, never gave Harry the conflict he was clearly waiting for. Instead, he simply observed. Flitwick was delighted by any student who took his subject seriously. Sprout was kind but distant. Quirrell, the stammering defense professor with the turban, was hiding something. Harry could feel it every time he entered the man's classroom, a wrongness that had nothing to do with poor teaching skills. The Horcrux knew something. Whenever Harry was near Quirrell, the soul fragment stirred, reaching towards something that called to it. Harry kept the connection carefully contained, but the implication was clear. Voldemort was closer than anyone realized. Mid-September brought the first real crisis. Harry was in the library with Hermione, their third meeting, discussing her progress with the ancient text he'd given her, when Neville burst through the doors, his face flushed and panicked. "Harry! You have to come, quickly, it's Malfoy, slow down." Harry stood, his posture shifting from relaxed study to alert readiness. What happened? Draco challenged one of the older students to a duel. A fifth year, Marcus Flint. Said something about proving himself, about not being his father's puppet. Neville gulped air. They're in the trophy room right now. Flint's going to kill him. Harry was moving before Neville finished speaking. The trophy room was on the third floor, a space dedicated to past glories and polished metal. By the time Harry arrived, a crowd had gathered, students from multiple houses, drawn by word of the confrontation. They parted before him instinctively, sensing his intent. Inside, Draco Malfoy stood with his wand raised, facing Marcus Flint across 20 feet of open floor. The fifth year was smiling, the lazy grin of a predator who knew its prey was outmatched. "And when I'm done with you," Flint was saying, "your father will learn that his money doesn't buy respect anymore. Just fear. And fear can be taken away. You don't scare me." "I should." Flint raised his wand. "Stupefy." Draco dove aside, the red beam missing by inches. He came up casting, but his spell, a basic disarming charm, splashed harmlessly against Flint's shield. Pathetic. Flint advanced, firing hexes in rapid succession. Is this what Malfoy pride amounts to? A first year who can barely hold his wand. Draco was losing. Harry could see it in the boy's increasingly desperate movements, the fear creeping into his eyes. Whatever had motivated this confrontation, Harry's words, perhaps, or some private humiliation, it wasn't going to end well. Unless someone intervened. Harry stepped into the room. Enough. The word wasn't loud, but it carried. Every eye turned to him. Flint's smile widened. Potter. Come to save your new friend? I came to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. Harry walked forward, placing himself between Draco and Flint. The duel is over. The duel ends when I say it ends. This little brat challenged me, and you've proven your point. He's beaten. Continuing serves nothing except your ego. Flint's expression darkened. Step aside, Potter. This isn't your fight. Everything in Slytherin is my fight. Harry met the older boy's gaze. You know what I can do, Flint. You saw it in the common room, that first night. Do you really want to test me? A long moment of tension. Then Flint laughed, though there was no humor in it. Fine. Keep your pet Malfoy. He lowered his wand, stepping back. But this isn't over, Potter. Sooner or later, someone's going to remind you that power isn't everything. I look forward to it. Flint pushed through the crowd and disappeared. Harry turned to Draco, who was slumped against a trophy case, his robes singed and his pride clearly in ruins. Get up. Why did you help me? Draco's voice was raw. After everything, the things I said, the things my father, I helped you because you tried something stupid and brave. Harry extended a hand. You challenged Flint because of what I said, didn't you? About making your own choices. Draco nodded miserably. Then this is my responsibility. Harry pulled the boy to his feet. You're not ready to fight your own battles yet. But you will be. I'll make sure of it. You'll train me. I'll teach you what I can. The rest is up to you. Harry glanced around at the watching crowd. All of you. Slytherin is supposed to be about ambition and cunning, not petty cruelty and dominance games. If any of you want to be more than pawns in someone else's plans, you know where to find me. He walked out of the trophy room, Draco trailing behind him, and felt the balance of power in Slytherin House shift once again. That night, Daphne found him in the common room. She sat down in the chair beside his without asking her. Ice Queen mask firmly in place but something warmer flickering in her eyes. That was well done, she said. Draco's been telling everyone how you saved him. His father will be furious. His father will adapt. Lucius Malfoy didn't survive the First War by being inflexible. True. Daphne was silent for a moment. You're building something, aren't you? Not just making allies, building a faction. A power base. Is that a problem? It's impressive. She turned to face him fully. My family has been neutral for generations. We've survived by not taking sides, by being useful to everyone without being beholden to anyone. But what you're doing, it might be worth breaking that tradition. What would your parents say? They'd say I should evaluate the opportunity and make my own decision. A small smile crossed her face. Sound familiar? Harry found himself smiling back, genuinely. You've been talking to Tracy. Tracy talks to everyone. It's her particular skill. Daphne sobered slightly. My sister's condition is getting worse. The healers say she has maybe 5 years, if we're lucky. I've done the research, Harry. I know what Lu Fei magic can do. And you want me to help her. I want you to consider it. Not as a transaction, not as payment for my alliance. Just, consider it. Harry studied her. The Ice Queen mask was gone now, replaced by something more vulnerable. She wasn't manipulating him, or rather, she was, but honestly, which was a strange contradiction that somehow made sense. I'll look at her, he said finally. No promises. But I'll see what can be done. Relief flooded Daphne's expression before she controlled it. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I said I'd look. That's all. I know. She stood, smoothing her robes. For what it's worth, I think you're doing something important. Something that could actually change things. I want to be part of that. Then you will be. She nodded once and withdrew to the girls' dormitories, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Astoria's curse was a complication, a distraction from his primary objectives. But Daphne was valuable, perhaps more valuable than anyone else in Slytherin. Her political instincts, her family connections, her willingness to think independently. If helping her sister cemented that alliance, it was worth the investment. The next few days passed in a blur of activity. Harry began holding informal training sessions in empty classrooms, teaching anyone who wanted to learn the advanced techniques he'd promised. Draco attended every session, his earlier arrogance replaced by a hungry determination to improve. Neville came too, his confidence growing with each spell he mastered. Even Hermione started joining, her theoretical knowledge complementing Harry's practical instruction. Other Slytherins drifted in, Tracy Davis, Theodore Nott, Blaise Zabini. Students from other houses started appearing as well, drawn by rumors of a first year who could teach things the professors wouldn't. Harry turned no one away, but he watched all of them, evaluating, categorizing, determining who could be trusted and who was just fishing for information. The word spread. Harry Potter wasn't just powerful, he was generous with that power, sharing knowledge that the old families kept secret. It was revolutionary, in its quiet way. A fundamental challenge to the hoarding of magical education that had kept certain bloodlines dominant for centuries. Dumbledore watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. Whatever he thought of Harry's activities, he didn't interfere. Not yet. Halloween arrived with the weight of history. Harry woke that morning with the taste of ash in his mouth, memories that weren't quite his own flickering at the edges of consciousness. The Horcrux was restless, stirring in response to the anniversary of its creation. He skipped breakfast, instead climbing to the astronomy tower to watch the sun rise over the Forbidden Forest. The castle was quiet around him, most students still sleeping, unaware of the significance of the date. 10 years ago, his parents had died. 10 years ago, he had become the boy who lived, thrust into a myth that he'd spent his entire childhood trying to understand. 10 years ago, Voldemort had made the first move in a game that still wasn't finished. You're thinking about them. Harry didn't turn. He'd sensed Neville's approach 5 minutes ago. I never knew them, he said. I have photographs, letters, testimony from people who were there. But I never knew them. I sort of know what that's like. Neville moved to stand beside him, looking out at the forest. My parents are alive. Technically. But they don't know me. Don't recognize me. Gran takes me to visit them sometimes, and my mum, she gives me sweet wrappers. That's all she can do. The Longbottoms were tortured 3 days after my parents died. The same war, the same enemy. Yeah. They stood in silence for a while, two boys whose childhoods had been shaped by violence they couldn't remember. I'm going to end it, Harry said finally. Voldemort, the Death Eaters, the whole rotten system that let this happen. I'm going to tear it all down and build something better. I know. Neville's voice was quiet but steady. That's why I'm following you. Even though it'll be dangerous. Even though it might get you killed. My parents didn't run from danger. They fought until they couldn't fight anymore. Neville straightened, and for a moment he looked like the warrior Harry had always sensed beneath the surface. I can do the same. Harry clasped Neville's shoulder, a gesture he'd learned from Ragnarok, goblin acknowledgement between warriors, between equals. Then we'll fight together. The Halloween feast was elaborate, the great hall decorated with floating pumpkins and live bats, the tables groaning under the weight of seasonal dishes. Harry sat with his growing coalition, Draco to his left, Daphne to his right, Neville and Hermione across the table in defiance of house separation rules that everyone suddenly seemed too intimidated to enforce. The mood was festive, students laughing and joking, professors smiling indulgently. Only Harry noticed the subtle wrongness in the air, the faint pulse of dark magic that seemed to emanate from the head table. From Quirrell. He was watching when the defense professor suddenly staggered, his turban seeming to writhe for a moment before settling. He was watching when Quirrell's eyes darted to the side door, his expression shifting from his usual nervous terror to something else entirely. "Something's wrong," Harry murmured. Daphne followed his gaze. "The defense professor? He's always twitching. This is different." Harry stood, drawing glances from nearby students. "Stay here. All of you." "Harry," Hermione began. "Stay here." He moved toward the head table, his path angling to intercept Quirrell as the professor rose from his seat and headed for the side door. But before he could reach him, the great doors burst open and chaos erupted. A troll. 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, wielding a club the size of a small tree, the mountain troll stood in the entrance to the great hall with the bewildered expression of a creature that had no idea how it got there. Screaming. Students running. Professors shouting. In the pandemonium, Quirrell slipped through the side door unnoticed by everyone except Harry. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos, magically amplified, freezing everyone in place. The old wizard had risen from his seat, his wand out, already casting containment spells around the troll. "Prefects will lead their houses back to the dormitories. Teachers will follow me to, no." Harry's voice wasn't as loud as Dumbledore's, but it carried just as well. "The troll is a distraction. While everyone focuses on it, something else is happening. Something involving Professor Quirrell." Every eye in the hall turned to him. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, then calculation. "Mr. Potter, I hardly think, he's been acting strangely all night." And when the doors opened, he didn't react like someone afraid. He reacted like someone who'd been waiting for an opportunity. Harry pointed toward the side door. He went that way. Toward the third-floor corridor. The one that was forbidden. The one that held whatever Dumbledore was protecting. A long moment of silence. Then Dumbledore nodded sharply. "Minerva, Severus, with me. Filius, contain the creature. Everyone else, follow the prefects." His blue eyes fixed on Harry. "You too, Mr. Potter. We'll discuss your observations later." Harry nodded, but he had no intention of following orders. As soon as Dumbledore swept out of the hall, as soon as the other professors began their work, he moved. "Harry." Hermione had caught up to him, Neville and Draco close behind. "You can't be serious. If something's happening with the defense professor, then I need to know what." Harry kept walking, shadows gathering around him, the castle's magic bending to let him pass unseen. "Go back to the common room." "No." That was Neville, his voice firm. "You said we'd fight together." "I said, we're coming." Daphne's tone brooked no argument. "Whatever you're walking into, you're not walking into it alone." Harry looked at them, his allies, his friends, the foundation of everything he was building. They were determined. They weren't going to back down. "Fine. But stay behind me. And if I tell you to run, you run." They nodded. Harry turned and moved into the darkness, toward whatever waited on the third floor. The corridor was thick with magic. Harry could feel it pressing against his skin, ancient wards and fresh enchantments layered over each other like geological strata. At the far end, a door stood open, a door that should have been locked, protected, impenetrable to anyone without proper authorization. Quirrell's work. Whatever he was after, he was close to getting it. "Stay here," Harry whispered, pressing his companions against the wall. "Watch for anyone coming." "What are you going to do?" Draco asked. Find out what we're dealing with. He slipped forward, shadows wrapping around him, and peered through the open door. The room beyond was massive, dominated by a trapdoor in the center of the floor. Standing beside that trapdoor, his turban unraveled, was Quirrell, but it wasn't just Quirrell. A face protruded from the back of his head, pale and serpentine, with red eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. Voldemort. Not fully corporeal, not restored, but present. Parasitizing his servant's body, using it as a vessel until he could find something better. And he was looking directly at Harry. "I knew you would come," the face said, its voice a whisper that somehow filled the room. "I felt you the moment you entered this school. My Horcrux. My connection. You cannot hide from me, Harry Potter." Harry stepped into the room, letting his shadows drop. There was no point in concealment now. "You're weaker than I expected." Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted into something that might have been a smile. "A temporary condition. I am seeking the Philosopher's Stone, you know what that is, don't you? With it, I can create a new body. Restore myself fully. Return to finish what I started. I know what you're seeking. I also know that Dumbledore prepared for this. Whatever protections lie beneath that trapdoor, they weren't designed for someone like Quirrell to bypass. Quirrell is a tool. A vehicle." The red eyes studied Harry with unsettling intensity. "But you are something else entirely. The Peverell bloodline. The Lul Fey bloodline. Powers that haven't been seen in centuries, combined in a single vessel." A pause. "And you carry part of me within you. I felt it, when you first arrived. Felt you trying to contain it, to control it. I do control it. For now." Voldemort's whisper was almost seductive. "But the connection between us cannot be denied, Harry. We are bound together, two halves of a prophecy, destined to define each other. You could join me, you know. I could teach you things that Goblin Masters never dreamed of. Together, we could be, no." The word hung in the air, final and absolute. "I came here to confirm my suspicions, not to negotiate." Harry let the Lul Fey magic rise, golden light crackling between his fingers. "You're not strong enough to fight me. Not yet. So here's what's going to happen, you're going to leave this school, abandon your current host, and disappear. I'll hunt you eventually, we both know that, but it doesn't have to be tonight." Voldemort laughed. The sound was horrible, like breaking glass and screaming children. "You think you can threaten me? I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. No." Harry advanced, shadows and light swirling around him in equal measure. "You've postponed death. Made fragments of yourself, scattered them to the winds, clung to existence through sheer desperate refusal to accept the natural order. That's not conquering. That's fleeing." The red eyes narrowed. "And what of the fragment within you? If you destroy me, you destroy yourself." "Maybe." Harry smiled, and it was not a pleasant expression. "But I've been living with your presence in my mind for 11 years. I know you better than you know yourself. And I know that you're afraid, not of death, but of becoming nothing. Of being forgotten. Of all your grand ambitions turning to dust. You know nothing. I know that you're going to leave now." Harry's voice dropped to a whisper that matched Voldemort's. "Because if you don't, I'll tear that fragment of your soul out of Quirrell's skull and shred it before your eyes. And then you'll have to find another host, another way to survive, with one fewer anchor to existence." A long moment of silence. Harry could feel Voldemort's rage, his frustration, his reluctant calculation. The Dark Lord wanted to fight, every instinct demanded it, but he was too weak, too dependent on his current vessel, too close to true destruction to risk an open confrontation. "We will meet again, Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice was soft, deadly. "And when we do, you will learn the true meaning of power." Quirrell's body convulsed. Black smoke poured from his mouth, his eyes, his ears, the parasitic presence of Voldemort evacuating its host in a rush of dark magic. Harry watched impassively as the professor collapsed, unconscious but alive, while the smoke gathered into a shrieking mass that fled through the wall and into the night. Gone. For now. Harry stood over Quirrell's body, feeling the aftermath of the confrontation settle into his bones. The Horcrux was churning, disturbed by its master's proximity and sudden departure, but Harry's control held firm. Footsteps behind him. His companions, unable to stay away. Harry. Hermione's voice was shaking. That was you-know-who. That was. Actually him. Yes. And you just, faced him down. Made him run. He was weak. Desperate. In a few years, when he's fully restored, the confrontation won't be so simple. Harry turned to face them. Their expressions ranged from terror, Hermione, to awe, Neville, to a complicated mix of both, Daphne and Draco. This is what I've been preparing for. What silence. Then Neville stepped forward. We're with you, Harry. All of us. The others nodded, even Draco, whose face was pale but determined. Harry felt something warm kindle in his chest, not quite emotion, but close to it. These people had seen the worst of what he was fighting against, and they hadn't run. Maybe the hat had been right. Maybe he needed them as much as they needed him. Then let's get back to our dormitories before the professors find us. We have a lot of work to do. Later that night, after Dumbledore had questioned him and accepted his carefully edited version of events, after the school had settled back into its usual rhythms, Harry stood at the window of his dormitory and looked out into the lake. The Horcrux was quiet now, settled into its usual torpor. But Harry could still feel the echo of Voldemort's presence. The weight of the confrontation they'd both known was only a prelude. You think you've won something tonight, a whisper at the edge of his consciousness. But I know you now. Know your strengths. Know your weaknesses. And I know yours, Harry thought back. Fear. Pride. The inability to understand anything you can't control. Silence. Then, from very far away, something that might have been laughter. Until we meet again, Harry Potter. Until then. Harry turned from the window, shadows swirling around him, and prepared for sleep. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, new moves in the endless game he was playing. But tonight, for just a moment, he allowed himself to feel something like hope. He wasn't alone anymore. And that, perhaps, made all the difference. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, First Blood. November came to Hogwarts wrapped in frost and silence. Harry woke 3 hours before dawn, as he did every morning, but today something was different. The air in the dormitory felt wrong, charged with a malevolence that had nothing to do with the Scottish winter seeping through the castle's stones. He lay still, breathing evenly, extending his senses outward. The Peveril shadow sight showed him the room in shades of grey, Draco's bed nearest the door, Theo's by the window, Blaise and Crabbe against the far wall. All sleeping. All safe. But there, on his own sheets, invisible to normal eyes, threads of magic that shouldn't exist. Harry moved. He rolled out of bed, landing in a crouch, shadows already gathering around him like armor. The curse activated a heartbeat later, the space where his chest had been erupting in pale blue light that crackled and died against empty fabric. A killing curse. Modified, weakened by the need for subtlety, but still lethal. If he'd woken even 30 seconds later, he'd be dead. The dormitory exploded into chaos. Draco screamed, tangled in his blankets. Theo grabbed his wand, firing a stunner at nothing. Blaise somehow produced a knife, his dark eyes scanning for threats. Everyone stay calm. Harry's voice cut through the panic. The danger's past. What the bloody hell was that? Draco had finally freed himself, his pale face somehow paler. Potter, your bed is, I know. Harry examined the residue of the curse, letting his Lefay sight trace the magical signature back to its source. The work was professional, not student level, not even most adult level. This was old magic, carefully constructed, designed to leave no evidence. Except it had left evidence. The caster hadn't known about Harry's bloodline abilities. "Someone tried to kill you," Theo said quietly. He'd lowered his wand but hadn't put it away. "In the Slytherin dormitory. Past all the wards." "Yes." "Who?" Harry followed the magical threads with his mind, tracing them through the castle's structure, past layers of ancient protection, to a point outside the grounds entirely. The trail ended at a dead drop, a location where the curse had been placed and triggered remotely, with no direct connection to its creator. Professional indeed. "I don't know yet." Harry straightened, banishing the ruined sheets with a gesture. "But I intend to find out." He skipped breakfast, instead making his way to the Ollery through passages that most students didn't know existed. Hogwarts was old, and like all old places, it had secrets layered upon secrets. The Peveril bloodline gave Harry access to some of them, hidden corridors, forgotten rooms, spaces that existed between the official architecture. Ragnarok needed to know about the attempt. The goblins had intelligence networks that spanned the magical world, resources that even Dumbledore couldn't match. If someone had moved against Harry, the director would want to be informed. The letter was brief, coded in a cipher they'd developed years ago. "First strike came tonight. Professional work, remote trigger, no direct signature. Investigating locally. Request full sweep of usual suspects, focus on old grievances." He sent it with one of the school owls, watched the bird disappear into the grey morning sky, and turned to find Daphne Greengrass standing in the Ollery doorway. "You're not at breakfast," she said. "Neither are you. Tracy told me something happened in the boys' dormitory. She has sources." Daphne stepped closer, her blue eyes searching his face. "Someone tried to kill you. News travels fast in Slytherin. News travels fast everywhere when it involves you." She stopped a few feet away, close enough to speak quietly but far enough to maintain propriety. "Who was it? Malfoy's father? The Ministry? One of the old families who, I don't know yet." Harry leaned against the stone windowsill, watching the owls settle back into their roosts. The curse was too sophisticated for most of the obvious suspects. Whoever did this has access to magic that isn't commonly known. Old magic. Ritual magic, possibly. That narrows it down. Not as much as you'd think. Harry turned to face her. "There are organizations that predate the Ministry, Daphne. Groups that have existed in the shadows for centuries, dedicated to purposes that most people have forgotten. I've encountered references to them in the Goblin archives, fragmentary mentions, always followed by warnings." "What kind of organizations?" "The kind that would see the Peveril and Lefay bloodlines as threats." He paused, weighing how much to reveal. "The kind that might have been waiting for someone like me to emerge." Daphne absorbed this, her expression thoughtful. "So you're saying this isn't about politics? It's about what you are?" "I'm saying it might be both." Harry pushed off from the windowsill. "I need to investigate. Trace the magic back to its source, find out who sent it and why. But I can't do that while also maintaining my cover as a normal student." "What do you need from me?" "Cover. If anyone asks where I am today, tell them I'm sick. Food poisoning from bad pudding, confined to the hospital wing. Pomfrey will back you up, I'll make sure of it." "And what will you actually be doing?" Harry smiled, and shadows gathered around his feet. "Hunting." The trail led to Hogsmeade. Harry moved through the hidden passages that connected Hogwarts to the village, emerging in the cellar of Honeydukes without disturbing the shopkeepers above. The magical signature he'd been following was faint now, dispersed by distance and time, but still traceable to someone with his abilities. The village was quiet at this hour, most residents still eating breakfast or preparing for the day. Harry walked its streets in shadows, invisible to casual observation, following threads that only he could see. They led to a cottage at the edge of the village, a nondescript building that looked like 100 other wizarding homes. But Harry's senses told him otherwise. The place was warded, heavily, professionally, with enchantments designed to deflect attention and discourage investigation. Someone didn't want visitors. Harry approached carefully, probing the wards with tendrils of shadow. They were good, layered, redundant, designed to trigger alarms if breached. But they hadn't been designed to counter Peveril magic. The space between worlds that Harry walked through wasn't quite real enough to register against normal protections. He slipped through and found himself in a small sitting room, dusty with disuse. Someone had been here recently. He could smell traces of cologne, feel the residual warmth of recent habitation, but the place was empty now. Not entirely empty. On a desk in the corner, half hidden beneath scattered papers, lay a single sheet of parchment bearing a symbol Harry recognized from the Goblin archives. A circle bisected by 2 curved lines, representing chains. The mark of an organization that had supposedly died out centuries ago. The Covenant of Chains. Harry picked up the parchment, feeling its weight, its history. Below the symbol, in script so archaic it took him a moment to parse, was a single sentence: "The Demon Lord must not rise." He pocketed the parchment and searched the rest of the cottage with methodical precision. More papers, most encrypted in ciphers he didn't immediately recognize. A collection of ritual components, rare herbs, powdered minerals, things that suggested serious magical workmanship. And, hidden beneath a loose floorboard, a list of names. His name was at the top. Below it, 3 others he didn't recognize, and one he did. Neville Longbottom. Harry felt his jaw tighten. The Covenant wasn't just targeting him, they were targeting his allies. His friends. People who had committed no crime except choosing to stand beside him. That was unacceptable. He gathered everything useful, committed the rest to memory, and slipped back out through the wards. The sun was fully up now, the village coming to life around him, unaware that something ancient and dangerous had established itself in their midst. Time to find out how deep this went. The library at Hogwarts contained one of the finest collections of magical knowledge in the world, but its most valuable resources weren't on the public shelves. Harry moved through the restricted section after midnight, past the wards that were supposed to keep students out, into a subsection that didn't officially exist. The room beyond was small, dusty, lined with books that had been hidden here during various historical purges when certain knowledge was deemed too dangerous for general consumption. The Goblin intelligence files had mentioned this place. A repository of forbidden lore, accessible only to those who knew how to find it. Harry knew how to find it. He pulled a tome from the shelf, Bloodlines of the Hidden Houses, and began to read. The Covenant of Chains had been founded in the 9th century, during the period when Morgan Le Fay's descendants were at the height of their power. A coalition of wizards and witches who feared what the demon bloodlines might become, they had dedicated themselves to preventing any one family from accumulating too much power. Their methods were brutal. Assassination, magical sterilization, carefully arranged accidents that wiped out entire bloodlines over generations. The Peverils had been among their primary targets. The last known Peveril lord had died in 1642, officially of natural causes, actually of a curse that had taken 40 years to fully manifest. Or so the Covenant had believed. The book contained no mention of more recent activities. As far as official magical history was concerned, the Covenant had disbanded after their final victory over the demon bloodlines, their purpose fulfilled. Except the Covenant hadn't disbanded. They'd simply gone deeper underground, waiting for the day when someone like Harry might emerge. He turned to another book, then another, piecing together fragments of information scattered across centuries of hidden history. The picture that emerged was troubling. The Covenant wasn't just a cabal of fearful wizards, it was an ideology, a belief system that had been passed down through generations. They saw the demon bloodlines not as threats but as aberrations, mistakes of magical evolution that needed to be corrected. And they were patient. Centuries patient. The kind of patient that normal human lifespans couldn't achieve. Harry closed the final book and sat back, his mind racing. If the Covenant was active, if they'd been watching for a Peveril or Lothair all these years, then they wouldn't stop with a single assassination attempt. They'd keep coming, keep probing, until they found a method that worked. Unless he found them first. The next morning, Professor Flitwick announced the formation of a dueling club. Given recent events, the diminutive charms master said, his voice carrying easily through the great hall despite his small stature, the headmaster has agreed that students should have more opportunities to practice practical defensive magic. All years are welcome. First meeting this Saturday, Main Hall, 2 o'clock. Harry watched the announcement ripple through the student body, excitement from those who fancied themselves fighters, nervousness from those who didn't. He caught Neville's eye across the Gryffindor table and gave a small nod. Time to see what they'd learned. The intervening days passed in a haze of preparation. Harry continued his private training sessions, pushing his growing coalition harder than before. The assassination attempt had changed things, what had been theoretical was now urgently practical. His allies needed to be able to defend themselves. Again, he ordered, watching Draco duel Theo in an empty classroom. Your shield collapsed because you're thinking about it too much. Magic responds to will, not concentration. Stop trying to force it. Draco gritted his teeth and raised his wand. This time, when Theo's hex came at him, his shield held, not because his technique had improved but because his desperation to prove himself had finally overridden his tendency to overthink. Better. Harry moved to the next pair, where Hermione was methodically destroying Neville's attempts at offense. Hermione, ease up. We're training him, not crushing him. Sorry. She lowered her wand, looking genuinely apologetic. I've been reading about combat theory, and the logical approach seems to be, logic helps with strategy. In the moment, you need instinct. Harry stepped between them, facing Neville. Stop trying to match her spell for spell. You don't have her speed or her technical knowledge. What do you have? Neville thought about it. I don't know. I'm not good at anything. Wrong. Harry raised his wand, firing a hex without warning. Neville's shield came up instantly, strong and stable, and Harry nodded approval. You're good at defense. Your magic responds when you're protecting something, yourself, your friends. Stop trying to be an attacker. Be a wall. A wall. Let them break themselves against you. When they're exhausted, that's when you strike. Harry turned to address the room. All of you, find your strengths. Stop trying to be complete fighters and start being specialists. In a real conflict, you'll have each other to cover weaknesses. Learn what you do best and do it better than anyone. The session continued until dinner, by which point Harry had a much clearer picture of his forces. Hermione was a precision striker, capable of landing spells exactly where she wanted with minimal wasted energy. Neville was a defender, his shield stronger than students twice his age. Draco had raw power but needed to learn control. Theo was a tactician, better at outmaneuvering opponents than overpowering them. Daphne, when she joined the session, had proven to be something else entirely. Her magic was cold, elegant, devastating, not the brute force of most combatants but something subtler. She could redirect spells, turn an enemy's power against them, create opportunities that others could exploit. You've been trained, Harry said to her afterward, when the others had left. Not just standard dueling. Someone taught you to fight. My grandmother. Daphne was breathing hard, her Ice Queen composure cracked by exertion. She was a dueling champion before she married into the Greengrass family. She said a lady should always be able to defend herself. She was right. Harry considered her. Would you be willing to help me train the others? What you do, the redirection, the control, that's not something I can teach. I'm too direct. Surprise flickered across her face. You want me to teach? I want you to be my partner in this. Not just an ally, a true partner. He held her gaze. The covenant is going to keep coming. I can't watch everyone all the time. I need someone I can trust to handle things when I'm not there. Why me? Because you're smart enough to see the bigger picture, skilled enough to handle threats, and ruthless enough to do what's necessary. Harry smiled slightly. And because I think you want this as much as I do. Not just the alliance, not just the protection. You want to build something. Something that matters. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. All right. I'm in. Fully in. She extended her hand. Partners. Harry took it. Partners. Saturday arrived cold and clear. The great hall had been transformed for the dueling club, the house tables pushed against the walls to create a large central space. A raised platform dominated the center, clearly intended for demonstrations. Students filled the surrounding area, buzzing with anticipation. Flitwick stood on the platform, explaining rules and safety protocols. Harry positioned himself near the back, watching the crowd, noting who looked eager and who looked nervous. The first few duels were unremarkable, upper-year students throwing standard curses and shields, nothing that suggested serious training. Harry used the time to study technique, cataloging strengths and weaknesses that might prove useful later. Then Flitwick called his name. Mr. Potter, please join me on the platform. I'd like to see what our most discussed first year is capable of. The hall went silent. Harry walked forward without hesitation, mounting the platform steps with the easy grace of someone who'd spent years training for exactly this kind of moment. I'll be your opponent, Flitwick said. His eyes were bright, eager, a former dueling champion who rarely got to exercise his skills. Standard rules: no permanent harm, match ends when one combatant is disarmed, incapacitated, or yields. Any questions? No, sir. Excellent. Wands ready. On 3. 1, 2, Harry didn't wait for 3. His wand was moving before Flitwick finished speaking, shadows erupting from the platform floor. To engulf the tiny professor. Flitwick responded instantly, a wall of silver light slicing through the darkness, his own counterattack already in motion. A chain of spells, stunner, hex, jinx, fired in rapid succession, each aimed at a different part of Harry's body. Harry deflected 2, dodged the third, and pressed his attack. The shadows reformed, reaching for Flitwick's wand arm, while golden Lefay light crackled between his fingers. The professor laughed with delight. Magnificent. He twisted away from the shadows, his small size suddenly an advantage, and began firing spells at a rate that would have overwhelmed any normal first year. You have been taught well, Mr. Potter. I've had excellent teachers, sir. The duel lasted 4 minutes, an eternity by normal standards. Flitwick was better than Harry had expected, his technique honed by decades of practice, his speed and precision almost inhuman. But Harry had advantages the professor couldn't match: bloodline magic that didn't follow normal rules, a connection to the castle itself that let him feel the flow of ambient power. The end came when Harry stopped fighting fair. He reached through the space between worlds, found the thread of Flitwick's magic, and pulled. The professor's next spell collapsed mid-formation, the energy dispersing harmlessly, and before Flitwick could recover, Harry's shadows wrapped around his wand and yanked it from his grip. Silence. Then Flitwick began to clap. Extraordinary, the professor said, accepting his wand back with a formal bow. Absolutely extraordinary. I haven't faced a student with your capabilities in, well, ever, I think. Where did you learn to manipulate magical threads directly? Family tradition, sir. Quite a tradition. Flitwick turned to address the stunned audience. Let this be a lesson to all of you. Magical combat isn't just about knowing spells, it's about understanding magic at a fundamental level. Mr. Potter has demonstrated abilities that most fully trained aurors can't match. I encourage you all to aspire to similar dedication. Harry descended from the platform to a wall of staring faces. His Slytherin allies looked proud. The Gryffindors looked conflicted. Dumbledore, watching from the shadows near the door, looked thoughtful. And at the edge of the crowd, a sixth-year Slytherin he didn't recognize watched with an expression that wasn't surprise or admiration. It was fear. Harry memorized the face and filed it away for later investigation. The sixth year's name was Cassius Warrington. Harry learned this through simple observation over the following days, watching who Warrington talked to, who he avoided, how he reacted when Harry entered a room. The older student was connected to the Blood Purist faction, a known Malfoy ally, but something about his behavior suggested a different kind of allegiance. He was scared of Harry. Not just impressed or intimidated, genuinely scared, in a way that suggested he knew something. The opportunity to find out came a week after the dueling club meeting. Harry caught Warrington alone in a corridor near the astronomy tower, returning from what was probably a late-night romantic encounter. The older boy froze when he saw Harry step out of the shadows, his wand rising with trembling hands. "You've been avoiding me," Harry said. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes, you do." Harry advanced slowly, letting the shadows gather around him. "You've been reporting on me. Passing information to someone outside the school. I'd like to know who." "I haven't, I wouldn't, don't lie to me, Cassius." Harry's voice was soft, almost gentle. "I can taste lies. Part of the Lo Fei inheritance, we always know when someone's being dishonest." He wasn't sure if this was actually true, but Warrington didn't need to know that. "So let's try again. Who are you working for?" The older boy's resistance crumbled. "I don't know. I swear, I don't know who they are. They contacted me last year, said they'd pay well for information about any unusual students. When you arrived, you reported to them." "Yes. They wanted to know everything, your abilities, your allies, your schedule." Warrington was sweating now, his words tumbling over each other. "They paid me 500 galleons just for basic surveillance. I thought it was just information gathering. I didn't know they were going to try to kill you. But you suspected." Silence. That was answer enough. "The curse on my bed," Harry continued. "Did you plant it?" "No. I swear, I don't know anything about that. They just asked for information. But after it happened, they told me to watch you more closely. See how you reacted." Harry considered this. Warrington was clearly a low-level asset, someone useful for gathering information but not trusted with actual operations. The Covenant had probably approached dozens of students across multiple schools, building networks of eyes and ears. "How do you contact them?" "Dead drop. There's a loose stone in the third-floor corridor, near the forbidden section. I leave reports there, and they disappear. Sometimes there's payment waiting. That's all I know." "What about the symbol? The circle with chains?" Warrington's face went gray. "How do you know about that?" "I know many things." Harry stepped closer, holding the older boy's gaze. "You're going to keep working for them, Cassius. But now you're going to work for me too. Every report you leave at that dead drop, I want a copy. Every instruction they give you, I want to know about it. In return, I won't destroy you. If they find out, they won't. I'm better at keeping secrets than they are at finding them." Harry produced a small coin from his pocket, enchanted gold, a communication device he'd designed himself. "Take this. Touch it when you have information. I'll find you." Warrington took the coin with shaking hands. "What if I refuse?" "Go to Dumbledore, tell him what you're doing. Then I release the evidence I've already gathered about your activities." Harry smiled without warmth. Illegal surveillance, conspiracy to commit murder, collaboration with a terrorist organization. Azkaban doesn't ask how old its inmates are. The older boy's last hope died in his eyes. "You're a first year. How are you this? I'm not just a first year. Harry turned to walk away. I'm the lord of 2 ancient houses, the heir to powers that terrify people who've spent centuries thinking they understood magic. And I'm very, very angry that someone tried to kill me in my sleep. He disappeared into the shadows, leaving Warrington alone with his fear and his new instructions. The intelligence from Warrington proved valuable. Over the following weeks, Harry received regular reports on Covenant communications, fragments of a larger picture, but fragments that fit together when combined with his other sources. The organization was vast, spanning multiple countries, with operatives in every major magical institution. Their resources seemed unlimited, their patience legendary. And they were terrified of him. The assassination attempt had been approved at the highest levels, a preemptive strike against a threat they'd been anticipating for generations. Its failure had shaken them. Harry's confrontation with Voldemort on Halloween, which they had somehow learned about, had terrified them even more. They'd expected a child. They'd found a weapon. They're pulling back, Harry told his inner circle during a private meeting in the Room of Requirement, a space he'd discovered using hints from the Peveril bloodline memory. Reassessing. The next attack won't come for months, maybe longer. They want to understand what they're dealing with before they move again. That gives us time, Daphne said. Time to prepare, to build our strength. It also gives them time. Hermione was frowning at a map she'd created, tracking known Covenant activities across magical Europe. They've been doing this for centuries. If they're taking us seriously, that means they're going to bring serious resources to bear. Let them. Draco's voice was harder than it had been a few months ago. Training, and nearly dying next to Harry when the curse activated, had burned away some of his softness. We'll be ready. Will we? Neville asked quietly. I've been thinking about what you said, Harry. About finding our strengths. But the Covenant has armies of trained wizards. We're 6 students and whatever allies we can scrape together. 7, a new voice said from the doorway. Harry turned to find Theodore not stepping into the room, his expression uncharacteristically open. I've been watching, Theo said. Listening. At first I thought you were just playing politics, building a power base like everyone else in Slytherin. But it's more than that, isn't it? You're actually trying to change things. Yes. Then I want in. Properly. Not just attending training sessions and lurking on the edges. Theo moved to stand with the group. My father was a Death Eater. That's shaped my whole life, doors closed, opportunities denied, always the son of a dark wizard. You're offering something different. A chance to be judged on what I do, not who my family was. Harry studied him for a long moment. Theo had always been the quietest member of his orbit, the one who observed without committing. But there was steel there, beneath the scholarly exterior, the same steel Harry had glimpsed that first morning in the common room. Welcome to the inner circle, Harry said finally. We're glad to have you. December brought snow and secrets. The castle settled into winter routines, students studying for exams, staff preparing for the holiday break, everyone wrapped in layers of wool and warming charms. Harry used the quiet to deepen his training, pushing his bloodline abilities further than he'd ever tested them. The Peveril gifts were responding to his efforts, growing stronger with each use. He could walk in shadows now for hours at a time, existing in the space between worlds while remaining aware of the physical one. He could speak with ghosts, sense the presence of death magic, feel the boundaries between life and not life that most people never perceived. The Lu Fei gifts were more volatile. The chaos magic wanted to be unleashed, to rewrite reality in whatever patterns Harry's will dictated. Controlling it required constant attention, constant refinement. But when he got it right, when the golden light flowed exactly where he directed it, the results were extraordinary. He spent one memorable evening repairing Astoria Greengrass. Daphne brought her sister to a private room in the hospital wing, ostensibly for routine examination. What Harry did instead was tear open the fabric. of reality and looked directly at the curse that was killing her. It was beautiful, in a horrible way. A masterwork of malevolent magic, designed by someone who truly understood how to make suffering elegant. The curse had woven itself into Astoria's bloodline over generations, growing stronger with each passing year, designed to eventually claim every member of the Greengrass family. Breaking it should have been impossible. Harry broke it anyway. The process took 6 hours and left him unconscious for 2 days afterward. But when he woke, Daphne was sitting beside his bed, and she was crying. "She's going to live," Daphne said. The healers confirmed it. The curse is gone, not suppressed, not contained, gone. They don't understand how. Good. The last thing we need is people understanding how. Daphne laughed, a sound Harry realized he'd never heard from her before. "You're impossible. You nearly killed yourself saving my sister, and you're worried about operational security." "I'm always worried about operational security." But Harry smiled slightly. "I'm glad she's okay. She seems like a good kid." "She is." Daphne hesitated, then reached out to take his hand. "Thank you, Harry. I know you said this wasn't about debt or obligation, but, thank you. I'll never forget what you did." "I know you won't." He squeezed her hand gently. "That's why I did it." Christmas break arrived, and with it, choices. Most students went home to their families. Harry's allies scattered to their various houses, promising to stay in contact through the enchanted coins he'd distributed. For the first time since September, Hogwarts felt empty. Harry stayed. Partly because he had nowhere else to go, Gringotts wasn't really home, just a place where he'd grown up. Partly because he wanted time to explore the castle's secrets without interference. But mostly because he sensed that something was coming, some confrontation that the quiet of the holiday season would make possible. He wasn't wrong. Christmas Eve found him in the astronomy tower, watching the stars wheel overhead, when the space beside him filled with presents. "Good evening, Headmaster." Dumbledore materialized from a disillusionment charm, his long robes trailing in the cold wind. "Good evening, Harry. I wondered if I might find you awake. Sleep has been difficult lately." "Yes. The dreams, I imagine." Dumbledore moved to stand beside him at the parapet. "When one carries a piece of another's soul, sleep is rarely peaceful." "You knew. You've always known." "I suspected for many years. Confirmed it relatively recently." The old wizard sighed. "I had hoped to guide you myself, Harry. To help you understand what you carried and what it meant. When the goblins took you, many plans had to be adjusted. Plans to use me as a weapon. Plans to help you fulfill your destiny." Dumbledore's voice was gentle, without defensiveness. "I have lived a long time, Harry. I've made many mistakes, caused much suffering in pursuit of what I believe to be the greater good. But I have never stopped trying to protect those who needed protection. And yet you would have sacrificed me." Harry turned to face him. "The prophecy says one of us must die at the other's hand. You knew that my survival might require my death, that the Horcrux would need to be destroyed, and that might mean destroying me with it. The mathematics of survival sometimes requires terrible sacrifices." "No." Harry's voice was flat, final. "The mathematics of survival sometimes requires finding better solutions. You accepted the constraint because you couldn't see past it. I won't make that mistake. You believe you can remove the Horcrux without dying. I believe I can master the Horcrux without needing to remove it." Harry let his shadows stir, demonstrating the power he'd spent a decade developing. Voldemort created something he didn't understand. A connection that goes both ways. I've been using it against him since before I could read. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, less grandfatherly, more real. "You terrify me, Harry. Not because of your power, though that is considerable. But because you've grown beyond any influence I might have. You're making decisions that will shape the fate of the magical world, and you're 11 years old. I've been making decisions since the goblins put a crown on my head when I was 2. Yes. And I wonder sometimes if that was a blessing or a curse. Dumbledore turned to look at the stars. I came here to ask you something, Harry. A request between two people who may never trust each other but might still help each other. I'm listening. When Voldemort returns, and he will return, let me help. Not as your controller. Not as your superior. As an ally. Someone who has fought this war before and may have insights worth hearing. Harry considered this. Dumbledore had been his enemy since the moment the goblins took him from Godric's Hollow, not an active enemy, but an obstacle, someone who wanted to control things that weren't his to control. But the old wizard was also brilliant, experienced, and genuinely committed to defeating Voldemort. I'll accept your insights, Harry said finally. But I won't accept your leadership. Any alliance between us will be of equals, or it won't exist at all. That is more than I expected. Dumbledore's lips curved slightly. You may find, Harry, that age has taught me a few things worth knowing. And I may find that youth has shown you truths I'd forgotten. He raised his wand, beginning to disappear. Happy Christmas, Lord Peveril Lefay. May your shadows keep you safe. Happy Christmas, Headmaster. May your long game finally reach its end. Dumbledore vanished into the night, leaving Harry alone with the stars and his thoughts. January brought the return of students and the resumption of normal routines. But Harry noticed changes in the atmosphere almost immediately. Whispers followed him more closely now. Students who had been neutral before were suddenly eager to make his acquaintance. The attempted assassination, which had somehow leaked into general knowledge, had transformed him from curiosity to figure of genuine importance. He used the attention. New allies were recruited, vetted, assigned roles based on their capabilities. Hermione coordinated intelligence gathering, creating a network of observers throughout the castle. Neville led defensive training, turning students who had never dueled into competent fighters. Daphne managed political relationships, smoothing over conflicts and building bridges between factions. Theo proved to have a talent for logistics, tracking resources and identifying opportunities. Draco, surprisingly, became a capable recruiter, his pure-blood credentials opening doors that Harry's reputation couldn't. Within weeks, they had the nucleus of something larger than a student club. They had an organization. But the Covenant hadn't forgotten them. The attack came on Valentine's Day. 20 robed figures apparat into Hogsmeade during a scheduled student visit, their wands already firing before they'd fully materialized. The village erupted into chaos, screaming students, panicking shopkeepers, the distant crack of defensive spells from the professors who'd accompanied them. Harry had been expecting something. The intelligence from Warrington had suggested movement, preparation, something building toward action. But the scale was larger than he'd anticipated. He moved into the conflict without hesitation. The first Covenant operative died before he realized he was under attack, a shadow blade through the heart, silent and absolute. The second fell to golden light that unmade his shield and left him twitching on the cobblestones. The third, fourth, and fifth tried to respond, but they weren't prepared for what they were facing. They'd expected a talented child. They got a Lord of Death and Chaos. Harry fought through the village with methodical precision, his dual bloodlines working in concert. Shadows deflected curses. Chaos magic tore through wards. The space between worlds offered escape routes and ambush points that his enemies couldn't perceive. Around him, other battles raged. He caught glimpses of his allies, Neville standing like a rock before a group of younger students, his shields deflecting everything thrown at them. Hermione's precise strikes taking down operatives with surgical efficiency. Daphne's cold magic redirecting an entire barrage of curses back at their casters. They were winning. Despite the surprise, despite the numbers, they were winning. And then the Arbiter arrived. Harry felt it before he saw it, a presence that made the Horcrux scream, made his shadows writhe, made the very air taste of ancient power. A figure in pale robes, face hidden beneath a hood, moving through the battlefield with contemptuous ease. Every spell that came near it simply stopped. Dissolved into nothing, as if magic itself refused to challenge this being. Harry Potter. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. The Demon Lord awakened. We have waited so long for this moment. Harry planted himself in the figure's path, shadows and light swirling around him in a maelstrom of power. You're the Arbiter. The leader of the Covenant. One of many titles. We have had so many, over the centuries. The figure stopped, examining Harry with eyes that weren't quite visible. You are remarkable. More than we feared when we sent our first strike. But you are still young. Still learning. Still so very mortal. Mortal enough to kill 7 of your operatives in the last 3 minutes. Operatives are replaceable. What matters is the bloodline. What matters is stopping what you might become. And what might I become? The Arbiter tilted its head. A god. A monster. A force that reshapes reality according to your will. The Peverils bargained with death itself. The Lulfays wove chaos into their very being. Combined in a single vessel. A sound that might have been a laugh. You could unmake the world, Harry Potter. And we cannot allow that. I have no intention of unmaking the world. Your intentions are irrelevant. Power of your magnitude cannot be contained forever. Eventually, you will break, through age, through tragedy, through the simple erosion of will that affects all living things. And when you break, everything breaks with you. Harry felt the truth in those words, even as he rejected them. The bloodline magic he carried was vast, barely controlled, growing stronger with every passing year. What happened if he lived to be 100? 200? What happened when the power outgrew the vessel? But that was a problem for the future. Right now, he had a more immediate concern. You've attacked my allies. My friends. My territory. Harry let the power rise, let it show in every line of his body. I'm going to give you one chance to leave. Take your remaining operatives and go. Don't come back. And if we refuse? Then I'll demonstrate exactly what a demon lord can do when properly motivated. A long moment of silence. Harry could feel the Arbiter evaluating him, calculating odds, assessing capabilities. Whatever it saw seemed to give it pause. This is not over, Harry Potter. The Covenant has existed for 1,000 years. We do not abandon our purpose because of one setback. Then we'll meet again. Yes. The Arbiter began to fade, whatever magic animated it withdrawing. We will. And next time, we will be prepared for what you've become. It vanished, and around the village, the remaining Covenant operatives began disapparating. Within moments, the attack was over, leaving behind bodies, damage, and questions that would require answers. Harry stood in the center of Hogsmeade's main street, breathing hard, his power slowly settling back into its normal contained state. Around him, his allies gathered, their faces a mix of exhaustion and triumph. We won, Neville said, disbelief in his voice. We survived, Harry corrected. There's a difference. But yes, today, we survived. The aftermath was complicated. Dumbledore arrived with Ministry orders, taking control of the scene with practiced efficiency. Harry and his allies were questioned, their actions during the attack carefully documented. The official story became that of a terrorist attack on students, thwarted by quick action from teachers and unusually capable young wizards. No mention was made of the Covenant. No mention was made of Harry's role as the primary target. You're protecting me, Harry said to Dumbledore afterward, in the headmaster's office. Why? Because the truth would raise questions neither of us is prepared to answer. Dumbledore looked tired, the weight of his years showing more than usual. The Covenant is not something the Ministry is equipped to understand or combat. If their existence became public knowledge, it would cause panic without providing solutions. So we fight them in secret. For now. Until we understand their full capabilities and can mount an effective response. Dumbledore's eyes met his. I believe this is what you would call a mutual interest, Harry. The Covenant threatens us both. Perhaps it's time to consider a more formal arrangement. Harry thought about it. The old wizard was right, the enemy they faced was bigger than either of them alone. But alliance with Dumbledore meant constraints, compromises, accepting limitations on his freedom of action. Then again, the Arbiter had been right too. Power like Harry's needed checks, needed balances. Without them, eventually, something would break. All right, Harry said finally. But we do this my way. No secrets, no manipulation, no treating me like a chess piece to be moved around the board. Full partners, or not at all. Agreed. They shook hands, and Harry felt something shift, not trust, not yet, but the beginning of something that might become trust eventually. It was a start. That night, Harry stood at his dormitory window, watching the stars. The Horcrux was quiet, settled into unusual stillness after the battle. Harry could feel Voldemort through it, distant, weakened, but still present. Still plotting. Still waiting for his moment. I killed today, Harry thought, not to the Horcrux but to himself. 7 people. And I don't feel anything. That should have worried him. The old stories said that killing changed you, darkened something fundamental in your soul. But Harry felt only a calm satisfaction, a recognition of necessity. Those people had tried to kill him, had tried to kill his friends. They had been part of an organization dedicated to ending his entire bloodline. They had chosen their fate. Was that the darkness the Arbiter feared? The capacity to make those calculations without flinching, to weigh lives against objectives and act accordingly? Maybe. But Harry had been making those calculations since he was old enough to understand politics. The goblins had raised him as a lord, and lords sometimes had to make hard choices. The question wasn't whether he could kill. The question was whether he could kill wisely, taking only the lives that needed to be taken, sparing those that deserved mercy, never losing sight of the purpose behind the violence. Ragnarok had asked him that question, after the first assassination attempt. Harry hadn't had an answer then. He had one now. I'll do whatever it takes to protect my people and defeat my enemies. But I'll never forget that they're people too. Even the enemies. Even the ones who deserve to die. It wasn't much, as moral frameworks went. But it was his. The weeks after the Hogsmeade attack were tense but productive. Harry's reputation had transformed overnight. The student who had been admired for talent was now feared for capability. He'd demonstrated, in the most public way possible, that he could and would kill to protect what was his. Some students were terrified. Others were drawn to that power like moths to flame. His coalition grew. New faces appeared at training sessions, students from all 4 houses, drawn by the promise of real magical education and the protection that came with it. Harry turned none away, but he watched all of them, learning their strengths and weaknesses, determining who could be trusted with greater responsibility. The inner circle solidified. Neville, Hermione, Daphne, Draco, Theo, and now Tracy Davis, whose network of sources had proven invaluable during the attack. 7 students, bound by shared experience and common purpose. Harry began teaching them things he'd never shared before. Bloodline secrets. Goblin war magic. The deep knowledge that had been passed down through generations of Peverils and Lefay's. Some of it couldn't be learned by those without the proper inheritance, but some of it could, and those fragments of ancient power made his allies considerably more dangerous. By March, they weren't just a student club anymore. They were an army in training. Spring brought new challenges. The Covenant had gone quiet, Warrington reported no contact, no instructions, no sign of renewed activity. But Harry knew better than to assume they'd given up. Organizations that had survived for 1,000 years didn't surrender after a single defeat. They were regrouping. Planning. Preparing something larger. In the meantime, other threats demanded attention. Quirrell had returned from whatever recovery Voldemort's departure had required, but he was different now, jumpy, paranoid, glancing over his shoulder constantly. Whatever remnant of the Dark Lord had been using him was gone, leaving behind a broken man who flinched at shadows. Harry watched him and felt nothing but contempt. Quirrell had chosen to serve Voldemort. He had allowed a dark wizard to parasitize his body. Whatever happened to him was the consequence of his own decisions. But there was useful information in that broken mind. One evening, Harry cornered Quirrell in his office, using shadows to seal the door and silence the room. "You're going to answer some questions," Harry said. Quirrell trembled. "P. Potter, I don't know anything, I was possessed, I didn't have any control, I don't care about excuses. I want information." Harry leaned closer. "How did Voldemort find you? How did he learn about the Philosopher's Stone? What was he planning to do after he recovered it?" The professor's eyes darted around the room, seeking escape that didn't exist. "He came to me in Albania. I was researching dark creatures, and he sensed my ambition, my hunger for power. He promised me things. Knowledge. Influence. I was weak. I agreed to help him. The stone. He learned about it through contacts in the criminal world. Thieves who heard that Dumbledore was protecting something valuable at Hogwarts." Quirrell's voice steadied slightly as he fell into the rhythm of confession. He wanted to use it to create a new body. Something permanent. The stone can produce the elixir of life. Properly applied, it can restore anything. Even a destroyed body. Even that. With enough elixir and the right rituals, he could have been fully corporeal again within a year. Harry filed this information away. It meant Voldemort wasn't completely dependent on Horcruxes for his survival, there were other paths back to full power, other methods of restoration. What else did he learn while he was here? What secrets did he uncover? I don't know everything. He kept much of his research private. But he was very interested in the prophecy. The one about you. Quirrell met Harry's eyes. He believes that you're the only one who can truly destroy him. Not because of power, but because of destiny. Some thread of fate that binds you together. Prophecies can be broken. Can they? Quirrell laughed, a broken sound. He doesn't think so. He's convinced that one of you must kill the other, and he spent years preparing for that confrontation. Everything he's done, the Horcruxes, the followers, the slow accumulation of power, it's all been building toward the moment when he finally faces you. Harry considered this. If Voldemort was truly convinced that prophecy was inescapable, he would focus all his efforts on winning that final battle. Every resource, every ally, every scrap of knowledge, all channeled toward a single confrontation. It made him predictable. Thank you, Professor. Harry withdrew his shadows, unsealing the door. I think we're done here. Quirrell slumped in his chair, drained by fear and confession. What are you going to do? Win. Harry walked toward the exit. Whatever it takes. The year wound toward its end. Exams came and went, Harry aced everything, as expected, though he made sure to struggle visibly with a few questions to maintain appearances. His allies performed well, the fruits of months of intensive training evident in their results. The Slytherin common room had been transformed. Where once Malfoy's faction had held undisputed dominance, now there were choices, students who wanted more than petty blood politics could find it. The house wasn't unified behind Harry, but enough of it was that open opposition had become risky. At the final feast, Harry sat at the center of the Slytherin table, surrounded by his inner circle and watched by the rest of the hall. Dumbledore made his usual end-of-year speech, Slytherin won the House Cup, thanks in part to Harry's academic dominance, and life at Hogwarts continued its eternal rhythms. But Harry knew that summer would bring challenges. Ragnarok had sent word, the Covenant was active again, moving pieces into position for something large. The goblins had intercepted communications suggesting a major operation planned for July, details unclear, but the target was obvious. They were coming for him. This time, Harry intended to be ready. On the last day of term, Daphne found him in the room of requirement, packing materials for summer study. "You're not going back to Gringotts," she said. "Not immediately. There are things I need to do first. Places I need to go. Alone. It's safer that way." "Is it?" She stepped closer, her blue eyes searching his face. "Harry, you've spent all year building alliances, creating networks, teaching people to fight beside you. And now you're going to disappear for the summer and do everything yourself? The Covenant is targeting me personally. The closer people are to me, the more danger they're in. We're already in danger. That was obvious the moment we stood beside you in Hogsmeade." Daphne took his hand, the gesture somehow more intimate than anything they'd shared before. "We chose this. All of us. You don't get to push us away because you're worried about our safety." Harry looked at their joined hands, feeling something he couldn't quite name. Since the age of 2, he'd been raised to be self-sufficient, to rely only on his own power and judgment. The idea of depending on others, of letting them share his burdens, was still foreign. But Daphne wasn't wrong. He had built something this year, and pushing his allies away would only weaken it. "All right," he said finally. "I'll stay in contact. Let you know where I am, what I'm doing. But if I tell you to stay away from something, you listen. Deal?" She smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine. "Write to me this summer. Tell me about your adventures." "They won't be adventures. They'll be operations." Same thing, from a certain point of view. He couldn't argue with that. The train ride home was quieter than the journey to Hogwarts had been. Harry sat with his inner circle, discussing plans for the summer months. Neville would continue training at Longbottom Manor, with secure communications to coordinate. Hermione would research magical history, looking for any precedent that might help them understand the Covenant. Draco would work to turn more of his father's traditional allies away from the dark path. Theo would manage their intelligence network. Daphne and Tracy would handle political maneuvering among the neutral families. Everyone had a role. Everyone had a purpose. And Harry would hunt. As the train pulled into King's Cross, he felt the weight of the coming months settling onto his shoulders. The Covenant was still out there. Voldemort was still gathering strength. The magical world was balanced on the edge of a war most people didn't know was coming. But he wasn't alone anymore. He had allies, friends, people who would fight beside him when the darkness came. That made all the difference. The platform was crowded with families reuniting, parents embracing children they hadn't seen in months. Harry watched for a moment, then turned to walk toward the barrier, toward Ragnarok, waiting with news and plans and the endless work of being a lord. "Harry." Neville caught his arm. "Stay safe this summer. And, thank you. For everything. Thank you for standing with me. Always." They parted, the boy who lived and his first true friend, and Harry stepped through the barrier into the Muggle world. Summer awaited. And with it, the first blood of a war that would shake the foundations of everything. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Weight of Crowns. The Wizengamot chamber smelled of old magic and older ambition. Harry stood at the entrance, taking in the tiered seats rising in concentric circles, the enchanted ceiling that showed a perpetually overcast sky, the ancient stones that had witnessed centuries of political warfare. It was December 23rd, the winter session, and every seat was filled with witches and wizards who controlled the fate of magical Britain. He was 11 years old, and he was about to claim two of the most powerful votes in the room. Lord Peveril Lefay. The herald's voice echoed through the chamber, cutting through the buzz of conversation. Claiming the seats of House Peveril and House Le Fay by right of blood and inheritance. Silence fell like a hammer. Harry walked down the central aisle, his footsteps measured and deliberate. He wore formal robes of black and silver, Peveril colors, with golden trim that marked the Le Fay influence. The shadow crown was visible beneath his hair, a circlet of dark iron that seemed to drink the light. On his fingers, 3 rings gleamed, the Chaos Ring, the Potter Air Ring, and the Peveril Lord's signet. Every eye in the chamber tracked his progress. The Peveril seat was ancient, carved from black stone that predated the building itself. Beside it, the Le Fay seat was gold and silver, its surface etched with symbols that shifted when viewed directly. Both had been empty for centuries, so long that many in the chamber had assumed the bloodlines extinct. Harry climbed the steps to the highest tier, where the oldest houses held their places, and stopped before the twin thrones. "I claim these seats," he said, his voice carrying without magical amplification, "by right of blood verified by Gringotts inheritance testing, by right of succession recognized under the Treaty of 1289, and by right of power demonstrated through the awakening of both bloodlines on October 31, 1981. Lucius Malfoy was on his feet before Harry finished speaking. "I object." The elder Malfoy's voice was smooth, controlled, but Harry could see the calculation behind his eyes. This child, and he is a child, regardless of whatever titles the goblins may have bestowed, cannot be permitted to hold 2 seats in this body. The precedent alone would be catastrophic. The precedent, Harry replied calmly, was set in 1412, when Lord Arcturus Black held simultaneous seats for House Black and House Rosier through conquest rights. The Wisengamot recognized both claims. I'm simply requesting the same consideration. Conquest rights are not blood rights, and yet both are recognized under our founding charter. Harry turned to address the full chamber. "I have the documentation here, verified by Goblin authenticators and Ministry records specialists. My blood claim to House Peveril traces through my father's line to Ignotus Peveril himself. My blood claim to House Le Fay traces through my mother's line to Morgan Le Fay's youngest daughter. Both claims were activated by the inheritance ritual performed at Gringotts on November 1, 1981. Performed when you were 2 years old," Malfoy sneered. "Hardly a conscious decision. The decision was made by the magic itself. Bloodline inheritance doesn't require the consent of the heir, it requires only that the heir exist and that the magic recognize them as worthy." Harry smiled slightly. "Are you suggesting that the combined magical judgment of 2 ancient houses should be overruled by the Wisengamot? I'm sure the remaining old families would find that precedent interesting." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry had calculated this correctly. The conservative faction that Malfoy led was also the faction most invested in bloodline rights. Challenging Harry's claim meant challenging the very principles they used to justify their own power. Perhaps, a new voice interjected, we should proceed to the standard verification rather than debating abstracts. Albus Dumbledore rose from his seat in the neutral section, his expression mild. Harry noted that the old wizard was staying out of direct conflict, neither supporting nor opposing, simply redirecting toward process. Clever. Chief Warlock Dumbledore is correct, the session moderator agreed. Lord Peveril Le Fay, please present your documentation for official review. Harry produced the relevant parchments, Gringotts authentication, bloodline verification, inheritance records dating back centuries. The ministry officials who examined them grew progressively paler as they realized what they were looking at. Everything appears to be in order, the lead examiner finally announced. The claims are legitimate. Then I moved to a vote, someone called from the progressive faction. All in favor of recognizing Lord Peveril Le Fay's claim to both seats. The vote was not close. Even Malfoy's allies couldn't justify opposing a legitimate blood claim without undermining their own positions. When the count finished, Harry had his seats, both of them, by a margin of nearly 3-1. He settled into the Peveril throne, feeling the ancient stone accept him, and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Phase 1 complete. The session continued for another 3 hours, during which Harry observed, absorbed, and occasionally interjected. The Wizengamot operated on a complex system of formal rules and informal understandings. Bills were proposed, debated, amended, and voted upon according to procedures that hadn't changed in centuries. Alliances formed and shifted around specific issues, conservatives and progressives finding temporary common ground on trade policy, fracturing again over magical creature rights. Harry used the time to map the political landscape. Malfoy led the largest faction, roughly 40% of the chamber, primarily old pure-blood families with traditional values and traditional prejudices. Dumbledore's influence touched another 25%, progressives, Muggle-born advocates, those who believed in reforming rather than preserving the existing order. The remaining 35% were neutrals, fence-sitters, families who voted their interests rather than their ideologies. That last group was Harry's target. When the session broke for lunch, he made his move. Lord Greengrass found Harry in one of the antechambers, as Harry had known he would. Daphne's father was a tall, spare man with his daughter's ice-blue eyes and a reputation for careful calculation. Lord Peveril Le Fay. Greengrass inclined his head, not a bow, but an acknowledgement between equals. Your performance this morning was impressive. I had good preparation. Indeed. I've heard reports from my daughter about your activities at Hogwarts. She seems quite taken with you. Daphne is an exceptional young woman. I'm fortunate to count her among my allies. Allies. Greengrass's lips twitched slightly. Is that what you're calling it? My wife seems to think wedding invitations may be forthcoming. With respect, Lord Greengrass, I'm 11 years old. Wedding discussions seem premature. And yet you've taken 2 Wizengamot seats, confronted a Dark Lord, and apparently broken a blood curse that healers called incurable. The older man studied Harry with new intensity. My youngest daughter is healthy for the first time in her life because of you, Lord Peveril Le Fay. Whatever you are, you're not a normal child. No. I'm not. Then let's dispense with normal expectations. Greengrass gestured to a pair of chairs. Sit. Tell me what you actually want from this body. Harry sat, appreciating the directness. I want to reform magical Britain. Dismantle the systems that allow Dark Lords to rise, that marginalize entire populations based on blood, that keep power concentrated in the hands of families like Malfoy's. Ambitious. Necessary. Voldemort is going to return. When he does, he'll find a society that's been weakened by decades of complacency and corruption. Unless we change things first, he'll win. Greengrass was silent for a long moment. You speak of the Dark Lord's return as certainty. It is certainty. I have sources of information that most people lack. Harry touched his scar briefly. Trust me when I say that Voldemort is not gone. He's diminished, recovering, but very much alive. And he's not the only threat. The attack on Hogsmeade. There were rumors about the attackers, that they weren't Death Eaters, weren't any known faction. The Covenant of Chains. An organization older than the Ministry, dedicated to preventing bloodlines like mine from rising to power. They've been active for centuries, working in shadows, eliminating threats before they could mature. Harry met Greengrass's eyes. I'm the threat they've been waiting for. And they're not going to stop coming. Then why are you here? Playing politics while assassins hunt you? Because politics is how you build armies. Convince enough people to stand with you, and assassination becomes less attractive, too many witnesses, too much retaliation. Harry gestured at the chamber beyond. Malfoy's faction supports ideologies that led to Voldemort's rise. Dumbledore's faction is well-meaning but ineffective. I need a third way, pragmatic families who care more about survival than tradition or ideology. Families like mine. Exactly. Greengrass leaned back, his expression thoughtful. You're asking me to abandon generations of careful neutrality. To commit to a side in a conflict that most people don't even know is coming. I'm asking you to consider what happens if you don't. The Covenant targets bloodlines, any bloodline with unusual power or potential. Your daughters both carry traces of old magic. If I fall, they could be next. The words landed with visible impact. Greengrass's face hardened. That sounds like a threat. It's a warning. I'm not the one who decides who the Covenant targets. But I'm the one with the best chance of stopping them. Harry stood. Think about what I've said, Lord Greengrass. Talk to your daughter, she's seen what I can do, what I'm willing to do. Then make your decision. He walked toward the door, pausing at the threshold. And for what it's worth, I do care about Daphne. Not just as an ally. Whatever happens between us, I'll protect her with everything I have. He left before Greengrass could respond. The afternoon session was devoted to legislation. A proposal to increase funding for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A debate over trade tariffs with magical France. A contentious discussion about werewolf registration requirements that divided even the conservative faction. Harry voted strategically, building patterns that would make sense only in retrospect. He supported the Auror funding, necessary for the coming war, even if the current ministry couldn't see it. He opposed the trade tariffs. Free commerce built connections that transcended national borders. On werewolves, he abstained. The issue was a minefield, and he needed more information before committing. Between votes, he worked the room. Lord Bones, Susan's aunt, head of the DMLE, listened to his concerns about security gaps with growing attention. Lord Abbot, Hannah's father, seemed interested in his proposals for educational reform. Madame Longbottom, representing her incapacitated son's seat, studied Harry with the sharp eyes of someone who recognized a fellow political operator. By the time the session ended, Harry had commitments from 7 previously neutral families to consider alignment with his interests. In political terms, that was practically a declaration of alliance. You move quickly. Dumbledore appeared beside him as the chamber emptied. By day's end, you'll have more influence than wizards 3 times your age. Is that a concern? A observation. The old wizard's eyes twinkled, but there was something harder beneath the grandfatherly facade. I've been playing this game for a century, Harry. I know ambition when I see it. Then you should recognize that my ambition and your goals align. We both want to stop Voldemort. We both want to prevent the Covenant from achieving their objectives. Where we differ is in methods, not ends. Do we? Dumbledore's voice dropped. I wonder sometimes if you understand the difference between preventing darkness and becoming it. I understand perfectly. Harry turned to face him fully. I've carried a piece of Voldemort's soul since I was a year old. I know exactly what darkness looks like, Headmaster. And I know that sometimes you have to meet it on its own terms. That way lies damnation. That way lies victory. What comes after, that depends on the choices I make along the way. Harry began walking toward the exit. I'm not your enemy, Dumbledore. But I'm not your pawn either. The sooner you accept that, the better we'll work together. He left the old wizard standing alone in the emptying chamber, their complicated alliance stretched but not broken. That evening, Harry visited St. Mungo's. The secure ward where Frank and Alice Longbottom resided was quiet, the only sounds the soft hum of monitoring charms and the occasional murmur of healers on their rounds. Harry had arranged the visit through Ragnarok. Goblin gold could open many doors, and he found himself alone with Neville's parents for the first time. They didn't recognize him, of course. Frank stared at the ceiling, his eyes tracking movements that weren't there. Alice sat in a chair by the window, humming a tuneless melody to herself. But Harry wasn't here for recognition. He settled into a chair between their beds, reached out with his Lufay sight, and began to examine the curse damage that had destroyed their minds. It was extensive. Bellatrix Lestrange had been thorough in her cruelty, layering cruciatus curses with other magics designed to maximize suffering. The neural pathways had been shattered, rebuilt incorrectly, shattered again. Healing them completely was beyond anything Harry could currently do. But completely wasn't the only option. He'd been researching mind magic since Daphne first told him about Neville's parents. The Goblin archives contained fragments of old Lo-Fei techniques, methods of threading consciousness back together, of building new pathways around damaged ones. The work was delicate, dangerous, with no guarantee of success. But he had to try. Harry reached out with tendrils of golden light, touching Frank Longbottom's mind as gently as he could. The man flinched, some remnant of survival instinct responding to the magical contact, but Harry kept his touch soft, exploratory. There. Beneath the damage, fragments of the person Frank had been. Memories tangled together, personality shards floating in a sea of confusion. The mind was broken, but not empty. Harry began to work. It was like threading needles in the dark, each movement precise and careful. He found clusters of related memories and linked them back together. He built bypasses around the most damaged areas, creating new routes for thought to travel. He reinforced the few intact structures he found, giving them strength to support more. Hours passed. Harry lost track of time, lost in the intricate work, aware only of the mind he was slowly, carefully, piecing back together. When he finally withdrew, exhausted, Frank Longbottom was looking at him. Really looking. Eyes focused, aware, confused but present in a way they hadn't been in a decade. Who? Frank's voice was rusty, uncertain. Who are you? My name is Harry Potter. I'm a friend of your son's. Son. Frank's brow furrowed. I have a son. Neville. He was a baby. He's 11 now. He's at Hogwarts, in Gryffindor like you were. He's brave and loyal and he's going to be a great wizard. Tears began to track down Frank's cheeks. I can't remember. There are holes. So many holes. I know. The damage is extensive. But I've started rebuilding what I can, and I'll keep working on it. Harry took the man's hand. It won't be fast, and it won't be complete. But you will get better. I promise you that. Frank gripped his hand with surprising strength. Tell Neville, tell him I'm sorry. For missing so much. Tell him yourself. I'll bring him here as soon as you're ready. Harry turned to Alice, who was watching them with an expression that held the first hints of recognition. You next, he said gently. This is going to be a long night. He worked until dawn. By the time the morning healers arrived, both Longbottoms were sleeping peacefully, real sleep, not the vacant unconsciousness they'd experienced for years. Harry had done what he could for now, establishing the foundations that future sessions would build upon. It wasn't a cure. Not yet. But it was a beginning. He slipped out of the ward before the healers could question his presence, shadow-stepping through the hospital's corridors until he emerged into the cold London morning. Every muscle ached. His magical reserves were nearly depleted. He'd pushed himself further than ever before. It had been worth it. Ragnarok was waiting at the bank, along with a team of goblin healers who immediately began assessing Harry's condition. You exhausted yourself, the director observed, watching his healers work. Again. I made progress. At what cost to yourself? An acceptable one. Harry accepted a restorative potion from one of the healers, feeling warmth spread through his body. The Longbottoms will recover. Not completely, but enough to recognize their son. To have something like a life again. And you decided this was more important than rest before your next confrontation with the Covenant? I decided that some things matter more than tactical advantage. Harry met Ragnarok's eyes. Neville is my friend. His parents were heroes who suffered because they fought the darkness. If I have the power to help them and choose not to, what does that make me? Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. Then, Slowly, he nodded. It makes you something I wasn't sure you could be. What? Human. The goblin turned away, but not before Harry caught something like pride in his expression. Christmas passed quietly. Harry spent most of the holiday at Gringotts, recovering from his exertions and planning for the coming year. Letters arrived from his allies, Daphne's elegant script, Neville's enthusiastic scrawl, Hermione's densely packed pages of research. The network he'd built was holding together, growing stronger despite the physical distance. News came from Hogwarts through Dumbledore's occasional updates. The school was quiet, no sign of Covenant activity, no indication that Voldemort's followers were moving. The peace wouldn't last, but Harry appreciated it while it did. On New Year's Eve, a different kind of message arrived. The owl was unremarkable, its cargo a single sheet of parchment bearing the chain symbol Harry had come to associate with his oldest enemies. But the message itself was unexpected: we request a meeting. Neutral ground. To discuss terms. Harry stared at the words, parsing implications. The Covenant wanted to negotiate. After Hogsmeade, after everything they'd done, they were offering to talk. It could be a trap. Probably was a trap. But it was also information, proof that his actions had shaken them, made them reconsider their approach. He composed his response carefully: I'll meet one representative, alone, in a location of my choosing. If I detect any deception, the meeting ends and the war continues. If you're sincere, we can discuss what comes next. He sent it off and waited. The response came 3 days later, accepting his terms. The meeting place was a moor in northern Scotland, far from any magical settlement. Harry arrived early, spending 2 hours laying wards, preparing escape routes, setting traps that would trigger if anyone tried to breach his defenses. By the time his senses detected an approaching presence, the area was as secure as he could make it. The Covenant's representative was not what he expected. She was young, maybe 25, with dark hair and features that suggested Mediterranean ancestry. She wore plain robes, carried no visible weapons, and moved with the careful grace of someone who knew they were walking into danger. Lord Peveril Le Fay. Her voice was calm, accented slightly. Thank you for agreeing to meet. You're not the Arbiter. No. The Arbiter prefers to remain at a distance. I am Helena Vance, a junior member of our council. She stopped at the edge of his ward line. May I enter? Harry considered, then gestured. The wards parted just enough to let her through. Talk. The Covenant has existed for over 1,000 years, Helena began. In that time, we've prevented numerous catastrophes, wizards and witches who would have reshaped the world according to their whims, who would have exposed magic to the mundane world or enslaved it entirely. We are not evil, Lord Peveril Le Fay. We are pragmatic. You tried to kill me in my bed. A preemptive strike that failed. Our methodology is being reassessed. Helena's expression didn't change. You've proven more capable than we anticipated. More human than we expected. The Arbiter believes you may be something other than what our prophecies predicted. And what did your prophecies predict? A monster. A creature of shadow and chaos that would consume everything in its path, remake reality according to its own desires, destroy the fabric of the magical world itself. She paused. You don't seem to be that. Not yet. I'm not. Perhaps. But the bloodlines you carry are dangerous, Lord Peveril Le Fay. The Peverils bargained with death. The Le Fays wove chaos into their very souls. Those powers grow over time, become harder to control. We've seen it happen before, heirs who started as idealistic reformers and ended as tyrants worse than any Dark Lord. And you've decided that the solution is to kill them before they become threats. The solution is to ensure that the threats never materialize. Helena met his eyes. We're offering an alternative. Join us. Work with us. Allow us to monitor your development, to provide guidance and restraint when necessary. In return, we'll protect you from our more aggressive factions, support your political ambitions, and share knowledge that could help you achieve your goals without losing yourself to the darkness." Harry laughed. It wasn't a kind sound. Helena flinched slightly, the first break in her composure. "You tried to murder me," Harry said. "You've been hunting my bloodlines for centuries. You attacked my friends, threatened everyone I care about. And now you want me to trust you to monitor my development? I understand your skepticism, you don't understand anything." Harry stepped closer, letting his shadows stir, letting the golden light crackle at his fingertips. "You see me as a problem to be managed. A threat to be contained or eliminated. But I'm not your enemy, Helena. I never was. Then what are you?" "I'm the solution to threats you can't handle." Harry's voice dropped. "Voldemort is returning. You know this, your intelligence networks are too good to have missed the signs. When he comes back, he'll be stronger than before, more careful, more dangerous. The Covenant can't stop him. The Ministry can't stop him. Dumbledore has been trying for decades and has only delayed the inevitable. And you can stop him. I can do what no one else can. Because I carry part of his soul. Because I understand him in ways that others don't. Because I'm willing to go places that good people won't go." Harry let his power settle, returning to a more human appearance. "The question isn't whether I'm a threat. The question is whether I'm your threat or Voldemort's enemy. Choose wisely." Helena was silent for a long moment. "The council will need to deliberate," she finally said. "Your proposal is unexpected. Take your time. But while you deliberate, stop coming after me and mine. Any further attacks will be met with retaliation. And I promise you, Helena, I'm very good at retaliation." "Understood." She began to back away toward the ward line. "One more thing, Lord Peveril Lefay. The Arbiter wanted me to tell you something." "What?" "He says that your mother would be proud of what you've become. But your father would be afraid." She disappeared before Harry could respond, leaving him alone on the moor with questions he couldn't answer. February brought unexpected developments. Harry returned to Hogwarts for the spring term with his political base expanded and his enemies in temporary retreat. The Covenant maintained their distance, apparently taking his warning seriously. Voldemort remained dormant, the Horcrux quiet in Harry's mind. Even the school seemed peaceful, students focused on studies rather than conflicts. It wouldn't last. Harry knew better than to trust in peace. But he used the time productively. Training intensified. His inner circle had grown during the break, new allies recruited through Christmas correspondence, old allies strengthened by shared purpose. They met in the room of requirement every evening, pushing their limits, learning to fight as a unit rather than individuals. Harry taught them things he'd never shared before. Bloodline secrets, yes, but also philosophy, the principles that guided his decisions, the values that kept him human despite the power flowing through him. "Power isn't the goal," he told them one evening, as they caught their breath between exercises. "Power is just a tool. The goal is building something worth having, a world where people like Neville's parents don't get tortured, where Muggleborns aren't treated as inferior, where Dark Lords don't rise because the system doesn't give them openings to exploit." "And the Covenant?" Hermione asked. "They seem to believe power itself is the problem. The Covenant fears what they don't control. Any power that doesn't answer to them is a threat in their eyes." Harry shook his head. "They're not entirely wrong, uncontrolled power is dangerous. But their solution is worse than the problem. You can't prevent abuse by preventing capability. All you do is make sure that only those willing to break rules have any strength." "So what's the answer?" Neville asked. "Accountability. Connection. Building relationships that matter more than personal ambition." Harry looked around at them, his friends, his allies, the people who had chosen to stand beside him despite everything. "That's what the Covenant doesn't understand. They see me as a weapon that might go off. But I'm not a weapon. I'm a person. And people can be trusted when they have reasons to be trustworthy. Reasons like us, Daphne said quietly. Exactly like you. The next Hogsmeade weekend came in late February, and with it, a surprise. Harry was browsing in tomes and scrolls, the village's small but well-stocked bookshop, when a familiar presence entered behind him. Cousin. He turned to find Sirius Black standing in the doorway. The man looked terrible, gaunt, pale, with the haunted eyes of someone who'd spent a decade in Azkaban. But he was standing, breathing, alive and free in a way that Harry hadn't expected. I got your letter, Sirius said. The one you sent through the goblins. Took me a while to recover enough to respond. Harry had sent that letter months ago, shortly after learning the truth about Sirius's imprisonment. The goblins had helped him trace the real story, Peter Pettigrew's betrayal, the lack of a trial, the injustice that had sent an innocent man to the worst prison on earth. You shouldn't be here, Harry said quietly. The Aurors think I'm in a safe house in Wales. The goblins are very helpful, when properly motivated. Sirius's lips twisted into something that wanted to be a smile. I wanted to meet you. Really meet you, not just read about you in newspapers. Then let's talk somewhere more private. They retreated to a protected corner of the Three Broomsticks, Harry's wards ensuring that no one could overhear or observe them. You look like James, Sirius said, studying Harry's face. But your eyes, those are lilies. She'd have loved what you've become. I never knew them. I know. That's partly why I'm here. Sirius reached into his robes, producing a small leather-bound book. Your parents left this for you. Gave it to me before they went into hiding, said to pass it on if anything happened to them. I've been carrying it for 12 years. Harry took the book carefully. It wasn't magical, just paper and ink and leather, but something about it felt significant. What is it? Letters. Memories. Things they wanted you to know if they couldn't tell you themselves. Sirius's voice cracked slightly. I read it, during the worst nights in Azkaban. It was one of the few things that kept me sane. Harry tucked the book inside his robes, close to his heart. He would read it later, when he was alone, when he could afford to feel whatever it would make him feel. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I want to help you, Harry. I know I'm not much use right now, Azkaban takes things from you that don't come back easily. But I was an Auror before everything went wrong. I know things about fighting dark wizards that you might find useful. The Covenant and Voldemort both. Both. Sirius's eyes hardened. I spent 12 years in a cell thinking about everything I'd lost. My best friends. My godson. My life. I'm not going to lose anything else. Whatever you're building, whatever you're fighting, I want in. Harry considered. Sirius was damaged, unpredictable, potentially a liability. But he was also family, real family, someone who had known his parents, who carried memories that no one else could provide. And he was a marauder. The goblins had told Harry stories about the pranks and adventures of James Potter's school days, the creativity and daring that had made them legendary. That kind of thinking could be valuable. All right, Harry said. But you stay hidden until you're ready. No risks, no heroics, no getting caught because you pushed yourself too hard. I can be patient. Can you? Sirius laughed, a rusty sound, but genuine. I spent 12 years learning patience. A few more months won't kill me. Spring melted into late spring, and Harry's coalition continued to grow. In the Wizengamot, his faction had expanded to include 12 neutral families, enough to swing votes on key issues, not enough to dominate but significant enough to matter. He'd successfully blocked 2 Malfoy-backed bills, supported legislation expanding Auror funding, and begun quietly laying groundwork for reforms that wouldn't see votes for years. At Hogwarts, his influence was even stronger. The training sessions had become an open secret, attracting students from all houses who wanted to learn real magical combat. Harry didn't teach everyone, he maintained an inner circle of trusted allies, but he established a tiered system where his core group could pass knowledge to promising candidates. By June, he had the nucleus of a private army disguised as a study group. "You're changing the school," Dumbledore observed during one of their now regular meetings. "The dynamics I've observed for decades are shifting. Students who would have become Death Eaters are now questioning their parents' ideologies. Students who would have been victims are learning to defend themselves. Is that a problem?" "It's unexpected." The headmaster looked tired, older than usual. "I've spent my life trying to guide young people toward the light. You seem to be doing it more effectively in a single year than I have in decades. You guide through inspiration. I guide through capability." Harry shrugged. "Different methods, similar goals. And yet I worry about where your methods will lead. The students who follow you aren't just learning to fight, they're learning to follow. To obey. That kind of loyalty can become dangerous. Only if I abuse it." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "Is that what you're worried about? That I'll become another Dark Lord, just with better branding? I'm worried that the distinction between light and dark is less clear to you than it should be. You've killed, Harry. Not in defense of others, but proactively, strategically. You've manipulated, deceived, built networks of power that answer only to you. All in service of goals you claim to share. The ends don't always justify the means. No. But sometimes they do." Harry stood, moving to the window that overlooked the grounds. "You've made your share of hard choices, Headmaster. The greater good, isn't that what you call it? At least I'm honest about what I'm willing to do." "Perhaps you are." Dumbledore's voice was soft. "I hope you remain honest with yourself as well. The path you're walking leads to dark places. Don't lose sight of the light that guides you." "I won't." Harry turned back. "Because I have people who would pull me back if I strayed. That's the difference between me and Voldemort. He had followers. I have friends." The old wizard nodded slowly, something like understanding crossing his weathered features. "Then I will trust in your friends to keep you true. And I will watch, and hope, and be ready to help if you need it. That's all I ask." The year ended as it had begun, with Harry standing at a window, looking out at a world that didn't know what was coming. Neville had visited his parents over Easter break and found them awake, aware, struggling but present. The boy had cried for an hour, then laughed for another hour, then made Harry promise to continue the treatments until his parents were as healed as they could be. Daphne had formally acknowledged their relationship, whatever it was, introducing Harry to her family as someone of significant personal importance. Lord Greengrass had watched them together with the calculating eyes of a political operator and the softer eyes of a father, and had apparently decided to support whatever developed. The Covenant remained quiet, their council still deliberating on Harry's proposal. Voldemort remained dormant, though the Horcrux occasionally stirred with dreams of resurrection. The magical world continued its descent toward a war that most people still refused to see coming. But Harry was ready. He had allies. He had resources. He had knowledge and power and a network that spanned the magical world. Whatever came next, Covenant attacks, Voldemort's return, betrayals he couldn't yet anticipate, he would face it with eyes open and weapons drawn. The weight of crowns was heavy. But he had never expected otherwise. On the last day of term, Harry stood in the room of requirement with his inner circle gathered around him. "This summer will be dangerous," he said. "More dangerous than last year. The Covenant may decide to move against us. Voldemort's followers are stirring, I've seen the signs. And our enemies in the Wizengamot will use the time to consolidate against us." "What's the plan?" Draco asked. "We train. We prepare. We build our strength for what's coming." Harry looked at each of them in turn, Neville, Hermione, Daphne, Draco, Theo, Tracy. His friends. His family, in all the ways that mattered. When we come back in September, we need to be ready for war. We will be, Neville said. His voice held a conviction that hadn't been there a year ago. Whatever happens, we'll be ready. Harry nodded, feeling something warm in his chest, not quite hope, but close. Then let's begin. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Chamber Open's second year began with whispers. Harry felt them before he heard them, a susurrus of fear threading through the castle's ancient stones, carried on currents of magic that most people couldn't perceive. Something had changed at Hogwarts over the summer, some balance shifted while students were away. The castle itself seemed to be holding its breath. He stepped off the Hogwarts Express into a September evening that should have felt like homecoming but instead felt like walking into a trap he couldn't quite see. You feel it too. Daphne fell into step beside him, her ice-blue eyes scanning the platform. Something's wrong. The wards are stressed. Someone's been testing them. Harry reached out with his peveril senses, tasting the magical currents. Not breaking through, just probing. Looking for weaknesses. The Covenant? Maybe. Or something else entirely. They walked toward the carriages in silence, both alert for threats that hadn't yet materialized. Around them, other students chatted and laughed, oblivious to the tension their most observant classmates could feel. Harry would have given a great deal to share their ignorance. The first attack came 3 weeks into the term. Mrs. Norris was found hanging from a torch bracket on the second floor, stiff as a board, her yellow eyes glazed and fixed. On the wall behind her, written in what looked disturbingly like blood, were words that made Harry's stomach clench: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The school descended into chaos. Harry stood at the edge of the crowd that had gathered, watching Filch wail over his petrified cat, watching Dumbledore examine the scene with careful intensity, watching the other students, particularly the Slytherins, react with expressions ranging from fear to excitement. "The Chamber of Secrets," Hermione murmured beside him. "I've read about it. Legend says Salazar Slytherin built a hidden chamber somewhere in the castle before he left. Supposedly it contains a monster that only his heir can control. And someone's opened it. The message says, heir. That means everyone's going to be looking at me." Harry's voice was flat. "The boy who lived, sorted into Slytherin, with powers no one understands. I'm the obvious suspect." "That's ridiculous. You've been with us every evening, you couldn't have. Logic doesn't matter when people are scared." Harry turned away from the scene. "We need to find out what's really happening before the school tears itself apart." The accusation started within days. Harry had expected suspicion, he'd prepared for it, even, but the speed and intensity of the backlash caught him off guard. Students who had been friendly suddenly avoided his gaze. Professors watched him with wary attention. Even some of his allies seemed uncertain, their trust shaken by the whispered rumors that spread through the castle like poison. "Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin. He speaks to snakes, everyone saw it during that duel last year. His family has dark magic. Ancient dark magic. Who knows what else he can do?" The worst part was that some of it was true. Harry did have Slytherin blood, diluted through the Lo Fei line but present. He could speak Parseltongue, a discovery he'd made years ago and kept carefully hidden. And the chamber, he could feel it now, somewhere deep beneath the castle, a presence that called to something in his blood. "They're turning on you." Neville found Harry in the room of requirement late one evening, the Gryffindor's round face troubled. "I've been listening to the other houses. The Gryffindors especially, they never trusted you after the sorting, and now they think they were right. What do you think?" "I think you saved my parents." Neville's voice was steady. "I think you've spent the last year teaching people to defend themselves, building something that could actually protect us when the real threats come. I think anyone who believes you'd attack students is an idiot." "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Just find whoever's really doing this and stop them. Neville hesitated. And Harry? Be careful. The ones who are scared of you, they might do something stupid. He was right. The tension Harry felt wasn't just magical, it was social, political, building toward a breaking point that could shatter everything he'd built. He needed answers. Fast. The search for the chamber became Harry's obsession. He scoured the castle at night, using his Peveril abilities to walk through shadows and examine spaces that normal students couldn't reach. The Room of Requirement provided research materials, ancient texts about Hogwarts' founding, architectural diagrams, legends about Salazar Slytherin that had been suppressed for centuries. The Louvre site showed him things that weren't visible to normal eyes. Magical residue left by whoever had petrified Mrs. Norris. Trail markers in the stones, faint but traceable. A pattern of power that led inexorably downward, toward something old and hungry beneath the school. But the chamber's entrance eluded him. It has to be here somewhere, he muttered, standing in a second-floor corridor that his senses insisted was significant. The trails converge here, but there's nothing, a sound interrupted him. Small, desperate, familiar. Harry turned to find a ghost floating through the wall, moaning Myrtle, the spectre who haunted the girls' bathroom. Her translucent face was even more distressed than usual. "You're looking for it," she said. "The chamber. I can tell. Do you know something?" "I know where I died." Myrtle drifted closer, her expression shifting from sorrow to something almost like hope. 50 years ago, I was crying in that bathroom when I heard a voice. A boy's voice, speaking words I couldn't understand. I opened the door to tell him to go away, and then. She gestured at her ghostly form. I saw eyes. Great, big, yellow eyes. And then I was dead. Harry's mind raced. 50 years ago, that would be 1943. A boy speaking in a language Myrtle couldn't understand, Parseltongue. Yellow eyes that killed on sight. A basilisk, he breathed. The monster in the chamber is a basilisk. Is that what killed me? Myrtle seemed oddly pleased by this information. At least now I know. Where exactly did you die? What bathroom? She pointed down the corridor. That one. No one uses it anymore because I haunt it. Harry was already moving. The entrance was hidden in plain sight. A sink in the girls' bathroom, one of a circle of basins that looked identical to all the others except for a tiny snake carved into the copper tap. Harry examined it with his Louvre sight and saw the magic, old, powerful, keyed to Parseltongue and Slytherin blood. Open, he hissed, and the sink began to move. Stone grinding against stone. The basin sliding aside to reveal a dark opening, a pipe wide enough for a person to slide through, descending into absolute blackness. Harry didn't hesitate. He stepped into the darkness and fell. The Chamber of Secrets was everything the legends promised and more. Harry emerged from the pipe into a tunnel carved from living rock, its walls decorated with carved serpents that seemed to watch him as he passed. The air was thick with the smell of age and something else, something alive, something waiting. He walked for what felt like hours, following the tunnel through twists and turns, past shed snake skins that suggested a creature of monstrous size. The Peveril shadow sight let him see in the absolute darkness, but what he saw only confirmed his growing dread. The basilisk was real. And it was enormous. Finally, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber. Pillars carved like serpents supported a ceiling lost in shadow. At the far end, a massive stone face, Salazar Slytherin himself, Harry presumed, dominated the wall, its mouth open in an eternal scream. And standing before that face, waiting, was someone Harry hadn't expected. A boy. 16 or 17, with dark hair and handsome features, wearing Hogwarts robes from a different era. He was translucent around the edges, not quite solid, but his eyes were terribly, completely real. Harry Potter. The boy's voice was smooth, cultured, carrying a satisfaction that made Harry's skin crawl. I wondered when you'd find your way here. Who are you? My name is Tom Riddle. The boy smiled. But you know me by another name, don't you? You've been carrying a piece of me since before you could walk. The Horcrux in Harry's mind stirred, reaching toward this apparition with something that felt horribly like recognition. You're Voldemort, Harry said. Or part of him. A memory. Preserved in a diary for 50 years, waiting for someone to pour enough life into me that I could act again. Tom gestured, and Harry noticed for the first time the small figure lying at the base of Slytherin's statue, a girl, red-haired, unconscious. Young Ginny Weasley has been most helpful. All those secrets she confided, all that emotional energy she poured into my pages, it's been quite nourishing. Harry's eyes narrowed. You've been possessing her. Using her to open the chamber, to attack students. Clever boy. The basilisk needed direction, you see. Poor beast had been sleeping for so long, it needed someone to wake it, to guide it. Ginny was perfect, weak-willed, desperate for a friend, so easy to manipulate. Tom's smile widened. But she's almost used up now. Once I've drained the last of her life force, I'll be fully restored. And then? Then you'll have to deal with me. Yes. Tom's eyes glittered with anticipation. The boy who lived. The one who destroyed my future self's body. The one who carries a piece of my soul. He tilted his head, studying Harry with unsettling intensity. I've been learning about you, Harry. Through Ginny's memories of school gossip, through the diary's connection to the Horcrux in your scar. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? A child. A weapon for Dumbledore to aim at my future self. Instead, I find this. Tom gestured at Harry, at the shadows curling at his feet, at the golden light flickering between his fingers. The Peverell bloodline. The Lu Fei bloodline. Powers that should have died out centuries ago, awakened in a vessel strong enough to contain them. I'm full of surprises. Clearly. Tom began to pace, circling Harry with predatory grace. When I first learned of the prophecy, the one linking us, I thought it meant I needed to destroy you. Simple. Clean. Eliminate the threat before it could mature. He paused. But seeing what you've become. I wonder if I was thinking too small. If you're about to offer me partnership, save your breath. Not partnership. Something better. Tom stopped, facing Harry directly. Join with me, Harry. Let me merge with the Horcrux you carry. Together, we could be something unprecedented, two of the most powerful magical bloodlines in history, combined with the greatest dark wizard of the age. We could remake the world. Harry felt the Horcrux respond to the offer, felt its hunger for completion, for unity with this fragment of its original self. For a moment, just a moment, he could see what Tom was describing. The power they could wield together, the things they could accomplish. Then he thought of Ginny Weasley, dying on cold stone because Tom needed her life force. He thought of his parents, murdered because Voldemort feared a prophecy. He thought of Neville's parents, tortured into madness by people who followed this ideology. No. The word was simple, absolute. Tom's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes hardened. You're making a mistake. I don't think so. Harry let his power rise, shadows and light swirling together in a display he'd never attempted before. You see me as a potential ally, Tom. A resource to be acquired. But you're not seeing clearly. I've spent 11 years learning to control the darkness inside me. Learning to use it without being consumed by it. What you're offering isn't partnership, it's surrender. Letting your hunger become my hunger, your evil become my evil. And you think you're above such things? With the power you carry, the blood that flows in your veins. Tom laughed. You'll become what I am eventually, Harry. The bloodlines demand it. The magic demands it. You can't fight your own nature forever. Watch me. Harry attacked. The duel in the Chamber of Secrets would become legend, though few would ever know its true nature. Tom Riddle wasn't fully corporeal, he couldn't cast spells directly, but he had the basilisk, and he had the diary's connection to the ambient magic of the chamber. The serpent erupted from Slytherin's mouth, 60 feet of scaled death, its yellow eyes deadly to anyone who met them directly. Harry didn't meet them. He fought with his eyes closed, using the Peveril shadow sight to perceive the world in shades of darkness and death. The basilisk was brilliantly alive in his perception, a coil of heat and hunger that moved with terrible speed. He dodged its strikes, deflected its snapping jaws with walls of solidified shadow, counterattacked with bolts of lo-fi chaos that should have torn through its scales. But the basilisk was ancient, saturated with the magic of Slytherin's bloodline, and it shrugged off attacks that would have killed any normal creature. "You can't win," Tom called from the sidelines, his tone conversational. "The basilisk has been alive for 1,000 years. It's killed more powerful wizards than you. Then I'll have to try something different." Harry reached inside himself, past the Peveril gifts, past the lo-fi chaos, to the thing he'd been containing since he was old enough to understand what it was. The Horcrux. He could feel it now, more clearly than ever, Voldemort's soul fragment, bound to his own, corrupted and hungry and utterly alien. It had been his enemy for 11 years, a darkness he'd fought to control. Now he made it his weapon. "Kill the boy," Tom commanded in Parseltongue, and the basilisk lunged. "Stop," Harry countered, but his command was wrapped in something more, the authority of Voldemort's own soul, channeled through the Horcrux, speaking to the beast in a voice it couldn't disobey. The basilisk froze, inches from Harry's face, its massive head swaying with confusion. "What are you doing?" Tom's voice was no longer calm. "Kill him. I command you." "You're not him," Harry said, letting the Horcrux's power flow through his words. "You're a memory, a fragment, a piece of the past. I carry the true shard of his soul. I am more Voldemort than you will ever be." The basilisk turned to face Tom Riddle's shade, its ancient eyes focusing on the boy who had woken it, commanded it, used it as a weapon against students who posed no threat. "No," Tom whispered. "No, you can't, return to sleep," Harry commanded. "Sleep until someone with true authority wakes you. Not memories. Not fragments. Real power." The basilisk lowered its head, a gesture of submission that looked almost like a bow. Then it turned and slithered back into Slytherin's statue, disappearing into the darkness from which it had emerged. Tom Riddle's form flickered, suddenly less substantial than before. "This isn't over," the shade hissed. "I'll find another way. The diary still holds my essence, the diary." Harry spotted it lying near Ginny's unconscious form, a small black book, ordinary-looking but radiating malevolence. "That's what's sustaining you. What happens if I destroy it?" "You can't." Harry reached the diary before Tom could react. He picked it up, feeling the wrongness of it, the concentrated evil bound into paper and leather. Then he drove a shadow blade through its heart. Tom Riddle screamed. It was a sound Harry would never forget, rage and fear and disbelief compressed into a single moment of agony. The shade writhed, tearing apart, dissolving into darkness that fled into the stones of the chamber and was gone. The diary burst into flames in Harry's hands. He dropped it, watching it burn with cold satisfaction. One Horcrux down. Ginny Weasley woke with a gasp. Where, what? She saw Harry standing over her, saw the burning diary, saw the chamber around them. Oh God! Oh God, it was real. I thought I was dreaming, but I was doing those things, writing on the walls, opening the... It wasn't you. Harry crouched beside her, his voice gentle. Tom Riddle was possessing you through the diary. You were a victim, not a perpetrator. But I remember, she started crying, great heaving sobs that shook her entire body. I remember petrifying Colin, and Mrs. Norris, and I couldn't stop myself. I tried to fight but he was too strong, I know. Harry let her cry, let her purge some of the horror. But it's over now. He's gone. How do you know? Because I killed him. Ginny looked at him with red-rimmed eyes, seeing something in his expression that made her stop crying. You're not what everyone says. The rumors about you being the heir, about you being dark, I'm exactly what everyone says. Harry helped her to her feet. I'm just not evil. There's a difference. The aftermath was complicated. Harry brought Ginny back to the surface through a route he discovered in the chamber, an emergency exit that opened into the dungeons, presumably created by Slytherin for quick escapes. They emerged into a castle in uproar, search parties combing every corridor for the missing first year. Dumbledore found them first. The old wizard took in the scene, Harry supporting a traumatized Ginny, both covered in dust and grime from the chamber, and his expression shifted through several emotions before settling on something that might have been respect. The Chamber of Secrets, he said. You found it. And closed it. The attacks will stop. And the monster within? Sleeping. Under my authority. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. The basilisk is too valuable to destroy, and too dangerous to leave uncontrolled. I've bound it with Parseltongue commands, it won't wake unless someone with Slytherin blood and proper authorization calls it. Proper authorization meaning you. Meaning me. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Around them, professors and students began to gather, drawn by the commotion. Miss Weasley, the headmaster said finally, please go with Professor McGonagall. She'll ensure you're cared for. He turned back to Harry. You and I need to talk. They walked to Dumbledore's office in silence. Harry could feel the eyes on him, students watching, whispering, their suspicion warring with confusion. The boy who lived had found the Chamber of Secrets. Had confronted the monster within. Had emerged victorious with the petrified student's would-be savior in his arms. The narrative was shifting. Harry could feel it, the moment when public opinion began to turn. In the office, Dumbledore settled behind his desk and steepled his fingers. Tell me everything. Harry did. The discovery of the entrance, the confrontation with Tom Riddle's shade, the battle with the basilisk, the destruction of the diary. He left nothing out, there was no point, when Dumbledore would learn most of it through other means anyway. You used the Horcrux, Dumbledore said when Harry finished. Channeled Voldemort's soul fragment to command the basilisk. Yes. That's extraordinarily dangerous. The connection between you and Voldemort, every time you strengthen it, you risk losing yourself to his influence. I know the risks. Harry's voice was flat. I also know that without using the Horcrux, I'd be dead and Ginny Weasley would be worse than dead. Sometimes the dangerous choice is the only choice. And the basilisk? You've bound it to your will, made it your creature. A weapon of mass destruction, loyal only to you. Would you prefer I'd killed it? I would prefer you'd consulted me before making decisions that affect the entire school. There wasn't time. Harry stood, moving to the window that overlooked the grounds. And frankly, headmaster, this is exactly the kind of situation where your involvement would have complicated things. You'd have insisted on committees, on ministry involvement, on following proper procedures. Meanwhile, students were being petrified and Ginny Weasley was dying. So you acted alone. I acted decisively. There's a difference. Silence stretched between them. When Dumbledore spoke again, his voice was different, older, wearier. You contain a piece of his soul, Harry. A Horcrux created by accident, bound to your very being. And now you've destroyed another Horcrux, one that should have been impossible for you to touch without being consumed by its corruption. I've been dealing with Horcrux corruption since I was old enough to think. One more piece of Voldemort's soul isn't going to break me. It's not the single piece that concerns me. It's the pattern. Dumbledore's eyes were piercing, seeing more than Harry wanted him to see. Every step you take brings you closer to him. Every power you claim, every battle you fight, every choice that leads you into darkness rather than light. You're becoming something, Harry. And I'm not certain it's something good. Harry turned from the window to face the old wizard directly. I'm becoming something necessary. Something that can stand against Voldemort when he returns, something that can protect people the Ministry won't protect and fight battles Dumbledore's side won't fight. He let his power show, just a fraction, just enough to remind Dumbledore what he was dealing with. You've spent decades preparing for this war, Headmaster. Building networks, gathering intelligence, positioning your pieces. But when the real fighting started, it was a 12-year-old with a broken wand who saved the school. That 12-year-old had considerable advantages. And I'll use every advantage I have. Every gift, every power, every scrap of darkness that I can turn against the enemies who threaten the people I care about. Harry's voice softened slightly. I know you're worried about me. I know you've seen this pattern before, talented young wizards who fell to the temptations of power. But I'm not Voldemort, Dumbledore. I never will be. What makes you so certain? Because I have something he never had. Harry smiled, and for a moment he looked almost like a normal boy. People who would die for me, and people I would die for. Voldemort has never loved anyone in his entire existence. Everything he does is about himself, his survival, his power, his legacy. I'm fighting for something else entirely. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I've been too focused on the dangers and not enough on the possibilities. He rose from his desk, moving to stand beside Harry at the window. I lost a great deal when I was young, Harry. People I loved, futures I'd dreamed of, parts of myself that I'll never get back. It made me cautious. Perhaps too cautious. The past doesn't have to define us. No. But it shapes us, whether we wish it to or not. Dumbledore's hand settled on Harry's shoulder, a gesture of connection that felt surprisingly genuine. I can't approve of all your methods. But I can acknowledge that your results have been remarkable. The students who would have died are alive. The monster who would have been resurrected was destroyed instead. And a young girl who nearly lost her soul will recover because you were willing to act when others would have hesitated. Does that mean you'll stop trying to control me? It means I'll try to trust you. Which is considerably harder, but perhaps more important. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't the complete acceptance he might have hoped for, but it was progress. And progress, in a war this complex, was the most anyone could ask for. The weeks following the chamber's closure were strange ones. The petrified students were revived using Mandrake Restorative, their memories of the attacks mercifully vague. Ginny Weasley returned to classes, quieter than before but recovering. The school's mood shifted from fear to celebration, with Harry at the unexpected center of everyone's gratitude. He handled it badly. You're not used to people actually liking you, Daphne observed, watching Harry flinch away from yet another student's enthusiastic thanks. It's fascinating. I'm used to people respecting me. Fearing me. Working with me because it serves their interests. Harry grimaced as a group of second-year Hufflepuffs waved at him from across the Great Hall. This is different. This is what happens when you're genuinely heroic. Not everything has to be calculated political advantage, Harry. Everything is calculated political advantage. Even heroism. Daphne sighed but didn't argue. She'd learned that Harry's worldview, forged in goblin vaults and shaped by constant threat, didn't shift easily. But he was changing, whether he admitted it or not. The inner circle saw it, the way he lingered a bit longer at their gatherings, the way his smiles came more readily, the way he'd started referring to Hogwarts as something other than Dumbledore's domain. He was making a home here. Despite himself. The school year wound toward its end, but one more confrontation remained. Harry found Dumbledore waiting for him after the final feast, in the corridor outside the Great Hall. Walk with me, the headmaster said. They walked in silence through the castle, past portraits that whispered and ghosts that bowed, until they reached a balcony overlooking the lake. The moon was full, painting silver light across the water. "I've been thinking about our conversations this year," Dumbledore said. "About the things you've told me and the things you've shown me." "Conclusions?" "Several. But one stands out above the rest." The old wizard turned to face Harry fully. "You're not my enemy. You're not my pawn. You're something I haven't had in a very long time." "What's that?" "An equal." Harry blinked. Of all the things he'd expected, that wasn't among them. "I've spent decades fighting this war alone," Dumbledore continued. "Oh, I've had allies, dear friends, loyal supporters, people who would die for the cause. But none of them could truly understand the burden of leadership. The choices that have no good options. The knowledge that every decision you make will determine whether people live or die. And you think I understand? I think you've understood since you were old enough to comprehend what was expected of you." Dumbledore's voice was soft. "The goblins raised you as a lord, Harry. They taught you to make hard choices, to shoulder responsibilities that would crush most adults. In some ways, you've been carrying burdens heavier than mine since childhood. I don't want your pity. I'm not offering pity. I'm offering recognition." Dumbledore extended his hand. "We'll disagree on methods. We'll argue about tactics and strategy and the acceptable costs of victory. But at the core, we want the same things: an end to Voldemort, protection for the innocent, a world where children don't have to grow up as quickly as you did." Harry looked at the offered hand. A year ago, he would have refused it, too wary of manipulation, too certain that Dumbledore was just another obstacle to be managed. Now, he took it. "Partners," Harry said. "Not leader and follower. Not mentor and student. Partners." "Partners," Dumbledore agreed. "Heaven help us both." Summer arrived, bringing with it the promise of rest and the certainty of new challenges. Harry stood on the platform at Hogsmeade Station, watching his friends prepare to board the train. Neville was laughing at something Hermione had said. Draco was arguing with Theo about summer plans. Daphne was giving instructions to Tracy about maintaining their information networks over the break. A family. That's what they'd become, somehow, over 2 years of shared danger and growing trust. "You're not coming with us?" Neville asked, breaking away from the group. "I have work to do. Covenant intelligence to process, political meetings to attend, plans to make for next year." Harry smiled slightly. "The war doesn't take summers off. Neither do you, apparently. I'll rest when we've won." Neville studied him for a moment, then pulled him into a hug, quick, firm, the embrace of brothers in all but blood. "Don't forget to actually live once in a while," Neville said. "All the power in the world doesn't mean anything if you don't have something worth fighting for." "I have something worth fighting for." Harry returned the hug, then stepped back. "All of you. Now get on the train before you miss it." He watched them board, watched the train pull away, watched until the scarlet engine disappeared around a bend in the tracks. Then he turned and walked back toward the castle. There was still work to be done. Voldemort was out there, gathering strength. The Covenant was watching, waiting for their moment. And somewhere in the darkness, something ancient was stirring, something that had felt Harry's power in the chamber, something that recognized the Lefay bloodline and wanted to reclaim what had been given away centuries ago. The Remnant. Harry had felt it during his confrontation with Tom Riddle, a presence at the edge of perception, vast and patient and utterly inhuman. Morgan Le Fay had bargained with it once, trading something of herself for the power her descendants now carried. That bargain was coming due. But that was a problem for another day. Right now, in this moment, Harry allowed himself to feel something like peace. He had survived another year. Grown stronger. Made connections that would last a lifetime. Whatever came next, he would face it with allies at his side and power in his hands. The Demon Lord of Peveril and Le Fay was just getting started. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Demon Lord Rises. Third year began with thunder. Not metaphorical thunder, actual lightning splitting the September sky as the Hogwarts Express wound through the Scottish Highlands. Harry stood at a window in his private compartment, watching the storm rage outside while his senses tracked something else entirely. Dementors. He could feel them long before the train slowed, their cold presence pressing against the edges of his perception like fingers of ice. The Peveril bloodline recognized them, creatures of the space between life and death, distant cousins to the shadows Harry commanded. "They're coming," he said. Daphne looked up from her book. "The Dementors? I thought they were supposed to be searching for Sirius Black." "They are. But they're also coming here." Harry's eyes narrowed as he traced the approach of the cold presences. 12 of them. Surrounding the train. That seems excessive for a search. It's not a search. It's a test. Harry moved toward the compartment door. "Stay here. I'll handle this." He stepped into the corridor just as the train ground to a halt, the lights flickering, frost beginning to crawl across the windows. Other students were emerging from their compartments, confused and frightened, their breath misting in the suddenly freezing air. The first Dementor came through the wall. It was exactly as the texts described, a towering figure in black robes, skeletal hands protruding from ragged sleeves, a face that was nothing but a gaping hole where a mouth should be. The cold it radiated was profound, reaching into Harry's chest and pulling at something deep inside. But Harry had grown up with a piece of Voldemort's soul lodged in his mind. He knew cold. He knew darkness. And he knew that some things feared him more than he could ever fear them. "Stop." The word came out in a language that wasn't quite Parseltongue, wasn't quite human speech, something older, something that existed in the space where death met not death. The Peveril bloodline speaking to creatures born from that same between space. The Dementor stopped. Not just slowed, froze in place, its eyeless face turned toward Harry with something that might have been confusion. Around the train, Harry could feel the other Dementors hesitating, their relentless approach suddenly uncertain. "You know what I am," Harry said, still in that ancient tongue. "You recognize the blood of those who walked with death. Go back to your posts. This train is not your concern." For a long moment, the Dementor simply hovered there. Then, with a sound like wind through a graveyard, it retreated. Back through the wall, back into the storm, taking its fellows with it. The cold receded. The light steadied. And Harry found himself at the center of a corridor full of staring students. "What just happened?" someone whispered. "Nothing important." Harry turned back toward his compartment. The Dementors were confused. "They're gone now." He closed the door behind him, shutting out the whispers and the wide eyes, and found his inner circle waiting with expressions ranging from awe to concern. "You spoke to them," Hermione said. "In a language I've never heard. Peveril tongue. The language of those who bargained with death." Harry settled into his seat, suddenly tired. The Dementors are related to that bargain, in a way. They recognize the bloodline. They won't bother us again. "That's convenient," Draco observed. "That's power." Harry closed his eyes. "And power always comes with a cost. Wake me when we reach Hogwarts." The first weeks of third year brought new tensions and old enemies. Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban had thrown the Ministry into chaos, Dementors were stationed at every entrance to the grounds, and the atmosphere at Hogwarts was thick with fear and rumor. Most students believed Black was hunting Harry, the traitor seeking to finish what Voldemort started. Harry knew better. The Covenant arranged his imprisonment, he told his inner circle during a private meeting in the Room of Requirement. 12 years ago, they realized Sirius was my godfather, someone who would have protected me, raised me outside their influence. So they ensured he never got a trial, never got a chance to claim guardianship. "And now he's escaped," Neville said. "Looking for justice. Revenge. The chance to find Peter Pettigrew and expose the real traitor. Harry pulled out a map he'd been working on, locations, names, connections. Pettigrew is alive, hiding in his animagus form. I've tracked him to somewhere near Hogwarts. Near Hogwarts? Hermione leaned forward. I mean the rat that the Weasley family has been keeping for 12 years is actually a wizard who betrayed my parents to Voldemort. Silence. That's... Daphne struggled for words. That's a significant accusation. It's not an accusation. It's a fact. Harry met their eyes, one by one. Sirius is innocent. Pettigrew is the true secret keeper who sold out my parents. The Covenant used that night to eliminate both Potters and neutralize Sirius in one stroke. So what do we do about it? We find Pettigrew. We capture him. We force the Ministry to give Sirius a trial. Harry's expression hardened. And then we find out exactly how deep the Covenant's influence in the Ministry goes. The hunt for Pettigrew consumed October. Harry used every resource at his disposal, Peveril shadowwalking to search the castle at night, Lo-Fei's site to track magical signatures, the network of allies he'd built to watch and report. The rat was cunning, staying close to crowds, never venturing alone into areas where Harry could corner him. But Harry was patient. And he had advantages Pettigrew didn't know about. The break came on Halloween. Harry was in the library, ostensibly studying for classes but actually monitoring a tracking charm he'd managed to place on Scabbers during a chance encounter with Ron Weasley. The rat had been behaving strangely all day, nervous, twitching, glancing toward windows as if expecting pursuit. He knows, Harry realized. He knows Sirius is coming. That night, while the rest of the school feasted, Harry slipped away and followed the tracking charm to the Shrieking Shack. He found exactly what he expected. Sirius Black stood over a terrified Ron Weasley, wand pointed at the rat clutched in the boy's hands. His face was gaunt, his eyes wild, but his voice was steady. Give me the rat, boy. I'm not going to hurt you, I just need the rat. You're mad. You're a murderer. I'm neither. Sirius's gaze flickered to the doorway where Harry had appeared. Though I am a man who's been waiting 12 years for this moment. Let me handle this. Harry stepped into the room, shadows curling around his feet. Ron, the rat isn't what you think it is. Give it to me, and I'll explain everything. Harry? What are you doing here? How did you, Ron's? Confusion was nearly palpable. This is Sirius Black. He killed your parents. No. He didn't. Harry extended his hand. The rat, Ron. Now. Something in his voice, some authority that Ron had learned to respond to over 2 years of watching Harry command rooms, made the boy comply. He handed over Scabbers with shaking hands, and Harry felt the creature's frantic heartbeat against his palm. Transform, Harry commanded in Parseltongue, layering the word with Lo-Fei compulsion. The rat twisted. Grew. Became a balding, rat-faced man in the ruins of what had once been fine robes. Peter Pettigrew. Harry Potter. Pettigrew's voice was a whine, his watery eyes darting between Harry and Sirius. You don't understand, I had no choice, the Dark Lord, he would have killed me, you had a choice. Harry's voice was cold. You chose to betray my parents to save your miserable life. You chose to let an innocent man rot in Azkaban for your crimes. You chose to hide as a pet while the people you destroyed suffered. I didn't, I couldn't, silence. The compulsion hit Pettigrew like a physical blow, clamping his mouth shut mid-excuse. Harry turned to Sirius, who was watching with an expression caught between triumph and disbelief. You have proof now. Pettigrew alive, in the presence of witnesses. The Ministry will have to grant you a trial. The Ministry is compromised. Sirius's voice was hoarse. I've spent 12 years learning exactly how deep that corruption goes. I know. That's why we're not going to the Ministry. Harry produced a small silver coin from his pocket. "We're going to Gringotts. The goblins can administer Veritaserum, take memories, build a case that even the Covenant's influence can't suppress. And then we're going to burn their networks to the ground." Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had ever seen from him. "Your father would be proud of what you've become. My father would be afraid." Harry echoed the words Helena Vance had spoken months ago. "But he'd fight beside me anyway." The night that followed was chaos. Harry used the silver coin to summon Ragnarok's emergency extraction team, who operated directly into the Shrieking Shack despite wards that should have prevented such intrusion. Pettigrew was bound, silenced, and transported to Gringotts before the Ministry even knew he'd been found. Sirius went with them, leaving Harry to manage the situation at Hogwarts. Ron was the immediate problem. The Gryffindor was traumatized, confused, struggling to process the revelation that his pet had been a human, a murderer, for 3 years. "I don't understand," Ron kept saying. "I don't understand any of this." "You don't need to understand it all tonight." Harry guided him back toward the castle. "Just know that Sirius Black is innocent, Pettigrew is the real traitor, and everything is being handled." "By who?" "By you." "By me." Ron looked at him with something between awe and fear, the expression Harry had grown used to seeing on people's faces when they realized what he truly was. "You're not just another student, are you? All those rumors about you, the things people whisper, they're true. Some of them." Harry paused at the edge of the castle grounds. "Go back to Gryffindor Tower, Ron. Get some sleep. Tomorrow, things are going to change." "Change how?" "You'll see." By morning, the wizarding world was in an uproar. The Daily Prophet's headline screamed, "Sirius Black innocent, Peter Pettigrew captured, Ministry corruption exposed." The article detailed Pettigrew's capture, his confession under Veritaserum, and the implications for Black's 12-year imprisonment. It also mentioned, almost in passing, that Lord Harry Potter had been instrumental in bringing the true traitor to justice. The political fallout was immediate and severe. Minister Fudge called emergency sessions of the Wizengamot. The DMLE launched investigations into how Pettigrew had escaped notice. The Covenant's Ministry contacts scrambled to contain the damage, but the story was already spreading too fast. Harry watched it all unfold from a distance, satisfied but not yet finished. "This is just the beginning," he told Daphne during a quiet moment in the library. "Pettigrew's exposure proves that the system is broken, that innocent people can be imprisoned without trial, that guilty people can hide in plain sight for years. The public is angry. The Ministry is defensive. Now is the time to push." "Push for what?" "Reform. Real reform, not just cosmetic changes." Harry pulled out a document he'd been working on for months, legislative proposals, procedural changes, structural modifications to how magical justice worked. Mandatory trials for all accused criminals. Independent oversight of Azkaban. Requirements for evidence and verification before imprisonment. "You've been planning this." "I've been planning this since I learned about Sirius. His case is proof of everything I've been arguing, that the current system serves power, not justice." Harry's eyes were hard. The Covenant uses that system to eliminate threats. The Death Eaters used it to escape punishment. The Ministry uses it to avoid accountability. It all has to change. And you think you can make that happen? Against all that entrenched power? "I think I can start the process. The public is listening now. The pressure is building." Harry smiled slightly. "And I have something the Covenant doesn't expect, allies in places they haven't thought to look." Sirius Black's trial was scheduled for December. In the weeks leading up to it, Harry worked tirelessly, rallying support in the Wizengamot, coordinating with sympathetic journalists, preparing the case that would prove beyond doubt what the Goblins' evidence had already demonstrated. The Covenant pushed back. Subtle pressures, whispered threats, accidents that befell potential witnesses. But Harry had been expecting resistance, and his precautions held. The trial itself was almost anticlimactic. Pettigrew's Veritaserum testimony was damning. Memory evidence from both Sirius and Harry corroborated the official record. Character witnesses testified to Black's loyalty to the Potters, his godfather bond with Harry, his utter lack of motive for betrayal. By the time the Wisengamot voted, the outcome was never in doubt. Sirius Orion Black, you are hereby found not guilty of all charges and restored to your full status as a citizen of magical Britain. Chief Warlock Dumbledore's voice echoed through the chamber. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic formally apologizes for your wrongful imprisonment and offers compensation in the amount of, I don't want the Ministry's money. Sirius's voice was steady, strong, transformed by weeks of recovery and the prospect of freedom. I want justice. I want the people who put me in Azkaban to face the same scrutiny I just faced. Lord Black, no. Sirius turned to address the full Wisengamot, his eyes burning. 12 years. I spent 12 years in hell for a crime I didn't commit. Not because of an honest mistake, because someone wanted me out of the way. Someone with influence in this body, in the Ministry, in places I'm only beginning to understand. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry watched the faces of known Covenant sympathizers and saw carefully controlled alarm. I call for an investigation, Sirius continued. A full inquiry into how an innocent man was imprisoned without trial. Who signed the orders? Who benefited from my absence? Who ensured that no one ever questioned my guilt? Lord Black, Dumbledore said carefully, such an investigation would require considerable resources, I'll fund it myself. Harry stood from his seat in the Peveril section. The House of Peveril-Lo-Fay offers its full support for Lord Black's proposal. We will provide investigators, documentation, and whatever else is needed to uncover the truth. More murmurs. The political implications were rippling outward, alliances shifting in real time. I second the motion, Lord Greengrass said, rising from his seat. Behind him, a dozen other neutral faction lords followed suit. Dumbledore surveyed the chamber, reading the room with practiced ease. His eyes met Harry's, and something passed between them, acknowledgement, perhaps even respect. Very well. The motion carries. An independent inquiry will be established to investigate the circumstances of Lord Black's imprisonment. Dumbledore banged his gavel. This session is adjourned. That evening, Harry and Sirius sat together in Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Black family. The house was dark, dusty, full of shadows and bad memories. But it was private, protected by wards that even the Covenant would struggle to breach, and for the moment, it was sanctuary. You did it. Sirius was watching Harry with an expression between wonder and something deeper. You actually did it. Cleared my name, exposed the conspiracy, started the process of tearing apart the system that put me away. We did it. You had to be willing to testify, to face the Wisengamot, to fight for your own innocence. I've been wanting to fight for 12 years. You gave me the chance. Sirius leaned forward. What happens now? Now we use the momentum. The inquiry will uncover Covenant connections, not all of them, but enough to shake their hold on the Ministry. While they're distracted, we strengthen our position. Build more alliances. Prepare for what's coming. Voldemort. Among other threats. Harry stared into the fire that crackled in the ancient hearth. There's something else, Sirius. Something I've been feeling since the Chamber of Secrets. A presence, old and vast, stirring in response to my power. What kind of presence? I don't know exactly. The goblins call it the Remnant, something that existed before the Lo-Fay bloodline, something Morgan bargained with for power. Whatever deal she made, it's coming due. Harry's jaw tightened. I may have to face it soon. And I don't know if I'm ready. You're not alone anymore. Sirius moved to sit beside him. You have allies. Friends. Family. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Whatever's coming, we face it together. For a moment, Harry let himself lean into that touch, the warmth of connection, the comfort of someone who cared about him rather than what he could do. It was a vulnerability he rarely allowed himself, but with Sirius, it felt safe. Together, he agreed. But I need to prepare. The Covenant is wounded but not destroyed. Voldemort is gathering strength somewhere, waiting for his moment. And the Remnant. He shook his head. I need to know what I'm dealing with. Is there anyone who might have answers? One person. Harry's expression grew complicated. Someone I've been avoiding because I know the conversation will be difficult. Someone who's been watching all of this unfold with plans of her own. Who? Morgan Le Fay herself. Or what's left of her. The ritual took 3 days to prepare. Harry worked alone, in a chamber deep beneath Gringotts where the original Le Fay inheritance items were stored. The Chaos Ring pulsed on his finger, responding to his intent, guiding him through steps that shouldn't have been possible for anyone to know. But the Le Fay blood remembered. Some knowledge was passed down through genetics, through magic, through bonds that transcended normal communication. On the third night, Harry spoke the words that completed the ritual. Golden light erupted from the ring, filling the chamber, taking shape before him. A woman's form, dark-haired, beautiful, with eyes that held the chaos of creation itself. Morgan Le Fay. Not truly present, not alive, not a ghost, but something between. An echo preserved by her own magic, designed to speak to her descendants when the need was great enough. So, the echo said, her voice resonant with power. At last, a child worthy of my attention. I have waited long for this moment. You knew I would come. I knew someone would. The bloodline always produces heirs, those strong enough to claim the power, wise enough to use it, desperate enough to seek my counsel. Morgan's eyes studied him, seeing more than should have been possible. You are all of these things and more. The Peveril blood adds interesting dimensions. I need to know about the Remnant. The bargain you made. Ah. Something flickered in Morgan's expression, regret, perhaps, or ancient sorrow. The greatest mistake of my long life. Or perhaps the greatest achievement. It depends on how one measures such things. Explain. I was dying. Morgan's form drifted through the chamber, touching the artifacts of her legacy. A curse, placed by enemies who feared what I might become. My own power wasn't enough to break it. So I reached beyond, into the spaces between reality, where things that shouldn't exist wait for their moments. The Remnant. It had no name then. It was simply, there. A presence beyond human comprehension, vast and hungry and very, very patient. Morgan turned back to face him. It offered me power in exchange for, continuation. A way to survive my curse by becoming something more than mortal. What kind of continuation? My bloodline carries a fragment of its essence. Every Le Fay descendant since my time has been touched by it, shaped by it, connected to it. The chaos magic you wield is not truly yours, it's a portion of the Remnant's nature, expressed through human form. Harry absorbed this. And the bargain requires repayment. The bargain requires completion. What was given must eventually return. The Remnant waits for a Le Fay heir strong enough to open the way, to become a bridge between its reality and ours. You want me to become its vessel? I want nothing. Morgan's voice sharpened. I am a memory, a shadow, a warning preserved for those who might face what I created. What the Remnant wants is your choice to accept or reject. What happens if I reject it? The power you wield begins to consume you. The chaos magic is not stable, it grows, spreads, eventually overwhelms the mortal vessel that contains it. Every Le Fay heir in history has faced this choice. Accept the Remnant and become something beyond human, or reject it and burn from within. None of them found a third way. None survived long enough to try. Morgan's form began to flicker, the ritual's energy fading. You are different, perhaps. The Peveril blood, the goblin training, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, you contain more than any of my descendants before you. Perhaps you can find a path that I could not. How? I don't know. That is for you to discover. Morgan's voice grew distant, fading. But remember this, child of my blood, the remnant is not evil. It is beyond such concepts. It simply is what it is, and it wants what it wants. Understanding that may be the key to surviving what comes next. The golden light died. Morgan Le Fay's echo vanished. Harry stood alone in the darkness, carrying the weight of a choice he wasn't ready to make. January brought the Covenant's final assault. Harry had known it was coming, the signs had been building for weeks. Increased surveillance on his allies. Unusual movement in the political networks. A sense of tension in the magical world that suggested forces preparing for confrontation. When it came hard. The attack hit during a Hogsmeade weekend, as it had before. But this time, there were no 20 operatives in robes, there were 50, backed by creatures from the darkest corners of magical practice. Dementors that shouldn't have been outside Ministry control. Dark creatures that the Covenant had been breeding for centuries. And leading them all, the Arbiter itself. Harry met them in the village square, his allies at his back, his power finally unleashed without restraint. The battle was chaos. Shadows erupted from every surface, tearing through Covenant operatives with brutal efficiency. Golden light rewrote reality around them, turning attack spells into harmless flowers, transforming weapons into chains that bound their wielders. Dementors that had once fled from Harry now obeyed him, turning on their former masters. And through it all, Harry advanced on the Arbiter. The being was old, ancient beyond human reckoning, sustained by rituals and magics that had been forgotten millennia ago. It watched Harry approach with something that might have been respect. You've grown, the Arbiter said. Beyond what we feared. Beyond what anyone could have predicted. I warned you what would happen if you came for me again. Yes. You did. The Arbiter made no move to attack, no move to defend. And I have come to understand that warning was not a threat but a statement of fact. You are what we always feared the bloodlines might produce. A being powerful enough to reshape the world according to its will. And yet you're still here. Still fighting. We are here to bear witness. The Arbiter's form seemed to solidify, become more present. The Covenant has existed for 1,000 years, Harry Potter. We have fought to prevent what you represent, the rise of power beyond control, beyond accountability, beyond any force that might restrain it. I have restraints. I have people who would stop me if I went too far. Do you? And what happens when they can't? What happens when the power grows beyond what any mortal force can contain? The Arbiter stepped closer. We've seen it before, child. We've watched heirs of your bloodlines lose themselves to the very gifts that made them great. The Le Fay chaos magic is not stable. It will eventually consume you, unless you surrender to the remnant, which is simply another kind of consumption. Then I'll find a third way. There is no third way. Watch me. Harry reached into himself, past the shadows, past the chaos, past even the Horcrux that had been with him since infancy. He reached for the thing he discovered during his conversation with Morgan's echo, the possibility that none of his predecessors had survived long enough to explore. The bloodlines were connected. Peveril and Le Fay, death and chaos, shadow and light. They had been treated as separate inheritances, parallel powers that happened to exist in the same vessel. But they weren't separate. They were complementary. Two halves of something larger. Death was the end of chaos. Chaos was the motion that led to death. The Peverils had bargained with the entity that ended all things, while the Le Fays had bargained with the entity that kept all things in motion. Together, they formed a cycle. A balance. Harry reached for that balance. Power surged through him, not the wild chaos of Le Fay magic, not the cold stillness of Peveril power, but something new. Something stable. The two forces merged, feeding into each other, creating equilibrium where before there had been constant tension. The Arbiter's eyes widened. Impossible. You can't, I just did. Harry's voice was layered now, resonant with harmonies that shouldn't have existed. The Remnant wants a vessel. It can't have me. The bloodlines demand consumption. I refuse. There is a third way, Arbiter. There always was. It just took someone willing to find it. And what is that way? Balance. Harry extended his hand, and reality itself seemed to bend around the gesture. The Lu Fei power is chaos, constant change, constant motion, never stable. The Peveril power is death, endings, stillness, perfect stability. Together, they create a cycle. Life and death. Change and stasis. Motion and rest. You've merged the bloodlines. I've transcended them. Harry's eyes met the Arbiter's. I'm not what Morgan Le Fay became, and I'm not what Cadmus Peveril became. I'm something new. Something that doesn't need external entities to sustain it, doesn't need to consume or be consumed. The Remnant will not accept this. The Remnant doesn't have a choice. Harry felt the distant presence stir, felt it recoil as it touched his new equilibrium and found no purchase. I'm not the vessel it was waiting for. I'm the heir who finally broke the cycle. The Arbiter stood in silence for a long moment. Then, slowly, it bowed. We have fought your bloodlines for 1,000 years. We believed we were protecting the world from monsters. But perhaps. It paused. Perhaps we were simply ensuring that when the monster finally rose, there would be no one prepared to stop it. I'm not a monster. No. You're something else. Something we don't have a name for. The Arbiter began to fade. The Covenant will withdraw. Our purpose was to prevent what you might become. But you've become something we never imagined, and our war no longer serves any purpose. What will you do? Watch. Wait. See what happens next. The Arbiter's voice was barely a whisper now. You've inherited the burdens of 2 ancient bloodlines, Harry Potter. See that you bear them well. It vanished. And around the village, the remaining Covenant forces disappeared with it, operating away, fleeing into shadows, leaving behind a battlefield suddenly empty of enemies. Harry's allies gathered around him, their expressions ranging from awe to confusion to something like fear. What just happened? Hermione asked. What did you do? I evolved. Harry looked at his hands, still glowing faintly with merged power. I became what I was always meant to become. Which is balance. The thing that holds chaos and death in check, that keeps the world turning without burning. He looked up at the sky, where storm clouds were clearing to reveal brilliant stars. I'm not just the Demon Lord anymore. I'm something else entirely. What? Harry smiled, the first genuine smile of pure joy he'd felt in longer than he could remember. Free. The months that followed were a time of transformation. Sirius's inquiry uncovered Covenant connections throughout the Ministry, leading to resignations, arrests, and the most significant shakeup of magical government in generations. Harry used the political opening to push through reforms he'd been planning for years, trial requirements, oversight mechanisms, protections for the vulnerable. At Hogwarts, his coalition evolved from a training group into something like a movement. Students who had once feared him now sought him out, asking to learn not just magic but the principles behind it. The understanding that power and responsibility were inseparable. The knowledge that true strength came from connection, not isolation. Dumbledore watched all of this with complicated eyes. You've exceeded every prediction I ever made about you, the old wizard said during one of their regular meetings. Every model, every expectation, every careful calculation about what you might become. Is that a compliment or a concern? Both. Dumbledore smiled tiredly. I've spent my life trying to guide the future, Harry. Shaping events, placing pieces, preparing for contingencies. You've made most of that work obsolete. I didn't mean to. I know. That's what makes it remarkable. The headmaster stood, moving to his window. Voldemort will return. Not this year, perhaps not next year, but eventually. When he does, he'll face something he's never encountered before, an adversary who has found a way to transcend the very forces that created him. I'm not sure I can defeat him in direct combat. Not yet. Combat may not be necessary. You've done something more important, you've changed the rules of the game. The prophecy spoke of a power the Dark Lord knows not. I believe we've just seen what that power is. Balance. Connection. Community. The ability to draw strength from others without consuming them. Dumbledore turned back. Voldemort cannot understand what you have, Harry. He spent his entire existence trying to stand alone, to need no one, to be complete in himself. You've discovered that completion comes from the opposite, from bonds that make you more than you could ever be alone. Then I'll keep building those bonds. Harry rose, moving toward the door. When Voldemort returns, he'll face more than just me. He'll face everyone who's chosen to stand beside me. And do you think that will be enough? I think it will be everything. The year ended with declarations. Harry stood before the Wizengamot, his allies surrounding him, the accumulated power of 2 ancient bloodlines balanced perfectly within him. The chamber was full, every seat occupied, every observer gallery packed, waiting to hear what the most famous wizard of the generation had to say. I am Harry James Potter, Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Peveril, Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Lefay. His voice carried without amplification, resonant with the power he no longer needed to hide. For years, I have worked in shadows, building strength, preparing for threats that most of the wizarding world refused to acknowledge. Silence. Complete attention. I am not the boy who lived. That myth was created by people who wanted to believe that a child could save them, that the universe would provide a hero when one was needed. Harry's gaze swept the chamber. I am something else. A lord who has been preparing for war since before I could walk. A wizard who has merged bloodlines that should have been incompatible. A leader who believes that power is meaningless without responsibility. He paused, letting the words sink in. Voldemort is returning. The signs are everywhere for those willing to see them. When he comes, he will be stronger than before, more careful, more dangerous. The ministry that failed to stop him last time has not significantly improved. The old alliances that brought him down are weaker now than they were then. Murmurs. Now, worried whispers spreading through the gallery. But I am not here to deliver warnings. I am here to make a promise. Harry's voice hardened. When Voldemort returns, I will face him. I will bring every resource I command, every ally who chooses to stand beside me, every scrap of power and knowledge I've accumulated over 13 years of preparation. And I will win. How can you be so certain? Someone called from the conservative faction. Because I understand something Voldemort never has. Power alone isn't enough. Control alone isn't enough. To defeat an enemy like him, you need purpose. Connection. People who fight beside you not because they fear you or owe you, but because they believe in what you're building. Harry gestured, and his inner circle stood, Neville, Hermione, Daphne, Draco, Theo, Tracy. 6 students who had become the core of something larger. These are my friends. My family. The foundation of everything I'm building. Each of them is here by choice, fighting for a future where Dark Lords don't rise because the system doesn't give them openings to exploit. A future where justice actually means something. A future where the next generation doesn't have to carry burdens like mine. He turned back to the full Wizengamot. I don't expect all of you to trust me. I don't expect all of you to follow me. But I do expect you to recognize that the war is coming, whether you prepare for it or not. Harry's eyes blazed with merged power, shadow and chaos, perfectly balanced. When it arrives, you'll have to choose sides. Choose wisely. He walked out of the chamber without waiting for response, his allies falling into step behind him. The whispers followed them, speculation, fear, awe, but none of that mattered. What mattered was that the declaration had been made. The lines had been drawn. The war to come would be fought on Harry's terms, by Harry's rules, with Harry's allies beside him. The demon lord of Peveril and Le Fay had risen at last. And the world would never be the same. In the shadows of a distant forest, a wraith that had once been Tom Riddle stirred. It had felt the confrontation in Hogsmeade, felt the Covenant's assault and retreat, felt something change in the boy who carried its soul fragment. The connection was still there, weakened by Harry's new equilibrium, but not severed. Through that connection, Voldemort had witnessed everything. The merged bloodlines. The balanced power. The promise Harry had made to the Wizengamot. He thinks he can defeat me, the Wraith mused. He thinks his bonds and connections will protect him from what I've become. But Voldemort had learned patience. He had watched from the shadows as his enemies grew complacent, as they believed the war was over, as they forgot what true darkness looked like. He would not make that mistake again. The boy is powerful. Perhaps the most powerful wizard since I first claimed that title. But power is not everything. There are ways to break even the strongest, ways that require no strength at all, only knowledge. And I know his weakness now. Not fear. Not isolation. Not even the Horcrux that connects us. His weakness is the very thing he believes makes him strong. The people he loves. One by one, I will take them from him. I will show him what it means to truly stand alone. And when he has nothing left to fight for, then we will see what his precious balance is worth. The wraith drifted deeper into the forest, already planning its return. Already crafting the rituals that would restore its body, its power, its place as the most feared wizard in the world. The war Harry had promised was coming. But it would not be fought on his terms alone. Back at Hogwarts, Harry stood at the window of his dormitory, watching the stars wheel overhead. He could feel it, the distant stirring of something dark, the first movements of an enemy preparing to return. The Horcrux in his scar pulsed with echoes of Voldemort's thoughts, giving Harry glimpses of intent if not specific plans. He's coming, Harry murmured. Not today. Not soon. But eventually. Beside him, Daphne slipped her hand into his. They'd grown closer over the year, not just allies now, not just political partners, but something deeper. Something real. Then we'll be ready, she said. Will we? We've survived everything else. The Covenant. The Chamber. The Remnant's call. Daphne turned him to face her, her ice-blue eyes soft for once, unguarded. You're not alone, Harry. Whatever Voldemort brings, you won't face it alone. Harry looked at her, at this girl who had started as a political calculation and become something infinitely more valuable. Then he looked past her, at the castle that had become home, at the friends sleeping in dorms throughout its ancient halls, at the movement they'd built and the future they were fighting for. No, he said finally. I won't be alone. He pulled her close, feeling her warmth against the cold of the night, and allowed himself a moment of peace. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. New enemies. New battles to fight and sacrifices to make. But tonight, standing at the threshold of everything that was to come, Harry Potter, Demon Lord of Peveril and Le Fay, champion of balance, leader of the alliance that would shape the future of magical Britain, allowed himself to simply exist. To be young. To be loved. To be human. The war was coming. But so was the dawn. And Harry would be ready for both. Chapter 6 and end of Book 1, Lord of Shadows. The story continues in Book 2, The Dark Lord's Return.